Chapter 1301. Bam. The surrounding void trembled as the sword energy dissipated. Dugu Potion's sword also stopped in midair, unable to move an inch further. Dugu Potion's neck was gripped by a hand unable to move. The previously arrogant and invincible Dugu Patian was now gripped by the neck? Family head, the 10 Dugu family disciples exclaimed. Not far away by Qi Zhaofeng and the others were also shocked. How was this possible? Demon King Kong was already prepared to die, but the scene before him made him wonder if he was dreaming. Sage Dugu Patian was a ferocious person who had killed Patriarch Yuhai with a single strike. How could he be gripped by the neck? Dugu Potion's limbs flailed as he was gripped by the neck. It was extremely painful. Crack, crack, crack. The hand slowly exerted force and a crisp sound came from Dugu Potion's neck. In the blink of an eye, Dugu Patian seemed to have lost all his strength. Hua! The stream quickly parted to two sides, slowly revealing some figures. A purple-robed figure was the first to appear. It was this figure who had gripped the sage. The purple-robed man had long hair that fluttered in the wind. His appearance was 80% similar to Kong Outyen's. His eyes were glowing purple and he exuded a ferocious aura. He gripped the sage with one hand and held a purple sword in the other. As this person appeared, a group of Kong family disciples rushed out from behind, including Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the purple-robed man. Meow Meow frowned as well. Family head, this is? Demon King Kong's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. This is our Kong family's Imperial Sky Primogenitor. Peacock said. Imperial Sky Primogenitor? Demon King Kong was slightly taken aback. Then his expression changed into one of ecstasy. Heavens above, this unfilial descendant, Demon King Kong, greets the Patriarch. Demon King Kong immediately knelt down in ecstasy. Many of the heavily injured Kong family disciples had never heard of the Imperial Sky Primogenitor. However, since Demon King Kong knelt down, all the Kong family disciples followed suit. Greetings, Patriarch. Everyone shouted. In the distance, Yin Hentian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes narrowed. Imperial Sky? Kong Huangtian? The strongest person in the third epoch? Kong Huangtian looked at Demon King Kong, he took a deep breath and said, Well done, you are called Demon King Kong? He has the demeanor of a demon king. This descendant is too arrogant. Although I'm called Demon King, my strength is still weak. I've only just entered the ancestral immortal realm. Demon King Kong laughed bitterly. Let go of family head. Dugu family's disciples quickly brandished their swords and slashed towards Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian turned his head and looked over. His eyes widened. Boom. 10 of the Dugu family's younger brothers were sent flying. Boom. Pooh. 6 of them spat out blood and fell to the ground, struggling to sit up. As for the other 4, their souls scattered and they died on the spot. Look. A Dugu family's younger brother cried out in horror. With just a single gaze he was able to severely injure 6 and kill 4 of them? What kind of monster was he? The Kong family disciples, on the other hand, immediately revealed expressions of wild joy. Because this was his ancestor. Ancestor? The Kong clan no longer needed to be at the mercy of others. Who are you? Dugu Patian, who was choked by the neck, said with great difficulty. In an instant, his burning confidence was extinguished. After becoming a sage, he obtained a vast amount of power that blinded his mind. Now that he was captured in a single move, he suddenly realized that he had been too arrogant previously. The world was not as weak as he thought it was. Kong Huangtian ignored Dugu Patian. Get up. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Yes. Everyone stood up excitedly. Kong Huangtian put down the purple sword in his hand. The sword floated in the air. Kong Huangtian suddenly reached out and touched Kong Huangtian's head. Ancestor? Close your eyes and sense it. Kong Huangtian said in a low voice. Kong Huangtian did not suspect anything and immediately closed his eyes. Boom. Suddenly, surging heaven and earth essence energy gathered in Kong Huangtian's hand and quickly surged into Kong Huangtian's body. Buzz. The heaven and earth essence energy around Kong Huangtian formed a vortex and rushed into his body. The surrounding people were puzzled. Meow. Second heaven of ancestral immortal realm? Meow. Third heaven? Fourth heaven? Meow. Demon King Kong's cultivation base is increasing. Meow exclaimed. Rumble. Rumble. Kong Huangtian's body rumbled. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Kong Huangtian was helping Kong Huangtian increase his cultivation base? Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. This technique was too domineering. An entire incense stick's worth of time passed. Boom. Kong Huang Tian released his hand. Kong Huang Tian closed his eyes. His body emitted a powerful aura. Blind Kong's face lit up with joy. The surrounding Kong family disciples were overjoyed. Meow. Ninth Heaven Ancestral Immortal? Demon King Kong's cultivation base has increased by so much? Meow exclaimed. Ninth Heaven Ancestral Immortal? Yin Chuan's expression froze. In his first life, he could only raise his cultivation base by mobilizing the power of the Great Qin dynasty. But now, Kong Huang Tian was doing it so casually? Could it be that Kong Huang Tian was even more powerful than he was in his first life? Kong Huang Tian opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. Thank you, Ancestor. Thank you, Ancestor. Kong Huang Tian said excitedly. Ninth Heaven Ancestral Immortal. In just a short while? Kong Huang Tian looked up at the sky. Is the current heavenly Tao still sway? Kong Huang Tian asked. Ancestor, many things have happened during this period of time. The heavenly Tao collapsed and was repaired. The heavenly Tao has also changed. Not long ago the Master of Heaven Chao. Blind Kong immediately explained. Chao. Kong Huang Tian nodded. Then he looked at the sage in his palm. His eyes turned cold. He suddenly reached out and stabbed the sage's heart. What are you doing? Dugu Padian cried out in shock. Boom. Kong Huang Tian's right palm stabbed into Dugu Potion's heart and grabbed. Dugu Padian roared in pain. Kong Huang Tian pulled his right hand out. A crystal that emitted a 15-colored light appeared in his palm. Dugu Padian was thrown away. Boom. Dugu Padian landed on the ground. His body twitched and the mist on his face disappeared. Patriarch. The 6 surviving Dugu family disciples cried out in horror. However, Dugu Padian only twitched for a while before he stopped breathing. He's dead? Kong Huang Tian was stunned. Hong? There was a loud clap of thunder and then dark clouds covered the sky. A sorrowful wail sounded in the sky. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Blood mist rose on the ground. The fall of a sage. Heaven and earth mourned. At this moment, almost all the cultivators in the world looked up at the sky. Netherworld, Western Outer Continent. Great Xingtian Heavenly Court, Underworld Sky City. Wutian, Huazuanqian, Shimen, and Meigao Cave. The 4 sages charged back into Underworld Sky City with anger. Just their auras caused the void to tremble. In Underworld Sky City, Ming Tianhan activated the power of Great Xingtian Heavenly Court. His ferocious aura soared. Sage Yang stood beside him. He fought against the 4 sages. Ming Tianhan, today, we will destroy your heavenly court for the humiliation of the past. Sage Wu Tian snorted coldly. You escaped with great difficulty. Aren't you afraid of dying again? Ming Tianhan said coldly. We are no longer the same as we were in the past. Perish? Who in the world can make us sages die? Wu Tian laughed. Just as the 2 sides were facing each other. Boom. Suddenly, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Sorrowful music filled the air. Blood rain fell and blood mist rose into the sky. The fall of a sage caused heaven and earth to mourn? How is that possible? Who is it? Meigao Cave said in surprise. The 4 sages had suddenly obtained endless power. Their mentality was the same as Dugu Potion's. They thought they were invincible. But in the blink of an eye, a sage died? The fall of a sage was like a bucket of cold water poured over the 4 sages. Their hearts turned cold. Peacock territory. Dugu Padian died. Kong Huang Tian took out a crystal that emitted a 15-colored light from his body. Karmic rank. Refine it into your body. Kong Huang Tian handed over the crystal. Me. Demon King Kong said in shock. Yes. Thank you, old ancestor. Thank you, old ancestor. Demon King Kong was ecstatic. In his ecstasy he thought of the Kong family's past. Suddenly, tears gushed out of his eyes. Other than Demon King Kong, many other members of the Kong family also burst into tears. I'm back. No one will dare to humiliate the Kong family again. Kong Huang Tian said in a deep voice. Yes. Demon King Kong took the 15-colored crystal. Demon King Kong's hand trembled. It was as if a suction force was about to suck the crystal away. Kong Huang Tian's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his hand, grabbed his sword, and slashed at the void. Boom. A hole suddenly appeared in the void, and the suction force disappeared. Demon King Kong quickly swallowed the crystal, afraid that it would be gone. Rumble. The dark clouds above everyone's heads suddenly turned into yellow clouds. More and more yellow clouds appeared, and they became thicker and thicker. A majestic aura rushed down from the sky. An unstoppable aura pressed down. Crack. A thin crack appeared in the yellow cloud. An even more powerful heavenly might surged out. Plop. A large number of cultivators suddenly knelt down. It was as if the depths of their souls were unable to resist submitting. Meow. How many days have passed? Meow exclaimed. The crack in the yellow clouds slowly opened in two directions. Whoosh. A heavenly might that suppressed one's soul rushed down. Peacock Z Blind Kong Zhaoafeng by Qi Wang Jian In Hentian. For a time almost everyone in the surroundings prostrated on the ground. This prostration spread in all directions. Some of the cultivators watching in the distance also knelt down in a panic. Following that, the prostration spread wider and wider. How can this be? Countless living and dead spirits in the entire Peacock territory knelt down. It was like an innate instinct that could not be resisted. Kneel, 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 kneel. Only 3 people could remain standing: Kong Huangtian, Miao, and Yin Xuan, who was standing on the heaven and earth altar. The eye of heaven only allows those above the birth plane to kneel. Yin Xuan looked at the sky with a serious expression. The yellow clouds parted, and a huge eye gradually appeared. The eye was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. The pitch-black eye contained a world-destroying might. Heaven's Nest. Chapter 1302. The yellow clouds parted and gradually revealed a huge eye. The eye was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. The pitch-black eye emitted a destructive might. Heaven Nest. The giant eye looked down and heavenly might rushed out. Boom. The ground below instantly burst into countless pieces of gravel. Kong Huangtian was the first to bear the brunt. A wave of anger was directed at Kong Huangtian. He was furious that Kong Huangtian had killed a saint chosen by Chao. The enormous heavenly might caused Kong Huangtian's clothes to flutter rapidly. Kong Huangtian stared at the eye of heaven with a ferocious expression on his face. The ferocious aura of the third epic's strongest person suddenly soared into the sky. Boom. As the two ferocious auras collided, the entire sky was filled with sword energy. Rumble. The heavenly eye and Kong Huangtian stared at each other without any hesitation. Under the powerful aura, many of the people kneeling in the surroundings were knocked to the ground. The only 2 people left standing were Yin Xuan and Miao. Yin Xuan's expression became extremely solemn under the impact of the huge aura. Miao, on the other hand, stared at the eye of heaven. Suddenly, a blank expression appeared on her face. Miao. Miao looked distressed. It was as if a fragment of his memory had appeared, but he just couldn't recall it. 2 huge auras collided in the sky. Kong Huangtian didn't back down at all. Chao, I've heard of you. Kong Huangtian's expression suddenly turned solemn. The huge eye in the sky stared coldly. In the void, the collision between the 2 ferocious auras gradually lessened. I understand your sacrifice. I hope that everyone in the world can be like a dragon and live forever. You can leave first. I will come. I won't disappoint you. You shouldn't disappoint me either. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Rumble. High up in the sky, the ferocious aura of the heavenly eye slowly dissipated. As it looked down, it no longer had the anger from before. He is dead. I have obtained the karmic ranking of heaven and earth. I want him to become a saint. Kong Huangtian suddenly pointed at the kneeling demon King Kong. Although he had swallowed the 15-colored crystal, it was not easy to refine it. In the sky, the eye of heaven looked at demon King Kong. His eyes suddenly flashed. Boom. Demon King Kong's body suddenly emitted a dazzling 15-colored light. He could vaguely see the crystal in his body. Rumble. The crystal within Demon King Kong's body melted and fused with his heart. A huge heaven and earth altar suddenly appeared beneath Demon King Kong's feet. It was much larger than Yin Xuan's birth position altar. The heaven and earth altar of the habitual chi plane. Demon King Kong slowly stood up, and his face slowly became blurry. Boom. A surging aura burst out. Miao Saint? Demon King Kong? Miao asked in confusion. Rumble. High up in the sky, the heavenly eye slowly closed and merged into the yellow clouds before slowly dissipating. On the other hand, Yin Xuan carefully pondered over Kong Huangtian's words. I understand your sacrifice. I hope that everyone in the world can be like a dragon and live forever. You go first, I'll be back. I won't disappoint you and you shouldn't disappoint me. Immortality? This was transcendence. Sacrifice of the nest? What did he sacrifice? For the sake of transcending? That might not be the case. Also, based on Kong Huangtian's tone, they shouldn't disappoint each other? They have a common goal, but what is it? Yan Xuan's heart was filled with confusion. High up in the sky, the yellow clouds slowly dissipated. The wrath of the heavens dissipated just like that. Kong Huangtian watched as the yellow clouds dissipated. His eyes flashed with a profound light. The heavenly eye disappeared. The people kneeling in the surroundings all stood up. Bai Qi, Zhaofeng and the others quickly surrounded Yan Xuan. Miao, what's wrong? Yan Xuan asked curiously when he saw Miao's conflicted expression. Miao, I don't know. I only feel that when I saw that big eye just now, I don't know why, but I felt very sad. Miao. Miao shook her head. Miao. Zhaofeng hugged Miao. On the other side, Demon King Kong suddenly became a saint, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. Many thanks, old ancestor. Demon King Kong bowed solemnly. Only then did Kong Huangtian shift his gaze from the sky. His gaze swept across everyone. Peacock Z immediately stepped forward and said, Old ancestor, the Kong family is weak, and the descendants don't dare to stay in one place. I have scattered the Kong family members everywhere. Kong Huangtian looked at Peacock Z. He stretched out his hand, and a green light suddenly gathered at his fingertip, gradually forming a peacock plume. Ding! The peacock plume instantly drilled into Peacock Z's forehead. Buzz! Peacock Z's body suddenly emitted countless green lights. Rumble! Peacock Z suddenly soared into the sky. Ah! As he cried out in pain, his body suddenly swayed, and he transformed into a huge peacock that was 1,000 feet long. Ing! The peacock let out a long cry. The huge peacock tail swung violently. Swoosh! Like a 10-colored rainbow, it flung towards a distant mountain range. Whoosh! The 10-colored divine light flashed, and the entire mountain range disappeared. It was as though it had disappeared into thin air. Ing! The peacock let out a long cry, transformed into a human, and descended. Many thanks, old ancestor, for awakening the bloodline of our descendants. Peacock Z said excitedly. I have already taught you the awakening method. In the future you will awaken the clan members. At the same time, gather all the peacocks in the world. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Yes. At the side, Yan Xuan and the others revealed a puzzled expression. Peacock? Wasn't the Kong clan a human? How could there be peacock bloodline? Humans? Demonic beasts? You are the inheritor of the Kong clan? Kong Huangtian looked at Blind Kong. Blind Kong bowed respectfully and said, Yes, old ancestor. The inheritance of the clan was passed down by my bloodline. However, too much of the inheritance was lost. I am ashamed. Kong Huangtian looked at Blind Kong. Once again he pointed his finger and a green light ball quickly entered Blind Kong's mind. Boom! Blind Kong suddenly froze in place. Kong Huangtian also waited patiently. After an entire incense's time, Blind Kong trembled and moved. Many thanks, old ancestor. The inheritance of the clan has been restored. Blind Kong shouted with excitement. And? Kong Huangtian nodded. After looking at everyone, Kong Huangtian looked at Miao. When he saw Miao, Kong Huangtian's expression changed slightly. Miao! Miao cried out unhappily. Kong Huangtian frowned and no longer paid attention to Miao. Instead he looked at Yan Xuan and the others. Old ancestor, this ceremony is all thanks to Yan Xuan. He is a relative of the Kong clan and once received the heaven-seeking token. This time he sent it to the clan. Blind Kong immediately helped Yan Xuan and said, N? Kong Huangtian nodded. Old ancestor, we didn't know that you would be able to return. We thought that it was the treasure you left behind and promised to give Yan Di a share. Blind Kong said again. Hearing Blind Kong's words, Kong Huangtian frowned slightly. However, he still accepted this fact. I can give you 3 requests that aren't too high. Tell me. Kong Huangtian suddenly said. 3 requests? Yan Xuan understood from Kong Huangtian's frown that Kong Huangtian didn't like him and his group. However, there were some things that he deserved, so Yan Xuan didn't refuse. I want the Kong clan's life-usurping technique. Yan Xuan said. Kong Huangtian had to use the life-usurping technique at this time. This meant that he had already calculated some of the current situation in the Third Era. To be able to calculate from the Third Era until now, his life-usurping technique was naturally unfathomable. The life-usurping technique was definitely rare and precious. Kong Huangtian looked deeply at Yan Xuan. Obviously, Yan Xuan's request was a little too much. However, Kong Huangtian didn't refuse. Sure, Blind Kong, teach me later. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Yes. Blind Kong replied. There are 2 more. Kong Huangtian said. I want them. Yen Chuan pointed at the 6 seriously injured disciples of the Dugu clan on the ground. Old ancestor Dugu Padian is the only one who injured the disciples of the Kong clan. He has already been punished by old ancestor. These people didn't hurt the disciples of the Kong clan. Kong Huang Tian returned the favor. In the past, when ancestor Yu Hai wanted to capture Kong Huang Tian, it was Yen Chuan who protected him. Kong Huang Tian didn't mind doing him a favor at this time. Yes, there's one more. Kong Huang Tian nodded. Yen Chuan looked at Kong Huang Tian and took a deep breath. I want to know why you, Chao, and some others suddenly came back after disappearing for countless years? Kong Huang Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yen Chuan carefully. I have already told Chao. You will understand in the future. Kong Huang Tian said indifferently, unwilling to explain further. Yen Chuan could only nod. After returning the favor to the Kong clan, Kong Huang Tian waved his hand. Boom. A large area suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Above the area, palaces suddenly rose from the ground. In the center was a palace, the Imperial Palace. Peacock. Kong Huang Tian said indifferently. Yes. Immediately summon all the Kong clan members. Also, summon all the peacocks in the world. Gather at the southern outer continent. Kong Huang Tian said indifferently. Yes. Also. Kong Huang Tian paused. Inform all the major forces in the world that from today onwards, the southern outer continent will belong to the Kong clan. Kong Huang Tian said solemnly. Meow, the southern outer continent? The 36th territory? With just one sentence, the southern outer continent will belong to the Kong clan? Meow muttered in disbelief. However, when the Kong clan members heard this, they were extremely excited. Yes. Peacock said excitedly. Inform me after you finish these 2 matters. Kong Huang Tian said indifferently. After he finished speaking, Kong Huang Tian stepped into the Imperial Palace. Bang. The door of the palace closed with a loud bang. When the Imperial Palace appeared, the first thing he did was to dominate a continent. At this moment, the members of the Kong clan were all in a state of intense excitement as they looked at the Imperial Heaven Palace not far away with reverence. Yen Di, this jade slip contains my Kong clan's life-stealing technique. I just recorded it. Blind Kong handed over a jade slip. After receiving the jade slip, Yen Chuan nodded and said, since that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. After he said that, he handed the jade slip to Zhao Afang. Zhao Afang took it. Take care. Blind Kong said politely. Wang Jian and the others escorted the 6 members of the Dugu clan. Under Yen Chuan's lead, they flew towards the Yellow Springs Road. Blind Kong, Peacock, and Demon King Kong watched as Yen Chuan and the others left. From this moment onwards, the Kong clan officially entered the world in a high-profile manner. Chapter 1303. Underworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yen Chuan looked towards the south as a black-robed figure knelt on one knee behind him. Immediately inform Dugu Wudi that Dugu Padian is dead. Tell him to immediately subdue the Dugu family. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Originally, Yen Chuan did not plan to participate in the Dugu family's matter. However, the Kong family's matter made him understand that the world had changed, and he had to speed up. Yes. We will send people to assist. Remember, you must succeed. Yen Chuan gave such a decisive order for the first time. Yes. The black-robed figure replied. You may leave. Swish. The black-robed figure instantly disappeared. The underworld now had a sun, but it could not compare to the Yang realm's sun. In the Yang realm, the moon waxed and waned. In the Yang realm, the sun waxed and waned. Zombie Yen Chuan looked up at the sun in the sky and fell into deep thought. Yang realm, South Outer Continent, Yellow Springs Road. Yen Chuan and his group rested in a valley. The dragon carriage was damaged, but it was quickly repaired. By Qi Meng Tian Jin Dayu Wang Jian. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said, Present. The 4 stepped forward. The 4 of you, take these 6 people from the Dugu family and immediately head to the Dugu family. We will inform Dugu Wudi and have him quickly subdue the Dugu family. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yes. The 4 replied. No, Yen Chuan, you want to encroach on my Dugu family? A heavily injured Dugu family disciple immediately cried out. Traitor. The Dugu family disciples angrily shouted. Yen Chuan coldly looked at the 6 people. However, Yin Hentian stepped forward and said, Everyone, Dugu Padian is dead. What else does the Dugu family have to rely on? Everyone looked at Yin Hentian coldly. You have all seen it. A saint has appeared, and a single saint can destroy your entire family. Furthermore, a peerless monster like Kong Huang Tian has appeared. The world is about to descend into chaos. Don't tell me you can't see it. Enchanting said in a deep voice. So what? My Dugu family will not be controlled by anyone. Haha, are all of you still dreaming of becoming stronger? Don't you remember Kong Huangtian's words? He wants to unify the Yang realm's outer southern continent. Does your Dugu family still want to fight with them? In the end, when faced with the calamity of extermination, didn't they still obediently surrender? Enchanting laughed. We can migrate to other continents. One of them said stubbornly. Even Kong Huangtian doesn't have the ability to swallow the entire world. Do you think that in this chaotic world, other continents won't have any experts rising up? Enchanting continued. In the Great Jin, at least half of the Dugu family's disciples won't make you slaves or servants. In the Great Jin, with Dugu Wudi as your leader, the Dugu family will be preserved. Enchanting persuaded. Dugu Wudi is not a member of my Dugu family. He's not. Isn't that right? Dugu Wudi was entrusted by Dugu Budian to lead the Dugu family. He was the head of the Dugu family. What if you were considering the bloodline? You all have to work hard for this. Enchanting said solemnly. How do we work hard? Dugu Wudi doesn't have the same bloodline as you all. However, that might not be the case for his descendants. Enchanting enticed. Everyone fell silent. Enchanting turned his head to Yan Chuan and said, Sage King, this subject will accompany you to the Dugu family. It will be easier to persuade them and avoid unnecessary losses. Permitted? Yan Chuan nodded. Everyone bowed towards Yan Chuan. Then they led the 6 Dugu family's disciples and shot towards the east. Only Yan Chuan, Miao, and Zhao Feng remained in the dragon carriage. I saw the Kong family's life-stealing technique. Zhao Feng said gravely. How is it? It is indeed unique. It can complement the life-stealing technique left behind by Bai Huang. I need to enter closed-door cultivation for a while. Zhao Feng said gravely. Go into seclusion. Miao Miao and I will protect you. Yan Chuan nodded. Miao. Miao nodded affirmatively. Zhao Feng slowly returned to the carriage and entered closed-door cultivation. Yan Chuan and Miao also boarded the dragon carriage. Return to the court. Yan Chuan said. Rhea. The 5 dragons roared and immediately flew toward the northeast. 2 days later, the dragon carriage flew. Boom. There was a sudden explosion between heaven and earth. Dark clouds covered the sky once more. A loud voice suddenly resounded through the world. 9 Yang and 6 Yin. The sages have been decided. Starting from now, Yin and Yang are separated. The sages of the Yang world cannot cross to the nether world, and the sages of the nether world cannot cross to the Yang world. Everyone has their own responsibility to protect the common people. Rumble. The dark clouds scattered. From this moment on, Yan Chuan understood that the world was on the right track. On the dragon carriage, Yan Chuan and Miao Miao frowned as they watched the clouds disperse. Miao. Yan Chuan shook his head. What's wrong? Yan Chuan smiled. Miao, I don't know. I feel like someone is following us. Miao looked around strangely. Following us? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. He also looked around. However, even with Yan Chuan's current strength, he could not discover anyone. Yan Chuan's heart sank. Full speed ahead. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Rhea. The 5 dragons roared and flew quickly. Underworld, Dexing Dynasty, Underworld Sky City. The 4 sages besieged Underworld Sky City, and there was a fierce battle. Perhaps because of Dugu Potion's example, the 4 sages didn't care about their own lives. This allowed Ming Tianhan and Yang Yang to stop the 4 sages. Suddenly there was a loud explosion. The sound of a nest pierced through the world. Separation of Yin and Yang? The sages' expressions changed. Boom. A huge collision caused the sages to separate. Dark clouds suddenly rolled above Wu Tian and Shimin Sheng's heads. It was like a warning from the heavens. Why can't sages travel between Yin and Yang? Wu Tian said unhappily. In the past, sages could travel between Yin and Yang, but now, could they only stay in the Yang realm? The 4 sages let out a long sigh, a look of helplessness in their eyes. Ming Tianhan, you're lucky. Don't come to the Yang realm. Wu Tian said helplessly. Ming Tianhan smiled. This is not up to you. Hurry up and leave or the heavens will punish us. Ah! Rumble. The dark clouds became denser and denser, and the 4 sages could only feel helpless. Let's go. Hua Zuantian said. Everyone sighed slightly and quickly left. Standing in the void, Ming Tianhan and Yang Yang watched the 4 sages leave. Underworld, Great Qin City. In the study. Yan Chuan sat in front of his desk, and a group of Dexing Dynasty officials stood in the study. Yifeng stepped out and handed over a memorial. Sage King, this is the information we've collected over the past few days. After combining all the sages in the world, we've concluded that 13 of the 15 sages have been confirmed. Yifeng said solemnly. Yan Chuan took the memorial. 9 sages of the Yang realm. Dongfang Bubi, Gong Yangzi, Palace Master Ju, Yuan Tiangang, Tianjizi, 100 Evil Old Demon, Wu Tian, Shimen Sheng, and one more unknown. 6 sages of the underworld. Demon King Kong, Zuochuanqiu, Hua Zuantian, Meigao Ku, Yang Yang, and one more unknown. Yifeng said the names one by one. Sages? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. They're all familiar faces. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a complicated look. Sage King, according to the news from all over, these sages are extremely powerful. Their strength is more than 10 times that of the sages of the past. Yifeng said worriedly. Yan Chuan nodded and said, that's right. Dugupadian died not long ago. Bai Qi and the others personally experienced it. Dugupadian was a 9th level ancestral immortal, but after becoming a sage, he could stabilize his strength at the 11th level or even infinitely close to the 12th under the influence of heaven and earth. That's only a 9th level ancestral immortal. If a 10th level ancestral immortal becomes a sage, wouldn't his strength be comparable to a 12th level ancestral immortal? Yifeng's expression sank. That's right. Yan Chuan nodded. In the study, the officials immediately began to discuss, all of them looking worried. Don't worry too much. Stabilize Dexing Dynasty's territory. When I mobilize the world's influence, not even the sages can do anything to me. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Everyone answered. Yang realm. The dragon carriage pulled Yan Chuan, Miao, and Zhao Feng as it flew rapidly. At this moment they were flying above the ocean. As they flew, frost and snow suddenly fell from the sky above the boundless ocean. Ka. The entire ocean seemed to have frozen. The air became colder and colder. Gradually, the 5 dragons felt as if they were about to be frozen. It's so cold. The 7 fiends exclaimed. Yeah, why is it suddenly so cold? Ah, my dragon claws are so cold that I can't feel them. My face is frozen. The dragons were all terrified. Wake up. Suddenly Yan Chuan's voice exploded. The 5 dragons shuddered and suddenly realized that the coldness around them had dissipated. In front of them was still the ocean. Was that an illusion just now? Was it all an illusion? 5 stupid dragons, so stupid. A string of bell-like laughter came from afar. Miao, she's the one following us? Miao suddenly raised her head. Yan Chuan also looked at the sky solemnly. The 5 dragons were ancestral immortals. The power of their illusions was not to be underestimated. They looked together with Miao. They saw a devastatingly beautiful woman standing on the clouds in the sky. The woman's long hair was tied up, revealing her beautiful white neck. She was dressed in blue silk, which accentuated her extremely voluptuous and slender figure. Her face was soft and beautiful. On her back, 2 pairs of huge blue butterfly wings flapped slightly. Butterfly Queen? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. He immediately recognized the woman. In the Yang realm, in the heavenly human palace, the woman who was mysteriously sealed by the heavens. Later, Yin Hentian unsealed the Butterfly Queen. Miao. Miao's fur stood on end. She looked at the Butterfly Queen warily. The Butterfly Queen's gaze was also fixed on Miao. Xuan Miao, you really didn't die. You sealed me for so long. It's time for us to settle the score. Now you've become this little cat? How funny. The Butterfly Queen's eyes flashed with schadenfreude. Chapter 1304. Xuan Miao, you really didn't die. You sealed me for so long. It's time for us to settle the score. Now you've become this kitten? Kikiki. How funny. The Butterfly Queen's eyes flashed with schadenfreude. Miao stood on Yan Chuan's shoulder, its fur standing on end. I don't know you. Miao, you're the funny one. So what if I'm a kitten? A kitten can catch butterflies. Miao shouted. A kitten catching butterflies? Yan Chuan, who was carrying Miao, was stunned. Was this a bickering? Kikikik, it's useless to forget me. Anyway, we've already formed a grudge. If I didn't see Kong Huangtian appear, I wouldn't know that you're still alive. TSK. The Butterfly Queen mocked. Humph, I don't know you. Miao said unhappily. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, Butterfly Queen, I know you've been sealed for many years and have resentment in your heart. However, Xuanmiao has already died. The grudge should be over, right? The butterfly queen suddenly looked at Yan Chuan curiously. Yan Chuan? I've heard of your name. You've done many things over the years. The butterfly queen said in surprise. As she spoke, a blue light flashed in her eyes. Symbiotic contract? Xuanmiao, you actually established a symbiotic contract with Yan Chuan? Live and die together? The butterfly queen raised an eyebrow. Meow, it's none of your business. Meow naturally did not give face. In front of the dragon carriage, the 5 dragons did not say a word. Today, I'm going to interfere. The butterfly queen said coldly. Butterfly queen, what are you trying to do? Yan Chuan asked. The butterfly queen's personality changed too quickly. Yan Chuan did not feel any killing intent earlier, but in the blink of an eye, the butterfly queen was emitting killing intent. Meow, this big butterfly will definitely fight. Yan Chuan, let's fight it out with her. Meow immediately shouted. You're not her match. Yan Chuan said seriously. What? That's impossible, Meow. Cried Meow. Symbiotic contract? If we die together, right? No. The butterfly queen's eyes flashed blue. The butterfly queen's body suddenly emitted a monstrous killing intent. It's actually the parasitic symbiosis in the symbiosis contract. In other words, if Yan Chuan dies, you die too. If you die, Yan Chuan might not die. Xuanmiao, for better or for worse, you once sealed me. Now, you're actually degrading yourself to make such a contract? Am I not lower than Yan Chuan? What do you think of me? The butterfly queen suddenly became angry. Meow, it's none of your business. Meow shouted at once. Meow's words seemed to have completely ignited the butterfly queen's anger. It's none of my business. I don't care. Xuanmiao, I'm here today for revenge. I'll definitely get my revenge. The butterfly queen suddenly shouted angrily. Butterfly queen? Yan Chuan wanted to say something else. But the butterfly queen didn't care. Xuanmiao, pay the price. Heavenly light of misfortune. The butterfly queen shouted. The butterfly queen's eyes suddenly turned blue. Endless blue light bloomed around her body. She waved her hand in the sky. The originally incomparably white heaven and earth suddenly turned completely blue. It covered the sky and covered the sun. For a moment, the sky was filled with the blue light of misfortune. Ah! Ah! The 5 dragons were dumbfounded. The 5 dragons had seen the light of misfortune before. After all, Zhao Feng had used this blue light many times. However, it had never been this terrifying. It covered the sky and covered the sun. There was no blind spot. There was nowhere to run. Roar! The 5 dragons cried out. Yan Chuan's face darkened. He naturally knew how terrifying the light of misfortune was. He, Meow, and even Zhao Feng, who was in seclusion in the dragon carriage, were all going to be hit by the blue light. Yin Hentian said that the butterfly queen was casual. This was too casual. Meow! Meow yelled and wanted to charge forward. However, Yan Chuan grabbed Meow, not letting Meow go forward. Boom! The sky-burying coffin soared into the sky. The sky-burying coffin suddenly became incomparably huge. The coffin lid opened and instantly enveloped the dragon carriage. Another sky-burying coffin? The butterfly queen's expression changed. Whoosh! The rolling blue light swept past and collided with the sky-burying coffin. The sky-burying coffin strangely blocked the blue light. Whoosh! Yan Chuan waved his hand. The dragon carriage instantly passed through and disappeared above the sea. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yan Chuan also used a sky-burying coffin. Clang! The dragon carriage landed on the plaza. Ah! Holy Monarch! The 5 dragons bowed. Zombie Yan Chuan ignored them. Instead, he analyzed the butterfly queen's strength. Netherworld, above the sea, a huge coffin was inverted above the sea. Ha! The once insufferably arrogant Firmament Mysteries is going to be a coward now? Meow Yan Chuan, I'll fight it out with her. Meow yelled. No, Meow, go to the other side immediately. You're not her match. The butterfly queen is too strong. Yan Chuan yelled. No, I won't leave you alone. Meow immediately refused. Aha, it's useless. My light of misfortune can not only descend from the sky, but it can also rush out from the bottom of the sea. The butterfly queen laughed. The butterfly queen waved her hand. Instantly, from the bottom of the sea, from the sky, and from all directions, without any blind spots, rushed towards the sky-burying coffin. Not good. Yan Chuan's expression darkened. Boom. All of a sudden, a surging sea of blood spread out. Under the super skill, the endless sea of blood churned. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded the sky-burying coffin. In the sky above the sea of blood, Yan Chuan stood on the waves. Boom. Billowing blue light rushed towards Yan Chuan. In the blink of an eye, it entered Yan Chuan's body. Bang. Yan Chuan's body exploded into a pool of blood. Clearly he was only a blood god's son. Soon, not far away, another Yan Chuan emerged from the sea of blood. A sea of blood? The Butterfly Queen's expression changed slightly. Butterfly Queen, mysterious is already a thing of the past. He's just a kitten with amnesia now. Why bother? Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Yan Chuan could clearly sense the Butterfly Queen's strength. She was at least at the 12th level of the ancestral immortal realm. She was ferocious. Yan Chuan did not want to touch her. A kitten with amnesia? I don't care. Hand over mysterious. The Butterfly Queen shook her head. What if I don't? Yan Chuan said coldly. Meow. Yan Chuan, let me out. I'm going to fight it out with her. Meow. So what if you're a big butterfly? Meow was being held back by Yan Chuan's main body in the depths of the sea of blood. What a sea of blood. Let's see where you can hide after your sea of blood is destroyed. The Butterfly Queen laughed. As she spoke, the Butterfly Queen suddenly waved her hand. A huge butterfly-shaped energy palm descended from the sky. 12 levels of strength? Yan Chuan's expression darkened. The strength of 12 levels of an ancestral immortal was even more ferocious than Saint Dugu Potion's attack. Countless cracks appeared in the void. Before the palm arrived, the impact of the palm strike had already caused the blood god's sun on the sea of blood to collapse. Bang! A new blood god's sun exploded. The palm strike was so powerful that it sealed the surrounding void. The sea of blood could not move. It could only feel the huge impact surging towards it. Deep in the sea of blood, Yan Chuan held the sky-burying coffin with one hand and grabbed Meow with the other. Meow. Meow was extremely anxious. Meow, she wants to deal with you. Hurry up and leave. I can escape. Yan Chuan shouted. No, Meow. You'll be in danger. Meow struggled. Meow was sometimes careless, but at this moment she understood that Yan Chuan could not deal with the Butterfly Queen. The Butterfly Queen was too strong. How could she abandon Yan Chuan and escape alone? Alright, trust me. With that, Yan Chuan threw Meow into the sky-burying coffin. He quickly closed the sky-burying coffin. Meow. No. Meow roared anxiously. The moment Meow entered the sky-burying coffin, she saw the entire sea of blood explode and scatter in all directions. This time it was more thorough than any of the previous times. A great destructive force rushed over. Bang. The sky-burying coffin closed, and Meow was transported to the netherworld. Yan Chuan put away the sky-burying coffin with a flip of his hand. He grabbed the great heavenly seal and slammed it upwards. This palm was too strong. It had indeed exceeded the limits of the sea of blood. Yan Chuan could not sit still and wait for death. He could only resist. Boom. A terrifying loud noise exploded on the surface of the sea. In addition to the sea of blood, the surrounding sea also surged with monstrous tsunamis. The tsunamis rushed into the surrounding territory. Boom. The sea beneath his palm was completely emptied. A huge hole was left behind. The Butterfly Queen stood in the sky, frowning slightly. Below, a huge imperial seal blocked part of its power. Under the imperial seal was a small pool of blood the size of a wash basin. The sea of blood was almost completely exhausted. Ba-thump, ba-thump. The sound of a heartbeat came from the small pool of blood. Boom. The pool of blood exploded. Instantly, the sea of blood appeared again. Yan Chuan carried the great heavenly seal and slowly floated up from the sea of blood. Yan Chuan was panting, but his aura was stronger than before. You were only at the 6th level of the ancestral immortal realm earlier. Now you're at the 7th level? The Butterfly Queen was shocked. The Butterfly Queen was shocked, and so was Yan Chuan. That shouldn't be. How could the Butterfly Queen see through his cultivation? Butterfly Queen, you should vent your anger at Xuan Yao. Yan Chuan panted. Forget it? How can I forget it? The Butterfly Queen was unwilling to let it go. At this moment in the netherworld, Great Qin City, Meow was suddenly teleported over. Meow. Yan Chuan, you bastard. Meow was so anxious that she was about to cry. Meow. Don't go, it's dangerous there. Yan Chuan immediately tried to persuade her. No, Meow. Meow immediately said stubbornly. Contracted spatial teleportation, Meow. Meow shouted. Whoosh. Meow instantly disappeared. In the mortal realm, Yan Chuan and the Butterfly Queen continued to confront each other. Bus. A halo of light suddenly appeared beside Yan Chuan. Whoosh! Meow suddenly appeared. Yan Chuan, you bastard! Meow angrily shouted at Yan Chuan. After saying that, Meow immediately flew in front of Yan Chuan and looked at the Butterfly Queen with hatred. Meow. Big Butterfly Queen, if you want to kill me, come. Meow will fight it out with you, Meow. Meow angrily shouted. Boom. 3,000 Heavens Dao suddenly appeared behind Meow and looked at the Butterfly Queen angrily. Seeing Meow's flustered and exasperated expression, the Butterfly Queen's expression changed. The Butterfly Queen's anger seemed to have dissipated. A victorious smile appeared on the Butterfly Queen's beautiful face as she said, "Kill you? You're my sister. Why would I kill you?" Chapter 1305. A victorious smile appeared on the Butterfly Queen's beautiful face. "Kill you? You're my biological sister. Why would I kill you?" Biological sister? Yan Chuan was stunned. Blood-related sister? Meow Meow's aggressive demeanor suddenly froze. After a moment, Meow reacted, "Biological sister. You're a butterfly and I'm a cat. How can we be sisters?" Yan Chuan was also shocked. How was that possible? They were different species. You really don't remember anything. The Butterfly Queen gloated at Meow Meow's misfortune. Meow, you're still trying to trick me. I'm not afraid of you. Meow shouted. Yan Chuan suddenly stopped Meow. He seemed to believe her. Recalling the Butterfly Queen's words, they seemed to be hinting at something. Butterfly Queen, you said Meow and you are sisters. What? You're the Butterfly Queen, she? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Haha, what's wrong with that? I'm the Butterfly Queen. All the butterflies in the world are my clones. I'm the first butterfly in the world. As for Xuan Miao. The Butterfly Queen smiled. The first cat in the world? Turning his body into a race? Yan Chuan's expression changed. Meow. Meow was shocked. Although I signed a symbiotic contract with him and it embarrassed me, Xuan Miao, I'm much happier seeing your misfortune. Ah. The Butterfly Queen suddenly laughed again. Meow. Yan Chuan. What kind of sisters were they? Meow, I'm not your sister. You've got the wrong person. No, you've got the wrong cat. Meow immediately denied. Ha ha, Xuan Miao, you're really cute in this life. I remember that in your previous life, you always had a straight face as if everyone owed you something. I didn't expect you to become like this. Ah. The Butterfly Queen laughed happily. Meow. Meow glared at the Butterfly Queen unhappily. At this moment, Yan Chuan seemed to have realized something. His initial wariness suddenly dissipated as he solemnly said, Butterfly Queen, were you here to test me? After all, although the Butterfly Queen was powerful just now, she didn't even use her great Tao. The Butterfly Queen looked at Yan Chuan and said, Of course, it's just that your cultivation is too low. Although Xuan Miao and I have been quarreling since we were young, although she has always suppressed me since we were young, she is still my sister. I don't want her to die early. Otherwise, I won't be able to play with her in the future. Yan Chuan looked slightly serious. Previously, old Miao also gave me your information. Dezhen Yan Chuan? The development is not bad, but it's still far from enough. The Butterfly Queen shook her head. Meow, you're the one who's far behind. Meow said unhappily. Ha ha, Xuan Miao, I've realized that you always like to get angry in this life. Butterfly Queen teased again. I feel uncomfortable when I see you. Meow. Meow said with her head held high. This won't do. Xuan Miao, the various experts of the third epoch have all awakened. You will suffer greatly if you continue like this. Using the power of heaven and earth? Because, in any case, you're not a sage yet. Even if you use the power of heaven and earth, you can't compare to a sage. I can't help you all the time. The Butterfly Queen shook her head. I don't want your help. Meow shouted stubbornly. With me around, no one can hurt Meow. Yan Chuan said solemnly. The Butterfly Queen's expression turned cold again. If I didn't see you desperately helping Xuan Miao just now, I would definitely take your life. Oh. Yan Chuan's expression turned cold. So what if it's a symbiotic contract? I can still strip your soul and forcefully refine it for Xuan Miao to refine. The Butterfly Queen said arrogantly. Meow, refine your sister. If something happens to Yan Chuan, I'll fight it out with you. Meow said unhappily. Xuan Miao, you're really strange. The Butterfly Queen's mood changed again. Meow looked very angry. The scene became slightly cold. The Butterfly Queen looked at Yan Chuan and Meow and finally smiled. Fine, I won't care about you anymore. Anyway, there's someone more concerned about you than me. Oh. Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. This was because Yan Chuan could tell that the person the Butterfly Queen was talking about was definitely not him. The Butterfly Queen smiled at Yan Chuan and said, "Yan Chuan, you're looking for the sky-burying coffin, right?" Yan Chuan's expression changed. "Butterfly Queen, you know?" "Of course I know. I saw it with my own eyes not long ago," the Butterfly Queen said with a smile. "Please tell me." Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, "The Netherworld's outer east continent," the Butterfly Queen said. "Don't tell me you're talking about the Great Qin City?" Yan Chuan said strangely. Are your two bodies a secret? Do I need to talk about yourself?" The Butterfly Queen said with a smile. "Please tell me." Yan Chuan said again. "The Netherworld's outer east continent, easternmost land, Netherworld Sea, in the hands of Gui Rulai," the Butterfly Queen said. "Gui Rulai?" Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yan Chuan had naturally heard of this name before. In the Netherworld's outer east continent, before Dezhen was born, even the saints did not dare to provoke him. He was the master of the Netherworld Sea in the outer east continent. You don't dare to fight for the sky-burying coffin after hearing about Gui Rulai?" the Butterfly Queen said with a smile. "You don't have to provoke me. The sky-burying coffin is mine. As long as I know where it is, I will do my best to take it back," Yan Chuan said solemnly. "Also, let me tell you something else," the Butterfly Queen said with a change of expression. "I know. As an empress, you seem to have injured your fate," the Butterfly Queen said with a smile. "That's right." Yan Chuan did not hide anything. Yan Chuan had been looking for a way to treat Zizi's injuries. It's not difficult to save her. This Gui Rulai controls a cycle of reincarnation. This cycle of reincarnation is called the Heavenly Fate Cycle. If you can obtain the power of this cycle of reincarnation, saving your queen will naturally be extremely easy," said the Butterfly Queen. "Meow. Big Sister Zizi can be saved?" Meow's eyes lit up. "Reincarnation of destiny?" Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with joy. "Thank you for telling me, Butterfly Queen. This news is more important than the news of the sky-burying coffin," Yan Chuan said solemnly. I didn't expect you to be such a sentimental person." The Butterfly Queen's eyes flashed with mockery. "There are 60 paths of reincarnation in the world. I've only seen one not long ago. I don't know how long it will take to know where it is, and what its uses are. Now that the Butterfly Empress has informed me, I will definitely bring Zizi to thank you when she recovers." 60 paths of reincarnation? Who said it's 60 paths of reincarnation? The Butterfly Queen was slightly taken aback. Wasn't Yin Hentian talking about 60 paths of reincarnation? Where did you get this information? In the third epoch there were 60 paths of reincarnation. Now that it's the fourth epoch there are only 54 paths in the world, the Butterfly Queen said with a smile. 54 paths? 6 paths less? No, from the third epoch to the fourth epoch, there was an additional Great Thousand Realms. There are 6 paths of reincarnation in the Great Thousand Realms? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. You only just found out? In the first epoch, a certain great ox transformed into 72 paths of reincarnation, encompassing all living things in the world. Every epoch split into a world and took away 6 paths of reincarnation. Now there are only 54 paths left. However, it's hard to say in the future. Perhaps when the 4 realms merge, the 72 paths of reincarnation will reappear, the Butterfly Queen said with a sigh. Meow. 72 paths of reincarnation? Transforming into reincarnation? Who is it? Meow was also surprised. At this moment, it forgot about its anger. How interesting. Xuanmiao was the one who told me this and now you're asking me? The Butterfly Queen immediately laughed. Xuanmiao again? Meow, if you don't want to say it, then I won't say it. Meow said unhappily. Butterfly Queen, I have something to ask you. Yin Chuan called out again. The Butterfly Queen asked curiously. Kong Huangtian Chao and some other experts have appeared. Why did they all choose to appear at this time? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. The Butterfly Queen frowned slightly. That day I heard Kong Huangtian mention something about Chao being sacrificed. What did they sacrifice? What? Yin Chuan asked again. It was unknown where he had touched the Butterfly Queen's anger. You don't need to know now. The Butterfly Queen's expression changed again. Meow and Yin Chuan looked at the Butterfly Queen strangely. She looked at Yin Chuan and said, your cultivation is too low. What's the use of knowing? Hurry up and strengthen yourself. You might be able to catch up to this wave. Moreover, I don't need to say anything. It will begin soon. When the first wave begins you will know. What first wave? Yin Chuan asked again. The first wave of people who are sending themselves to their deaths. Okay, I have to go back. If you want to find me, come to the lunar star. I am in the Great Moon Palace. The Butterfly Queen said with a straight face. With that said, the Butterfly Queen spread her wings and disappeared with a whoosh. Meow. Lunar star? Isn't that the moon? She lives on the moon? The Great Moon Palace? Meow said in shock. Yin Chuan, on the other hand, stood on the surface of the sea, pondering over every word the Butterfly Queen said. Meow. Yin Chuan, do you think that the Butterfly Queen is really my sister? Meow asked in confusion. Should be. Yin Chuan nodded. Meow, so that's how it is. Meow nodded in realization. This time it was Yin Chuan's turn to be confused. What do you mean by that? Meow, I was wondering why I always like to call people your sister. It turns out that I have such an annoying sister. I instinctively call people your sister. Meow said thoughtfully. Amazing logic. Yin Chuan looked at Meow in shock. Underworld, Great Qin City. In front of the central palace. The moment the dragon carriage appeared, many officials received the news and rushed over. Zhaofeng woke up and She also walked over. Did something happen? The two girls asked worriedly. Zombie Yin Chuan was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, It's fine. Really? She was still worried. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. As he spoke, he turned to Yifeng and said, Yifeng, start organizing all the information about the Netherworld Sea. Also, gather all the information about Gui Rulai as soon as possible. Sage King, are you going to attack the Netherworld Sea? But our great Jin nation's strength will eventually. Yifeng said worriedly. I have made up my mind. Yin Chuan said affirmatively. Yes. Chapter 1306. In the world of the living in the southeast continent. The Gongyang family. Congratulations, Master. You have become a sage. The disciples of the Gongyang family bowed excitedly. Standing in front of the main hall of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Zi let out a long sigh of relief. The Gongyang family is blessed by the heavens. Gongyang Zi said excitedly. Master, I have never seen the power of your palm strike before. In the past, no one could defeat you. Master is mighty. Everyone congratulated him. At this time, Gongyang Ben Lei suddenly asked, Master, I wonder if you can defeat Yin Chuan with your current strength? The noisy surroundings suddenly became quiet. Everyone present was an elder of the Gongyang family. Naturally, they knew many secrets of the Gongyang family. The Gongyang family's karmic luck? The so-called karmic luck meant that no matter how strong you were, you would be defeated. To the Gongyang family, Yin Chuan was like a bone stuck in their throat. All of them were in a dilemma. I should be able to kill Yin Chuan. Gongyang Zi said uncertainly. Then Master, should we? Gongyang Ben Lei asked expectantly. No one dared to say more. Everyone hoped that Yin Chuan would die, but they did not dare to offend Yin Chuan. For a moment, everyone looked at Gongyang Zi. After taking a deep breath, Gongyang Zi shook his head and said, No, Yin Chuan is too evil for the Gongyang family. Let's wait a little longer. It won't be long. Master, are you talking about the prime of Tongtian from the outer North Continent? Gongyang Ben Lei's expression changed. That's right. What an arrogant prime of Tongtian. He wants to challenge the sages of the living world in the outer North Continent. Gongyang Zi snorted coldly. Where did the prime of Tongtian come from? Gongyang Ben Lei asked curiously. I don't know. However, based on his courage, he is definitely not an ordinary person. However, the sages of the living world are not the same as before. He is seeking his own death. It's still early. If the prime of Tongtian wants to stir up the world, the outer North Continent will be the focus of the world. With Yin Chuan's personality, how can he not go? Gongyang Zi said solemnly. Everyone's expression changed. Patriarch, are you waiting for Yin Chuan to leave Xianyang to set up a trap in the outer North Continent? Gongyang Ben Lei's face lit up. That's right, the next step is to wait. Gongyang Zi said solemnly. Yes. Everyone replied. The mortal realm, Nanwai Continent. Dugu clan. Bai Qi, Meng Tian and Jin Deyu took turns fighting the Dugu family's experts. The Dugu family was forced to retreat in defeat. However, the three of them did not kill him. The black-robed Dugu Wudi led a group of people from the heaven-mending pavilion to the Dugu family. He used the Dugu family's sword lineage to challenge the Dugu family's sword lineage experts. It could be said that the Dugu family had suffered an unprecedented disaster for 10 days. They retreated step by step until the entire clan retreated back into the clan. The 6 heavily injured Dugu family members that Enchanting had advised were also released. 9 Swords Hall. Elders, branch heads, what happened? Where is the patriarch? Where is the patriarch? Everyone in the hall asked the 6 people anxiously. The 6 people's faces were also bitter as they recounted the events of that day without holding back. In the 9 Swords Hall, the Dugu family members were grief-stricken as if they were at a funeral. In the outside world, Enchanting looked at Dugu Woody. Pavilion Master Dugu, those 6 people have been persuaded by me. The next step is up to you. Enchanting said solemnly. Thank you. Dugu Woody nodded. Apart from the 9 Swords branch head, the others are to guard the surroundings. Kill anyone who comes close. Dugu Woody said solemnly. Yes. Countless black-robed people replied. 9 Swords branch head, follow me to the 9 Swords Hall. Dugu Woody said solemnly. Yes. Everyone followed Dugu Woody and flew to the 9 Swords Hall. What are you doing? The Dugu family members looked at the 10 people with some fear. Dugu Woody did not pay attention to them at all. Instead, he led the 9 people towards the 9 Swords Hall. Stop. A large number of Dugu family members shouted. Let them in. A loud shout came from the 9 Swords Hall. Yes. Dugu Woody separated the crowd and walked into the hall. Bang! The door of the hall slammed shut. 10 days later. Some experts from the nearby small factions came to pay their respects, but the huge Dugu family was already empty. Not a single person could be seen. The sudden disappearance of the powerful Dugu family caused a commotion in all directions. However, this commotion was still considered small. The next piece of news shook the entire outer South continent. All the major factions in the outer South continent received an imperial heavenly token. In the mortal world, the outer South continent was the territory of the Kong family. All the factions would either submit or leave the outer South continent immediately. Those who dared to resist would be killed without mercy. When the imperial heavenly token was released, the outer South continent was in an uproar. What arrogance! What Kong family! They are so arrogant that they want to unify the outer South continent? What nonsense is this imperial heavenly token? There were countless complaints. However, when a powerful territory lord suddenly announced that he would submit to the Kong family, everything became strange. It was not forced by the Kong family, but that person took the initiative to submit to them. When the news came out, countless cultivators were tongue-tied. Where did the Kong family come from? Things were not over yet. There were legends of some old monsters in the outer South continent. These old monsters suddenly appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain. After they appeared, they submitted to the Kong family in a very high-profile manner. Supreme Venerate World's Edge? Isn't that the former territory lord of the Horizon Weave? He submitted to the Kong family? Sect Master Zhou Tian? Legend has it that he experienced the great calamity of the ancient era. Such a powerful person actually submitted to the Kong family? That's not all. Sect Master Zhou Tian is even running around to help the Kong family unify the outer South continent. When the news came out, although there were not many people in the Kong family, the people who submitted were like carps crossing the river. All of this originated from the imperial heavenly token. Heavens above. Kong Huangtian. Countless people in the outer South continent had heard of Kong Huangtian's deeds. When they heard that Kong Huangtian had appeared, they did not hesitate to submit to him. There were people who worshipped him, people who wanted to avoid disaster, and people who sought protection. Their goals were different, but they all came to submit. This was not just because of Kong Huangtian's charisma. At the same time, many people with foresight could see that the world might have changed greatly. Now they needed to form a large faction to resist the great calamity. Kong Huangtian's name quickly spread throughout the world. Heavens above, all heroes submit to him. Kong Huangtian's appearance caused an uproar among the various factions in the world. Great Jin Xianying. Yan Chuan listened to the large amount of news that Lu Buwei brought. Sage King, news of Kong Huangtian's appearance came from all over the world. The various sages, who were originally in an uproar, suddenly quietened down. Lu Buwei said solemnly. Yan Chuan nodded and said, Great Jun will not make too much contact with Kong Huangtian for the time being. In the Yang realm, keep an eye on Ju Palace. Sage King, don't worry. My dynasty has spies everywhere. If they want to make a move, I will be the first to know. Lu Buwei said with certainty. Yan Chuan nodded. Sage King, during this period of time, You gathered the various generals to head to the Netherworld Sea. Gui Rulai? Lu Buwei asked curiously. That's right. Yin Chuan nodded. Lu Buwei thought for a moment and said, this Gui Rulai seems to be hidden very deeply. The Netherworld has collected a lot of information, but we can't find out anything about him. There's only one sentence. Demons, Buddhas, Taoists, and ghosts all pay their respects to Gui Rulai. Netherworld, Great Jin Sage Court, Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan was in a court meeting. Boom. A powerful aura descended from the sky, causing the court meeting to stop. Just as everyone's faces darkened, the aura instantly retracted. Clearly it was not hostile. Yin Chuan flicked his long sleeves, stepped down from the dragon throne, and walked out of the central hall. A group of officials followed behind and walked to the central hall's plaza. In the Great Qin City, countless guards were already on guard. Everyone looked towards the south of the Great Qin City. In the south, a white-robed figure stood in the air. His face was blurry. His appearance could not be seen clearly. Huazuan Tian? Some of the officials recognized him. Although his face could not be seen clearly, his aura was especially unique. Old ancestor? Desolation Hua's eyes lit up. A look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Although he knew that Huazuan Tian was fine, he was still very happy to see it with his own eyes. Old ancestor. In the Great Qin City, countless descendants of the Hua family bowed in ecstasy. Following that, the disciples of the Great Jin family and Huazuan Tian rushed out of the Great Qin City and surrounded Huazuan Tian. All of them were overjoyed. There were even disciples who shed tears of excitement. Ever since Huazuan Tian was captured, countless Hua family disciples were in a constant state of panic. Moreover, they had countless enemies. If not for Desolation Hua's protection, who knew how many of them would be alive? Yen Chuan looked into the distance expressionlessly. Huazuan Tian greets Yen Emperor. This time, my descendants and disciples were able to receive your protection. Thank you for your generosity and disregard the past. Huazuan Tian bowed gratefully. Huazuan Tian bowed, and the trace of worry in the officials of Great Zhen immediately dissipated. Yen Chuan shook his head and said, it's not me who protected them, it's Desolation Hua. In the distance, Huazuan Tian flew over with a group of descendants and disciples. No, this official thanks the Holy King for allowing this official to take in the Hua family disciples. Desolation Hua immediately said. You are the Great Jin army commander and a marquis. Taking in your clansmen is your right. Yen Chuan shook his head. Yes. Desolation Hua nodded gratefully. Huazuan Tian landed in front of Yen Chuan. Desolation congratulates old ancestor for returning safely. Desolation Hua bowed with excitement. Huazuan Tian immediately helped him up. Desolation, you did well. Huazuan Tian was filled with emotions. Hua Bing from the Hua family immediately said, Old ancestor, Desolation has indeed done a lot these years. Many people who came to assassinate us were blocked by Desolation's troops. Yes, Desolation he. Just as everyone was praising Desolation, Huazuan Tian's voice sank. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Huazuan Tian. Impudent. When I left, didn't I tell you to turn Desolation into the Hua family's patriarch? Huazuan Tian said solemnly. Ah. Everyone was stunned. Old ancestor, that was just a temporary measure. I can't afford to be the Hua family's patriarch. It's good that you're back. The Hua family has a backbone again. Desolation Hua immediately waved his hand and said. Huazuan Tian shook his head and said, Desolation, I said you're the patriarch, so you're the patriarch. If these brats don't listen, I'll help you educate them. Everyone was stunned. Hua Bing and the others also blushed. Although everyone was grateful to Desolation Hua was still their junior, so they couldn't acknowledge him wholeheartedly. Hua Bing greets the patriarch. Hua Bing corrected his attitude again. Chapter 1307. We pay our respects to the patriarch. The group of Hua family disciples respectfully greeted. Although they were still a little unwilling since the old ancestor had spoken, they could only bow down. Moreover, all these years they had been under the protection of Desolation. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died? Now that the old ancestor is back, there's no need for me to be the patriarch anymore. However, old ancestor, the revered heaven territory is now a large territory and cannot be separated. Desolation transformation suddenly revealed a trace of difficulty. Hua Bing and the others frowned, but they'd been protected by Dajin all these years, so they couldn't say anything. However, Huazuan Qian laughed heartily and said, Desolation, you don't have to be troubled. I naturally didn't come here to take back the venerable heaven territory. It's good that the old ancestor can see through it. Desolation smiled. Indeed, I wonder if I can meet profound mystery? Hua Zuantian suddenly took a deep breath and said, Mysterious? The faces of the Hua family disciples suddenly changed. Was the heavens mysterious? Wasn't he already dead? Everyone looked at Hua Zuntian in bewilderment. Zombie Yen Chuan remained silent for a while, then finally nodded. With a flip of his hand he took out the sky-burying coffin. Suddenly a kitten jumped out from inside. Meow, I'm eating fish. What's the matter? Meow jumped out blankly. Yen Chuan kept the heaven-burying coffin and looked at Hua Zuntian. Meow. Meow jumped onto Yen Chuan's shoulder and suddenly saw Hua Zuntian. Meow? A saint? Meow Meow frowned. Hua Zuntian looked at Meow. For a moment his entire body trembled. Sinner Hua Zuntian, sinner worshipped the heavens. Hua Zuntian suddenly choked with sobs. As he spoke, Hua Zuntian suddenly knelt down. Kneel and worship? Old ancestor. The surrounding Hua family disciples suddenly cried out in shock. Kneel? This had never happened before. At this moment even the ministers of the great Jin dynasty were completely shocked. Meow, what are you doing? Meow jumped away. The sinner became the venerated heavens. Back then he was deceived by the lotus god, causing the heavens to fall into calamity and the world to suffer a great calamity. This bow is to the heavens. I don't ask the heavens to forgive me, but I ask for relief from my guilt. Hua Zuntian choked a little. Meow, I don't know you. I'm not familiar with you. Meow shouted. Ancestor. Get up, did you get the wrong person? Ancestor, how could you? Master. Everyone tried to persuade him. Desolation stretched out his hand, but in the end, he sighed and didn't try to persuade him. Hua Zuntian, get up. Meow is no longer the mysterious heaven of the past. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Desolation Hua bowed 3 more times and slowly stood up. However, the saint's prostration had shocked everyone. Venerable ancestor, why don't you stay in Great Zhen? If you feel guilty, why don't you protect Xuanmiao in this life? Desolation Melt spoke at the right time. As soon as Desolation Hua spoke, the eyes of the surrounding ministers suddenly lit up. Binding a saint to Great Zhen? Then wouldn't Great Zhen's strength go up a level? Everyone immediately looked at Desolation Hua with admiration. Desolation Hua had multiple considerations too. On one hand, it strengthened Great Zhen's strength. On the other hand, the world was not peaceful. Hua Zuntian and Great Zhen forming an alliance should be safer. But Yen Chuan did not speak. But Hua Zuntian shook his head and said, No, a new day, I have a new mission. Moreover, I still have an important thing to do. What? Desolation Hua asked doubtfully. Heaven, back then the lotus god caused your demise. It wasn't that simple. I discovered that there were still some masterminds behind the scenes. I want to ferret them all out and pay the price for back then. Hua Zuntian said coldly. Meow? What masterminds? Meow asked puzzledly. Back then I was just deceived by the lotus god. The Yin family was wrongly accused of colluding with the lotus god. However, there were still some people who really colluded with the lotus god. If not for them back then I wouldn't have been deceived. I would have taken revenge. Therefore I can't stay. Hua Zuntian shook his head. Everyone could only feel helpless. Descendants of the Hua family and my disciples, remember clearly. Desolation Hua is your patriarch. When I'm not here, his words represent everything. No, even if I return, if I have a disagreement with Desolation Hua, you all should follow Desolation Hua's words. Hua Zuntian said again. What? The group of Hua family disciples suddenly exclaimed. It was as if he wanted to show his prestige to Desolation Hua. Hua Zuntian suddenly bowed to Desolation Hua. Don't, old ancestor. This is asking for my life. Desolation Hua screamed and dodged. Hua Zuntian greets the patriarch. Hua Zuntian said solemnly. All around, the group of Hua family disciples were at a loss. The old ancestor had already recognized the patriarch. What else was there for them to be unconvinced about? Hua Zuntian did not act pretentiously. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, Zuntian refuses to be disciplined and will leave immediately. I hope that the Hua family will prosper for 10,000 generations. Desolation Hua smiled bitterly and said, Old ancestor, I can't accept you like this. You don't have to be embarrassed. One day you will understand. You can accept it. Hua Zuntian shook his head and said. Hua Zuntian's words had a hidden meaning. Everyone was puzzled. Old ancestor, I wonder, how much do you understand about Gui Rulai's situation? Desolation Hua asked curiously. When Desolation Hua said this, some people did not understand, but some people instantly reacted. Hua Zun Tian was one. Hua Zun Tian suddenly looked at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan also nodded lightly. Hua Zun Tian smiled bitterly. Yen Di, in this netherworld sea, Gui Rulai is an extraordinary figure. Back then, although I was overseeing the eastern continent, the true strongest person in the netherworld eastern continent was Gui Rulai. Although he almost never appeared in the world, his prestige was unparalleled in the eastern continent. Hua Zun Tian said solemnly. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Gui Rulai, people say, Devil Buddha and Ghost pay their respects, every word of Gui Rulai. In the netherworld sea, his Tao field was filled with merit, but his merit was different from others. His was blue merit, incomparably sinister. Under Gui Rulai there were 8 great Rulai. Let's put it this way, rumor has it that not long ago you went to the southern continent and met old ancestor Yuhai? Hua Zun Tian said. That's right, old ancestor Yuhai, 10th heaven ancestor immortal. He's extraordinary. Yen Chuan nodded. The 8 great Rulai under Gui Rulai, each one of them has this strength. Hua Zun Tian said solemnly. What? The officials were shocked. 8 subordinates, each of them 10th heaven ancestor immortal? Among these 8 Rulai, 2 cultivate Buddhism, 2 cultivate Devil Tao, 2 cultivate Tao, and 2 cultivate Ghost Tao. All of them are strange and abnormal. As for Gui Rulai, he's even more unfathomable. No one knows how strong he is. Even now, I'm still unwilling to test him. Hua Zun Tian said. The officials were solemn. Yen Chuan was also slightly solemn. Speaking of which, 13 of the 36 territories in the netherworld's eastern continent belonged to Gui Rulai's forces. Although they didn't publicly announce their submission to Gui Rulai, the leaders of the territories are all Gui Rulai's disciples. There's no need to guess. Hua Zun Tian smiled bitterly. 13 territories, countless experts, and the strongest 8 great Rulai under him? Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yes, please be careful. Hua Zun Tian nodded. I will. Yen Chuan nodded. Since that's the case, I'll be leaving too. Hua Zun Tian took a deep breath. Heavens, wait for my news. Hua Zun Tian bowed to Miao once again. With a wave of his sleeves, Hua Zun Tian soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Hua family disciples watched as their old ancestor left. Each of them opened their mouths, but in the end they could only feel helpless. After dismissing the officials, Hua Desolation also dismissed the people of the Hua family. Only a few important officials remained in the plaza of the central palace. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, Sage King, the forces controlled by Gui Rulai aren't that easy to deal with. Zombie Yen Chuan shook his head. Dezhen Holy Court has always faced difficulties head-on and never retreated. Gui Rulai is strong, but no matter how strong he is, he can't scare Dezhen. Yes. Yifeng nodded. I originally wanted to stabilize Dezhen's current strength, but I realized that we can't do so. With a situation like this, if we are too patient, we will only be drowned in the long river of history. Others develop too quickly, and if we don't catch up, we will only be eliminated. Gui Rulai is Dezhen's whetstone. Dezhen must first dominate the netherworld's eastern continent before facing the world. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Everyone answered. Yifeng, continue to organize the army and arrange the vanguard. Yen Chuan ordered. Yes. Zhang Yi. Yen Chuan said again. Yes. Try peaceful means before resorting to force. Go to the netherworld sea on my behalf and meet Gui Rulai first to find out the situation. Yen Chuan said again. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Yi led a group of people and arrived at the netherworld sea after several months. Although the netherworld sea was called a sea, it was actually a huge territory. Ghosts ran rampant around the territory. Looking at the coast from afar, there were countless withered bones on the ground. The pitch-black soil looked especially eerie. Dark clouds covered the sky above the netherworld sea. Zhang Yi and his group flew into the netherworld sea and went straight to the center. Not long after, they saw the so-called virtuous cloud sea. It was a strange virtuous cloud sea. Normally, the virtuous cloud sea would be golden. However, the virtuous cloud sea in front of them was dark blue. The huge virtuous cloud sea spun slowly, and a huge hole seemed to have appeared in the center. In the huge hole there was a huge rune swastika, floating. The dark blue swastika looked extremely eerie, and it gave off a feeling of dread. So it's because the reincarnation passage merged with the virtuous cloud sea. No wonder the virtuous cloud sea turned blue. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. Wherever they passed, countless ghosts wandered. Soon they arrived outside a huge eerie city. "Who are you?" A huge skeleton that was 10 feet tall suddenly shouted. On the skull of the skeleton, there was a blue swastika. Envoy Zhang Yi of the Great Perfection Holy Court requests to meet the master of the Netherworld Sea, Gui Rulai. Zhang Yi handed over a golden invitation. Great Perfection Holy Court? What the hell? Are you worthy of meeting Gui Rulai? The huge skeleton said disdainfully. How dare you? The people behind Zhang Yi immediately shouted. Boom. A large number of skeletons surrounded them, each holding a long blade. The skeleton's eyes flickered with eerie light. Chapter 1308. 3 months later, in the Netherworld, Great Qin City, Yan Xuan's study. Zhang Yi returned and met with Yan Xuan with a group of Great Jin's important ministers. Yan Xuan sat behind the desk as everyone looked at Zhang Yi. Sage King, I was unable to meet Gui Tathagata. He is too arrogant. In this trip to the Nether Sea, I only met Rakshasa Tathagata and 2 of my men died. Zhang Yi said in a low voice. Oh. The ghost cultivators of the Nether Sea were too arrogant. When I handed over the invitation, a group of guards dared to disdain me. They even gathered a group of skeletons to attack us. Zhang Yi said. Yan Xuan listened carefully. At that time, the dispute between the 2 sides became more and more serious. In the end, it attracted the attention of the experts in the Nether Sea. The battle ended with 2 deaths. Zhang Yi said with an ugly expression. Everyone's expression was gloomy as they continued to listen. The one who met me was someone called Rakshasa Tathagata, a ghost cultivator. After I repeatedly revealed my identity, he agreed to meet me at his Rakshasa palace. Zhang Yi said solemnly. Rakshasa Tathagata? So what if you met him? Yi Feng frowned. Zhang Yi sneered and said in a low voice. He is still as arrogant as ever. It was the guards of the Nether Sea who killed 2 of my subordinates. Instead, he asked me for compensation. Compensation? Is this a show of strength to you? Yi Feng's expression changed as he said. Yes. Not only that, he even served me soul-cleansing soup. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold. Soul-cleansing soup? Li Si raised an eyebrow. Yes, soul-cleansing soup, which is the purest soul. He used the soul of an infant and handed it to me in a teacup. Zhang Yi said coldly. Rakshasa Tathagata? It is indeed the Rakshsa's heart. Yi Feng sighed. What happened after that? Yan Xuan said in a low voice. I tactfully mentioned the Sage King's request to return the sky-burying coffin with the ancestral immortal artifact in exchange for some reincarnation power. However, Rakshasa Tathagata turned hostile on the spot and refused without hesitation. Zhang Yi said. Everyone fell silent. Lastly, Rakshasa Tathagata also told me to pass a message to the Sage King. He said that the world is in chaos and the Netherworld Sea wants to unify the eastern outer continent. He wants the Sage King to submit, and when the time comes, he will make the Sage King the ruler of a territory. Zhang Yi said with disdain. Ha 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 ha. Yan Xuan burst into laughter. There was a trace of coldness in his laughter. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and continued, Holy King, although I did not see Gui Rulai this time, I discovered something that might be of great use. Gui Rulai's subordinates, including Rakshasa Rulai, all have a blue swastika between their eyebrows. As for my 2 dead subordinates, I saw that their souls were sucked into the samsara above the Sea of Providence. Zhang Yi said. At this point, many of the officials narrowed their eyes. Not only did you kill him, but you also forcibly took his soul? Yi Feng frowned. Zhang Yi nodded. Everyone fell into deep thought. At this time, Yi Feng stepped forward and said, Holy King, I have done my research. Dezhen occupies 5 territories in the Netherworld Sea, but it is not easy to take over the Netherworld Sea by force. The surrounding territories must be eyeing it covetously. Li Si nodded and said, That's right. Of the 36 territories in the eastern outer continent, 30 have been unified. Gui Rulai occupies 13 and Dezhen occupies 5. That means there are still 12 territory lords eyeing it covetously. When Dezhen and Gui Rulai collide, these people will definitely hit them when they are down. Because everyone can see that if either Dezhen or Gui Rulai wins, we will definitely try to deal with them. So, instead of having an internal conflict with Gui Rulai, why don't we? Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a bright light. Drive the wolf to devour the tiger. Yan Xuan smiled faintly. Yes. The group of strategists replied loudly. Destroy his dojo first so that he can't use the merit power of a dojo. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Holy King. This is the art of cooperation. Zhang Yi is willing to run to the various territories for Holy King. Zhang Yi said again. I can plot to make something out of nothing and anger the various territory lords. I can gather evidence of evil intentions and disturb the hearts of the various territory lords. Yifeng smiled. Taking a deep breath, Yen Chuan looked at the officials with satisfaction and said, Approved. Half a year later, in the eastern outer continent by Tian territory. In a restaurant in a city. The usual hustle and bustle was gone. Everyone was looking at a yellow-robed man. Qin Wu, is what you said true? A man put down his wine cup and asked. I lied to you? I lied to you to let me die in the netherworld sea. Qin Wu said angrily. Qin Wu, what exactly is going on? Someone asked curiously. What's going on? I think you're still dreaming. You want to do business in the netherworld sea? You don't even know that disaster is coming. Everyone in the netherworld sea, no Gui Rulai's 13 territories, and Gui Rulai's disciples all have a swastika symbol above their heads. Don't tell me you don't know? Qin Wu said. We know. What's going on? Didn't you say that you can use the swastika symbol to mobilize the merit power? That's Gui Rulai's reward. Someone said. Reward? Aha, you want him to reward you? Are you tired of living? Qin Wu sneered. Isn't that the case? Of course not. Look at the people under Gui Rulai. Aren't many of them Gui Rulai's enemies? Some of the other 12 territory lords were Gui Rulai's enemies, but how did they become his disciples? And they even took Gui Rulai as their master? Qin Wu said coldly. Yes, I know. The Heavenly Yin territory lord and Wen Cun territory lord used to have conflicts with Gui Rulai's territories, but they became Gui Rulai's disciples. Someone chimed in and Qin Wu became even more enthusiastic. Of course it's because these people are already dead. Qin Wu sneered. What? Dead? Everyone was shocked. Of course. Gui Rulai controls the samsara of destiny. He's above the sea of destiny. Anyone killed by Gui Rulai's influence would be sucked into the samsara of destiny. When they reincarnated, they would all have an additional swastika symbol on their forehead. This swastika symbol is what Gui Rulai used to enslave them. It also changes their thoughts, making them extremely loyal to Gui Rulai and turning them into puppets. Qin Wu said. Puppets? Everyone's expression changed. Yes. Gui Rulai doesn't accept the submission of others because he feels that those who submit will eventually betray him. It's better to refine them all into loyal servants. If you die, don't let Gui Rulai kill you. Otherwise, you'll be sucked into the samsara of destiny and will never be able to transcend. Qin Wu said. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Gui Rulai is too despicable. Fortunately, he's not in our territory. Yes, if he was in our territory it would be terrible. Everyone spoke with lingering fear. At the same time, the news quickly spread throughout the various large territories of the outer eastern continent. In an instant, countless cultivators knew about it. Some of the cultivators who were preparing to head to Nether Sea stopped in their tracks. The various territory lords were shocked and doubtful. They were already wary of Gui Rulai, but now he was so terrifying? Men, send someone to check if this news is true. The 4 territory lords didn't believe it completely. Instead, many of them sent people to gather information about the rumors. Yifeng had purposely spread the news, so naturally he would only release it after investigating it thoroughly. The people who spread the news were all people who had been at odds with Nether Sea in the past and had later joined them. Even if they investigated, they would only find the truth. Just as the surrounding territories were abuzz with the news, Li Si sent people to Nether Sea again. They disguised themselves as Batian territories emissaries and entered Nether City. They were still in Rakshasa Rulai's residence. We are here on the orders of our leader. We are willing to form an alliance with Nether Sea. The emissary said respectfully. Alliance? What alliance? Does Nether Sea need to form an alliance? Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. The messenger knelt on the ground with a plop. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. It's just that sect master admires Ghost Ancestor Rulai, so he sent me here to inquire about Ghost Ancestor Rulai's intentions. I'm willing to worship Ghost Ancestor Rulai as my master. Rakshasa Rulai's eyes turned cold. The emissary could only bitterly say, it's the holy court of great perfection. They're too domineering. They want to invade our territory, and our reverend sky weave can't stop them at all. Reverend sky weave borders the netherworld sea, and our hierarch admires Gui Rulai. Ah! Rakshasa Rulai laughed in satisfaction. Good. Qin Badian is a sensible person. Don't worry, one more territory lord won't make a difference. I will tell our leader. Let him meet our leader in person. Rakshasa Rulai laughed. Yes. However, I am worried that it will be too late. The Holy Court of Great Perfection is too overbearing. I am worried that they have already started to invade our territory. The emissary said worriedly. It's fine. I will send someone to go with you. When the time comes, we will announce that Batian territory belongs to Nether Sea. They will not dare to act presumptuously again. Rakshasa Rulai said solemnly. Yes. Thank you, Rakshasa Rulai. The emissary said happily. A group of Nether Sea's experts headed to Batian territory. Naturally, they were surrounded and killed outside Batian territory by Lee Sea's men. In the midst of the encirclement, their bodies and souls were destroyed. Not long after, a large number of Nether Sea's experts charged into Batian territory. At the same time, the Batian territory lord was holding a birthday banquet and invited the experts from the surrounding territories. The Batian territory lord looked at the group of people who came to ask for people. What are you doing? The Nether Sea and Batian territory have never interfered with each other. You are causing trouble at my birthday banquet, and now you want to ask for people? The Batian territory lord's face sank. Thousands of skeletons stood in the air, each of them emitting a murderous aura. Chin Batian, you said that you will submit to Nether Sea. How dare you lie to Tathagata? The skeletons leading the group said coldly. Submit to Nether Sea? Chin Batian's face turned cold. In the surroundings, the expressions of all the guests changed. Among the guests was great Zhen Zhangyi. It seems like Rakshasa Rulai is telling the truth. Zhangyi said coldly. Everyone looked at him. That day when I visited Nether Sea, Rakshasa Rulai wanted Great Perfection to submit and unify the Outer East continent. So he is telling the truth. Has he already made his move? Zhang Yi's face sank. Unify the Outer East continent? Everyone's face changed. Chapter 1309. They want to unify the Outer East continent? Everyone's expression changed. They were not shocked by the news. After all, any weave lord with a little ambition would have such an ambition. However, although all the ambitious and ruthless people had this idea, no one dared to arrogantly say it out loud. Now, the Sea of Hades was the first to announce it. They even came knocking on their door. Everyone, I don't know what you're talking about. Batian weave has never been prepared to submit to anyone. Chin Batian said coldly. How dare you? Do you think Rakshasa Tathagata will accuse you? The leading skeleton king said coldly. He waved his hand and a figure slowly appeared in a cloud. It was the person who had asked for help from the Sea of Hades a few days ago. Do you know this person? The leading skeleton king asked coldly. This is my nephew? Chin Batian was puzzled. It's good that you admit it. He's the one who lied to Rakshasa Tathagata. He said that you're an enemy of Great Zhen and wanted to get the ghost ancestors' protection to make the entire weave submit to you. How dare he ambush a disciple of the Sea of Hades? The leading skeleton king shouted. What a joke. Although Batian weave and Great Zhen aren't on good terms, we're not enemies either. How can we be enemies? My nephew is already dead. Many of us here know that. Are you slandering me? Chin Batian rebuked angrily. Slandering me? I think you don't know what's good for you. How dare you lie to Rakshasa Tathagata? It's always us from the Sea of Hades who kill people. No one has ever dared to provoke us. Birthday banquet? The leading skeleton king shouted angrily. The leading skeleton king attacked first. A long saber appeared in his hand and slashed at Chin Batian. Bastard! Chin Batian shouted angrily and raised his saber to meet the attack. Boom! The two of them clashed. The remaining 1,000 or so skeletons suddenly charged towards the group. Don't attack. I'm not from Batian weave. I'm here as a guest. You've killed the wrong person. Everyone was Jiaohu, but Zhang Yi was hiding in the dark. Suddenly the birthday banquet turned into a mess. More and more experts from Batian weave arrived. However, the skeletons were unusually fierce. 4 of them were ancestral immortals and the rest were ancient immortals. Once they attacked, the surrounding cultivators were forced to retreat. Don't kill me. My hand is broken. I'll fight you to the death. Stop. The envoys of the 4 weaves who didn't want to get involved began to fight. On the other side, Chin Batian was fighting Skeleton King alone. High in the sky not far away. At this moment there were also 3 figures standing there. The one in the lead was humanoid, but his eyes were protruding and there was a pair of giant horns on his forehead. He coldly watched the battle below. The two people behind him seemed to be his subordinates. Rakshasa Rulai, why aren't we going down? A subordinate asked curiously. Rakshasa Rulai narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Rakshasa Rulai, do you think this is a conspiracy? So you want to find the conspirator? Another subordinate asked curiously. That's right. That's why I sent these skeleton guards to test the waters. Chinbadian? Does he have the guts to deceive the Netherworld Sea? Something's not right. Rakshasa Rulai said in a deep voice. Schemers die because of scheming. Outside of the eastern continent, other than the Holy Court of Great Zhen, who dares to clash with the Sea of Nether? So what if it's the Holy Court of Great Zhen? As long as Rakshasa Rulai makes a move, he can destroy the Holy Court of Great Zhen with a flip of his hand. In the face of absolute power, no conspiracy will work. The subordinate said in a deep voice. That's right. Rakshasa Rulai nodded. Boom, boom. Below, after the skeleton guards showed their extraordinary power, they gradually seemed to be suppressed. Gradually, some of the skeleton guards were killed by the people gathered below. Huh. Rakshasa Rulai raised his eyebrows. That's not right. Where did Qin Baiqian's subordinates come from? The skeleton guards are no match for them? It's Qin Baiqian's birthday. The envoys sent by the major dominions can't possibly have the strength of an ancestral immortal. But there are 3 ancestral immortals in the crowd? Rakshasa Rulai's eyes turned cold. No, it's not 3. It's 12. Are those people pretending to be weak to deceive us? What? The two men's expressions changed. Well done, Chinbadian. Rakshasa Rulai snorted angrily. Boom. A vast aura came crashing down from the sky. The people who were fighting suddenly came to a halt. Rumble. Rakshasa Rulai's powerful aura of a 10th heaven ancestral immortal suppressed everyone. Rakshasa Rulai? You really want to kill me to establish your dominance and suppress the Outer East continent? Chinbadian said with an ugly expression. Under the pressure of a 10th heaven ancestral immortal's aura, everyone's body sank. Rulai. The remaining 600 skeleton guards immediately stepped forward. Chinbadian? How dare you? Rakshasa Rulai yelled coldly. Qin Baiqian's expression turned ugly. But under Rakshasa Rulai's ferocious aura, he could not resist at all. And you and the one who shouted just now. Come out. Rakshasa Rulai's aura suddenly locked onto the 13 people. 12 of them were ancestral immortals who were trying to take advantage of the situation. The 13 people were forced to come out. Who are you? Rakshasa Rulai asked in a deep voice. These are my disciples. Rakshasa Rulai, what do you want? Chinbadian said angrily. What do I want? No one has ever dared to scheme against the Sea of Nether. Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. A murderous aura surged. At that moment, a dragon's roar came from the horizon. Roar. Roar. Yan Chuan's 5-dragon chariot quickly flew over and arrived above them in the blink of an eye. Boom. The chariot stopped. Zombie Yan Chuan slowly stepped out of the chariot with Miao on his shoulder. Holy Ruler. Zhang Yi was the first to bow. Holy Ruler? Great perfection, Holy Ruler Yan Chuan? Chinbadian, I had something to discuss with you. Who would have thought that you would cause such a huge commotion here? Yan Chuan said indifferently. Miao, this monster is so ugly. Miao looked at Rakshasa Rulai and curled her lips. Holy Ruler, this Rakshasa Rulai first slandered sect Master Badian. After failing to do so, he wanted to silence him. If you were a second later, you would only see my corpse. No, I might have been sucked into the Sea of Nether and become a puppet. Zhang Yi said bitterly. Suddenly, the expressions of the people who were still hoping for a fluke changed. If they died, their souls would never be reincarnated? Everyone suddenly quivered. Their original hope was gone. They looked at Skeleton King again and saw that there was no compromise. This was not a very clever trap. Those outside might not have been able to see through it, but Rakshasa Rulai instantly understood. So it was you. Rakshasa Rulai glared. Rakshasa Rulai instantly realized that it was all Yan Chuan's plan. Boom. Rakshasa Rulai instantly flew into the sky. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Meow. Meow cried out angrily. Yan Chuan, it seems that I have underestimated you. How dare you provoke the Sea of Nether? You can survive a disaster from heaven, but you can't survive a disaster from your own doing. Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. Meow. Meow roared again. Meow, look around. I'll be right back. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. As he spoke, Yan Chuan looked at Rakshasa Rulai and said, Come find a quiet place. Rakshasa Rulai's eyes narrowed, thinking that Yen Chuan was up to something again. Yen Chuan flew into the sky. Rakshasa Rulai looked at the sky and followed. In Rakshasa Rulai's opinion, in the outer east continent, other than Gui Rulai, his 8 great Rulai were the strongest. He had to be wary of Yen Chuan with that strange cat, but now he was facing him alone? That was courting death. With the pride of the Sea of Nether, Rakshasa Rulai looked down on the powerhouses of the outer east continent. Yen Chuan was fighting Rakshasa Rulai alone. Below, Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly moved. With so many skeleton kings dead, with the Sea of Nether's vengeful nature, we won't be able to survive. If something happens to the Holy King, none of us will live. Zhang Yi suddenly shouted. Everyone's expression changed. Anyway, it's a fight to the death. Sect Master Baidian, the Sea of Nether is ready to destroy you. What are you waiting for? Kill these skeleton guards and help the Holy King. Zhang Yi shouted. That's right. Either I die or they die. Kill. Qin Baidian shouted. Boom. The battle suddenly became chaotic again. Zhang Yi killed for a while and hid in the dark again. Meow, little Zhang, you're quite good at stirring up trouble. Meow teleported to Zhang Yi's side. Haha, this was planned long ago. Thanks to Qin Baidian's cooperation, the first step is completed quickly. When the time comes, some skeleton guards will escape. Your space power is powerful. After they escape, you must kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Zhang Yi said in a deep voice. Meow, of course. But will Yen Chuan be in danger? Meow looked into the depths of the starry sky with some worry. The Holy King's strength? Don't worry. There's only one Rakshasa Rulai. If the Holy King attacks him personally, he'll definitely die. Zhang Yi said coldly. Above the stars high in the sky, zombie Yen Chuan and Rakshasa Rulai stood on the peak of a mountain. After confirming that there were no ambushes around, Rakshasa Rulai looked at zombie Yen Chuan with narrowed eyes. Yen Chuan, 2 bodies. I heard that not long ago your other body barely blocked the Nether Ocean Patriarch in the outer southern continent. I was really surprised when I heard the news. But that's all. I've seen the Nether Ocean Patriarch. Although he's also at the 10th heaven of ancestral immortal realm like me, his strength is not as strong as mine. Didn't you hear the message I asked Zhang Yi to deliver the other day? Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. I did. You did? How dare you plot against the Sea of Nether? Humph, you want to bewitch the entire outer eastern continent to attack the Sea of Nether? Your plan is really clumsy. Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. Clumsy is relative. If you die, it won't be clumsy. Zombie Yen Chuan said coldly. Brr. With a loud roar, zombie Yen Chuan's body was surrounded by pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, a pair of gigantic dragon skeletal wings rushed out of his back. 2 blood-red fangs were exposed in his mouth. You're courting death. Rakshasa Rulai glared and a murderous aura shot out. Boom. A pitch-black path suddenly shot into the sky behind him. Countless white bone spikes emerged from the path. Ka. The ground below suddenly changed. The original soil instantly turned into endless white bones. Chapter 13:10. The Great Tao of Bone Sea appeared. The planet beneath Yen Chuan's feet was completely melted by the Sea of Bones. Endless white bones covered the entire planet. Around Rakshasa Rulai, mountains of bones soared into the sky. A murderous aura rushed towards zombie Yen Chuan. Roar. Zombie Yen Chuan let out a long roar. He flapped his bone wings and suddenly appeared in front of Rakshasa Rulai. An energy claw shot towards Rakshasa Rulai. Ha ha ha. Rakshasa Rulai laughed arrogantly. In front of him, a mountain of bones suddenly rushed towards Yen Chuan. Boom. Yen Chuan clawed at the mountain of bones. His body approached again. So what if you're a zombie king? The power of the Great Tao. Rakshasa Rulai shouted coldly. Behind him, the Great Tao erupted with endless black light and rushed towards Rakshasa Rulai. Rakshasa Rulai's body suddenly expanded more than twice as his body surged with energy that charged into the void. He threw a punch and a large number of cracks suddenly appeared in the void. The vast energy fist collided with Yen Chuan's energy claw. Boom. Under the collision of the 2 murderous figures, the overflowing energy suddenly blasted out thousands of thread-like black holes in the void. Boom. Dozens of stars in the surroundings exploded with a loud bang. Yen Chuan and Rakshasa Rulai were in a stalemate as surging energy erupted. The battle below continued. In the depths of the cosmos, on a remote planet, the Butterfly Empress stood on the peak of a mountain and watched Yen Chuan fight Rakshasa Rulai from afar. A zombie body? What powerful strength! A 5th-level ancestral immortal is stronger than a 6th-level ancestral immortal? No, Yan Chuan is already a 7th-level ancestral immortal, but in terms of strength he might not be comparable to a 5th-level zombie body. The Butterfly Empress exclaimed. How interesting. This is going to be fun. Yan Chuan? The Butterfly Empress seemed to have thought of something and suddenly laughed. In the distance, zombie Yan Chuan fought Rakshasa Rulai. A ferocious aura surged. Rakshasa Rulai was also filled with amazement. I didn't expect you to have such strength. You're almost catching up to me. Rakshasa Rulai exclaimed. Boom. The power of the Great Path erupted once again. Rakshasa Tathagata's power skyrocketed once again, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Unfortunately, you don't have a great Tao. You can't even deal with me, yet you want to deal with Gue Rulai? Ah! Rakshasa Tathagata said disdainfully. Under the tremendous force, zombie Yan Chuan retreated slightly. Zombie Yan Chuan's face turned cold. Even without using the Great Tao, we can still kill you, Yan Chuan said coldly. As they spoke, the stars in the surroundings suddenly began to move. They began to revolve around the two of them in unique trajectories. Countless stars revolved around Yan Chuan, and small stars appeared in the center of Yan Chuan's palm. Universe in the palm. Under the universe in the palm, Yan Chuan's decline disappeared bit by bit. Countless stars circled around him, slowly forming a complex and difficult-to-understand matrix. The stars revolved with a strangling force, and immediately, it went to strangle Rakshasa Tathagata. Rumble. As more and more stars revolved, faster and faster, the strangling force became stronger and stronger. Countless stars revolved around them. Cracks appeared in the void around the two of them, circling around them. It was a horrifying sight. From afar, it looked like millions of stars had formed a huge sphere. At the center of the sphere were Yan Chuan and Rakshasa Tathagata. The stars revolved at high speed, but none of them collided. Under the tremendous force, the void trembled. In the distance, the Butterfly Queen narrowed her eyes. This is? What cultivation technique? What a powerful strangling force. Is he using the stars in the sky? The Butterfly Queen's eyes were filled with confusion. By clan? By Huang? By Huang's creation back then? He succeeded? The Butterfly Queen's expression changed. In the third epoch, Bai Huang wasn't famous. He might not be the strongest, but his wisdom was unparalleled. He told Sui that he would use his entire life to create a divine power that would lead the second epoch. Is this it? Isn't that just a fool's dream? Bai Huang succeeded? The Butterfly Queen said in surprise. The Butterfly Queen was shocked. In the distance, Yan Chuan's face suddenly turned ferocious. Void Star Convergence. Yan Chuan shouted. The universe in the palm's variant once again erupted with a strange force. The millions of stars quickly moved towards the center. The closer they were to the center, the stronger the strangling force. Under the strangling force of the millions of stars, the void around Yan Chuan and Rakshasa Tathagata suddenly exploded into a huge black hole. Even the star in the bone sea beneath their feet disintegrated. What? Oh no, the bone sea Great Tao, the boundless bone sea. Rakshasa Tathagata shouted in shock. In an instant, Rakshasa Tathagata's body merged with the Great Tao. The Great Tao erupted, and the vast bone sea star rushed in all directions. But now, in front of the millions of stars, the bone sea star's power was like a trapped beast. Not to mention the strangling force, the power of the millions of stars rushing over was extremely vast. The Great Tao collided with the millions of stars. Boom. The intense collision produced endless light that shot in all directions. For a moment, it was as if a sun hung high in the sky. The dazzling light caused the void to tremble, and a rolling storm rushed in all directions. In that instant, Yan Chuan dodged because he had complete control of the stars. Rakshasa Tathagata, on the other hand, was not so lucky. Even though he had the Great Tao, he was instantly shattered. After the dazzling light, there were still countless black holes in the void. When the void calmed down, the surrounding stars were no longer there. Zombie Yan Chuan stepped on Rakshasa Tathagata's broken body, his eyes still cold. I hate it. I still have many Dharma treasures and methods that I haven't used. Rakshasa Tathagata said weakly. Why do you need so many methods in a battle of life and death? Yan Chuan said coldly. I lost, but I know that your strength is only at the 10th level of the ancestral immortal realm. I was careless just now. The other Tathagatas will not be careless. Gue Tathagata will avenge me. You are dead meat. Rakshasa Tathagata said stubbornly. How dare you threaten me? Zombie Yan Chuan snorted coldly. Boom. With a claw, zombie Yen Chuan pierced through Rakshasa Tathagata's body. Wisps of green energy spread out from his body. In the distance, the Butterfly Queen's expression changed. His body and soul are destroyed? Bam! Yen Chuan threw Rakshasa Tathagata down. Rakshasa Tathagata's corpse fell toward the crowd like a meteor. Below, the battle was coming to an end. There were still a dozen or so skeleton kings left. However, the huge light from before stopped the battle. Everyone looked at the sky in confusion. Some of the higher cultivation bases saw the scene in the sky clearly. Yen Chuan killed Rakshasa Tathagata? Someone exclaimed. Many people were shocked. Yen Chuan was that powerful? No. The skeleton kings cried out. Kill them. Qin Baidian shouted. Boom. The remaining people pounced on the skeleton kings. In an instant, another 10 skeleton kings were killed. Only 4 of them managed to escape. Meow. Meow Meow's figure blurred and disappeared. Bam. Rakshasa Tathagata's corpse fell to the ground. Everyone in the square fell silent. All of them looked at Yen Chuan as he landed. Yendi is mighty. Qin Baidian exclaimed. Everyone praised him. Yen Chuan looked at the crowd and said, 4 skeleton kings escaped. It seems that everyone here is going to be assassinated by the Sea of Nether. What? Everyone's expression changed. They regretted not killing the 4 skeleton kings with all their might. The Sea of Nether wants to unify the outer East continent. No matter how we compromise, there is nothing we can do. Yendi Dezhen is the strongest force outside the Sea of Nether. Please form an alliance with everyone to resist the Sea of Nether. Qin Baidian suddenly shouted. Everyone was filled with hope. Sage ruler, Rakshasa Tathagata is already so unscrupulous. Gui Tathagata must be reborn soon. Sage ruler, I agree with forming an alliance with all the territories to resist the Sea of Nether. Zhang Yi suddenly shouted. Yes, Yendi, please form an alliance. I will go back and persuade my brother to fight the Sea of Nether. Yes, Yendi, please agree. Suddenly, a few weak-willed people shouted. Of course, there were many who looked on coldly. They did not object or agree. Alright, let's go back and discuss. If we want to destroy Gui Tathagata, we must first destroy the Sea of Merits. Dezhen will be in charge of the 4 northern territories of the Sea of Nether. The remaining 8 territories will be destroyed by everyone. Dezhen promises that as long as the other territories do not target Dezhen, Dezhen will not send troops to conquer them. In the end, we will join forces with the Sea of Nether. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Great. Everyone burst into laughter. Dezhen had 5 territories in the underworld. If they fought the 4 territories of Gui Tathagata head-on, both sides would suffer. Everyone was happy to see that happen. Time is of the essence. Everyone please go back. I will send someone to contact you. Yen Chuan said again. Yes. Everyone quickly left. Regardless of whether the lords of the territories would form an alliance with Dezhen in the end, everyone had to bring the news back as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, the guests had all left. Yendi, please. Qin Baidian immediately invited Yen Chuan into the main hall. Yen Chuan nodded and led Zhang Yi into the main hall. Everyone stand guard outside. Don't come near. Qin Baidian shouted. Yes. Countless cultivators answered. Bang. The door of the main hall slammed shut. Qin Baidian greets Yendi. Qin Baidian immediately bowed. Sect leader Qin, you have done well this time. Yen Chuan nodded. Qin Baidian smiled and said, I met Yendi in the past during the Venerable Heaven Sage's birthday sermon. I didn't expect Yendi to be so powerful. I am indebted to Fusu. Most of the credit goes to him for being able to become the lord of a territory. He saved the lives of my entire clan. When he sent me a letter asking me to join Dezhen, I hesitated for a while at first, but now I have no objections. Yen Chuan looked at Qin Baidian. To be honest, I'm indeed reluctant to give up my foundation, but I also know that I won't be able to hold on for too long in the upcoming battle of the world. Moreover, I finally met her who came with Yendi. The heaven is mysterious and the Baidian territory used to worship the heaven. Back then, my ancestors were servants of the mysterious heaven. Since she's alive, I naturally won't go against the will of my ancestors. Qin Baidian said with a smile. You can recognize Xuanmiao? Yen Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, it was only a guess in the past. When I saw her just now, I am finally certain. The small felt hat on Xuanmiao's head is the golden crow's nest. My family has records of it. Qin Baidian said. Golden crow's nest? Yen Chuan pondered. Yendi, may I know your relationship with Fusu? Qin Baidian asked. On the other side. In a valley in Batian territory, the left Prime Minister of Dezhen, Li Si, was meeting with a black-robed figure. Both of them had witnessed the shocking battle just now. King Gaiyu, you have seen the strength of a sage king. After all these years in the Sea of Nether, you have also built up a force. It is up to you to make the tree bloom. Li Si smiled. Chapter 13:11. Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Nether Sea. At the moment of Rakshasa Tathagata's death, a palace in the Sea of Hades suddenly exploded. Boom. Rakshasa Tathagata's palace exploded. Countless Nether Sea disciples' expressions changed when the giant palace exploded. They instantly fell into chaos. Countless cultivators walked out of the various palaces. Aggressive powerhouses walked out of the palaces that were comparable to Rakshasa Tathagata's. 7 of them instantly arrived at the ruins of the giant palace. A man in a kasaya waved his hand and grabbed a handful of fragments from the ruins. Rakshasa Tathagata is dead. The man in the kasaya said with an ugly expression. The eyes of the other 6 also flickered with a look of surprise. Dead? Rakshasa Tathagata might not be the strongest among us, but he's not the weakest either. 10th Firmament Ancestral Immortal? There aren't many who can kill him. Other than the hidden powerhouses in the world, the only ones who can kill him are the saints. A Tathagata holding a horsetail whisk said with a gloomy expression. Nether Sea has never been bullied like this. No matter who it is, we must avenge Rakshasa Tathagata. A Tathagata whose body was covered in black aura said coldly. Where are the people from Rakshasa Tathagata's palace? Come out. The 7 of them were furious. Soon a group of skeletons ran over. Greetings, 7 Tathagatas. The leader of the skeletons said carefully. Speak, what happened? Why did Rakshasa Tathagata go out? How did he die? The Tathagata in the kasaya said coldly. Reporting to the 7 Tathagatas, it's Batian weave, it's... Some of the skeletons who knew about the situation immediately reported everything. Although they did not know what happened to Rakshasa Tathagata in Batian weave, everyone was certain that Batian weave was involved. Chin Batian? How dare he? Did he deliberately lure Rakshasa Tathagata out and then ambush him? Nether Sea just doesn't want to expand. Otherwise, Outer East Continent would have been ours long ago. How dare he be so presumptuous? The group of Tathagatas had gloomy expressions. I'll go and retrieve Chinbaitian's head. The Tathagata in the kasaya said coldly. Wait. The Tathagata in the black aura had a gloomy expression. What? Rakshasa Rulai left with a group of skeleton kings. Is there no one left alive? You can't even escape? Tathagata, who was covered in black gas, said in a deep voice. All the Tathagata's expressions suddenly froze. This is an intricate ambush against the people of the Sea of Hades. Not only is it a scheme, but it is also extremely powerful. Otherwise, with Rakshasa Tathagata's strength, how could he not have been able to escape? Tathagata, who was covered in black gas, said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded in agreement. Let's wait a little longer. We have spies all over the Outer East Continent. Once the spies gather information, they will return with news soon. Let's go to the Great Strength Hall and meet the Hierarch. Tathagata said in a deep voice. All right. Everyone nodded. Netherworld Sea, Great Strength Hall. The 7 great Rulai entered. Inside, there was a huge lotus platform in the north, and there were 4 lotus platforms on each side. The 7 Rulai stood on the lotus platforms on both sides and looked respectfully at the empty lotus platform in the center. Cult Master, something has happened in the Netherworld Sea. Buzz. A figure slowly appeared on the largest lotus platform. It was a black-robed man with a dignified face. The man had shoulder-length hair, and he exuded an eerie ghostly aura. As soon as he appeared, a swastika rune slowly appeared on top of his head. Greetings, Hierarch. The 7 great Rulai said respectfully. The black-robed man, Gue Rulai, narrowed his eyes and said, I already know about Rakshasa Tathagata's death. I have already divined that it happened in Batian territory. It really is Chin Batian? The Tathagatas' faces turned cold. Cult Master, shall we go and destroy Batian sect and capture Chin Batian? One of the Tathagata asked. That's right. Chin Batian deserves to die. Cult Master, who killed Rakshasa Tathagata? Everyone clamored and wondered. Gue Rulai shook his head and said, This shouldn't be a secret. We will have news soon. Don't act rashly. What? This should be a conspiracy against the Sea of Hades. Don't fall into their trap. Inform the spies to monitor the movements of the major forces in the Outer East Continent. Gue Rulai said. But Rakshasa Tathagata. Don't worry. No matter who it is, I will make them pay the price. Gui Rulai said with a gloomy face. Yes. Great Zhen, Great Qin City, Yan Chuan study. Yifeng frowned and said, Sage ruler, the Sea of Hades should know about the Badian territory by now. Yan Chuan smiled and said, They know? It's good that they know. They must know that I killed Rakshasa Tathagata. They must be hesitating whether to attack the Great Qin City or not. It's good that they come. Yifeng smiled. Yan Chuan nodded. Yan Chuan could kill Rakshasa Tathagata without using the power of heaven and earth. In the Great Qin City, Yan Chuan's strength must be even stronger. In the Great Qin City, Yan Chuan was not afraid of anyone. Therefore, sage ruler, we must strike first before the Sea of Hades. Yifeng's eyes narrowed. That's right. The Sea of Hades has the advantage of 13 territories. If we don't destroy Gui Rulai's source of power, they will definitely start a war. With the strength of 12 territories, they will first crush the 5 territories of the underworld. Li Si said worriedly. Yan Chuan asked in a low voice, Did it work in the Badian weave? Li Si smiled and said, Of the 12 territories, Qin Badian has already submitted to Great Shen, so there should be no problem. There are still 11 territory lords. 4 of them are in favor of the alliance to destroy the Sea of Hades, 4 are still hesitating, and 3 are somewhat conflicted and do not dare to attack the Sea of Hades. Has Zhang Yi started? Yan Chuan asked. Yes, it has already started. I believe that after this, the 7 territories will definitely attack the Sea of Hades together with Great Shen. Li Si said with certainty. Then let's begin. Li Si, you will write the declaration of war. The Sea of Hades has gone against the grain and wants to unify the outer eastern continent. With the heavenly fate reincarnation, they will refine the souls of the common people and turn them into puppets. Great Zhen will lead the army of justice and invite the heroes of the world to destroy the great devil. Yan Chuan said. The subject obeys. Li Si replied. Yifeng, how are the arrangements at the front lines? Yan Chuan asked. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, and Meng Yi have led the 4 great armies and are already gathered at the Sea of Hades. They are awaiting the sage ruler's orders. Yifeng said. As soon as the declaration of war arrives, immediately attack the 4 northern territories of the Sea of Hades. You will take charge and follow up. Yan Chuan said. Understood. Yifeng replied. After the battle in the Badian territory, the 11 territory envoys returned to their respective territories. They quickly passed on the news in full detail. Zhang Yi was in charge of forming an alliance with the various territories to resist the Sea of Hades. 4 territory lords quickly agreed, but there were still 7 who didn't agree. In one of them, at the peak of an exquisite mountain in the Heaven Vault territory, Zhang Yi was currently drinking with one of the envoys from that day. Lord Zhang, I was there that day as well, and I told my brother about it as soon as I returned. However, my brother was overthinking things and refused to send his troops. So, I had no choice but to wish you victory. The emissary smiled as he spoke. There's nothing we can do about it. You should know the methods of the Sea of Hades. After the battle in the Badian territory, you are definitely on the death list of the Sea of Hades. Zhang Yi shook his head and continued persuading. That envoy frowned and said, Me? I didn't really do anything. Moreover, would the Sea of Hades care so much? Zhang Yi continued laughing. That envoy frowned as he judged Zhang Yi's words. Not far away in a valley, the black-robed king guy looked at the 30 experts in front of him. The 30 skeletons had a blue swastika on their forehead. Everyone, I don't need to tell you all about the death of Rakshasa Rulai, right? King Guy said solemnly. That's right. Although we haven't returned to the Sea of Hades, the entire outer eastern continent is abuzz with the news. Another skeleton king said. The sect lord just sent news. Those who schemed against the Sea of Hades must die. As long as they participated, no one will be spared. King Guy said solemnly. And that's natural. The sect lord sent you news? The skeleton kings asked. That's right. Do you see those 2 on the mountain? They were present at that time, helping Yan Chuan deal with the forces of the Sea of Hades. I'm sure you all have confirmed their identities over the past few days. King Guy said. This isn't a secret. We have the name list of everyone who was present that day. The sect lord gave the order. None of these people should think about leaving alive. Your mission is to assassinate these people. Kill the 2 in front of you. King Guy said solemnly. The group of skeleton kings nodded. This order was reasonable. There was no doubt about it at all. Without hesitation, the 30 skeleton kings soared into the sky and charged towards Zhang Yi and the rest. In the distance, the man who was drinking with Zhang Yi was looking for different excuses. Suddenly, he saw a group of skeleton kings charging towards him. What? Suddenly, a murderous aura surged. The 30 skeleton kings were in front of him in the blink of an eye. The man's expression changed. Then, he seemed to recognize one of the skeleton kings. Skeleton Mountain? It's you? What are you doing here? The leader of the skeleton kings said, "The sect lord gave the order to kill you." Kill me? That day I didn't kill? Boom. A huge battle broke out. Under Zhang Yi's arrangement, he and the man in front of him would not die. After sacrificing a group of subordinates, they killed the 30 skeleton kings. Zhang Yi was in a sorry state, while the man was trembling all over. No, Gui Rulai? He really wants me to die? The man was terrified. Sai, you won't be fine even if you hide. Zhang Yi sighed softly. Lord Zhang, don't worry. I will convince my brother. I will. The man shouted. For a time, the envoys of the various weaves were assassinated. Some recognized the people from the Sea of Hades, while others did not know who they were. Some of the envoys were dead while others were still alive. The news spread like wildfire. For a time, all the major weaves were in a state of panic. After a few investigations, all the weaves were certain that the assassins were from the Sea of Hades. Zhang Yi quickly traveled around while Qin Baidian quickly paid a visit to the weaves' leaders. The hesitant weaves' leaders were all persuaded. The 3 conflicted weaves' leaders were also forced to compromise when the other weaves' leaders arrived. At this point, the combined forces of the 17 weaves officially launched an attack on the Sea of Hades. A huge battle in the outer east continent began in the shortest time possible. Chapter 13:12. When the 17 weaves sent out their troops at the same time, Li Si's declaration of war had also spread across the world. Li Si's writing style was naturally stunning. In the declaration of war, the Sea of Gloom had completely turned into a demon city. Gui Rulai was in charge of the reincarnation cycle, and anyone who was killed would be absorbed into the cycle and turned into a puppet. Every puppet had a swastika rune on their forehead. They were completely enslaved in their minds and lost their sense of self. The Sea of Gloom had to unify the outer east continent. They even used despicable means to frame Qin Baidian. They were unscrupulous in order to unify the outer east continent. The Sea of Gloom was the strongest force. If they did not resist, they would only be waiting to be destroyed. The Holy Court of Great Perfection, the righteous army of the outer east continent, exterminate the demons. Invade the Sea of Gloom. Although the declaration of war was just a piece of paper, it gathered a lot of fighting power. At the same time, it made everyone who sent out their troops understand that they were the righteous army. It greatly encouraged the generals and soldiers around. The 13 forces officially sent out their troops to attack the various weaves. Boom. With Meng Tian's first shot, the battle broke out. The entire outer east continent was in an unprecedented battle. The declaration of war was also quickly sent to the Sea of Gloom. In the Hall of Great Strength, Gui Rulai looked at the declaration of war in his hand. A group of Sea of Gloom's experts stood in the hall. The 7 Rulai's faces were extremely ugly. Ridiculous. One of them said with a sullen face. The swastika rune is a reward from the hierarch. Any disciple who has made great contributions and is extremely loyal will be rewarded with a swastika rune, allowing them to mobilize the power of the ocean of merits. The hierarch's reward is actually described as evil by Li Si. Controlling people's thoughts? How can there be such an evil technique in the world? This is slander. The Rulai's faces were ugly as they scolded. Gui Rulai narrowed his eyes and said, "This is called creating something out of nothing. In the end, we were too slow and allowed the great perfection to succeed." "Hierarch, let's clarify this immediately," one of the Rulai cried out. Gui Rulai shook his head and said, "It's useless, it's already too late. It can't be clarified now, no one will believe it. No, even if everyone knows that the Yuan Tian rune isn't an evil brainwashing item, these people won't be willing to admit it. Once the war starts, they can no longer turn back." Despicable. Despicable Dezhen. You claim that the Yuan Tian runes are brainwashing? I think Yan Chuan is the one who has kidnapped everyone's thoughts. Kidnap this group of territories and make them listen to his orders. One of the Tathagatas said with an ugly expression. Everyone was furious. Gui Rulai frowned and said, "That might not be the case. Although the 12 territories are allied with Yan Chuan, they are definitely not willing. Although these people are being used by Yan Chuan, they can also become deadly threats. Cult Master, are you saying that we should instigate them? Another Tathagata's eyes lit up. Gui Rulai nodded. Hierarch, I'll do it right away. Tathagata's face lit up with joy. Hierarch, Yen Chuan killed the Rakshasa Rulai. Why don't we go to the Great Qin city and look for him directly? Another Tathagata asked with a frown. Gui Rulai narrowed his eyes and said, Yen Chuan can kill the Rakshasa Rulai. His strength is naturally extraordinary. He's the same as me. As long as he's on his home ground and has the support of his home ground, he's invincible. We won't be able to do anything even if we go. Then, are we just going to watch this group of rascals run amok? Hierarch, we can't let them off so easily, especially this great perfection. Another Tathagata said. That's right, Hierarch. The war has been going on for half a month, but the merits above the Sea of Nether are decreasing by the day. Great perfection, and these people are all peerless generals. Tathagata said. Chapter 13:13. Sect Leader, regardless of whether we succeed in instigating the Weaves, I suggest that we teach the Great Jin Empire a lesson. We should eliminate their vanguard and weaken their arrogance. That way the Weaves will be easier to convince. Another Tathagata said. Gui Rulai thought for a moment and nodded. All right. The four of you will eliminate the Great Jin Empire's vanguard. Yes. The four Tathagata's eyes lit up. Gui Rulai thought for a moment and said in a low voice, just in case, all of you will act together and kill them one by one. Yes. The four Tathagata answered. Great Jin, Great Qin City, Yen Chuan study. Battle reports continued to be sent to him. Yen Chuan led a group of strategists in analyzing the situation. Sage Ruler, 9 of the 12 Weaves have mobilized their troops. However, there are 3 Weaves who were forced to mobilize their troops. They are somewhat passive. Li Si said with a smile. It's all right. I'm not counting on them. It doesn't matter if they are active or passive. It's enough as long as they distract the troops of the 2 Weaves from the Netherworld Sea and prevent them from reinforcing the other 4 Weaves. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone nodded. However, keep a close eye on these people. They can be easily instigated. Yen Chuan said. Don't worry, Sage Ruler. There are guards watching them. Lu Gang said. How's the Great Jin Empire's army? Yen Chuan looked at Yifeng. Sage Ruler, the Great Jin Empire's army is naturally the most ferocious. Although the enemy is powerful, they are still a sect army. How can they stop the Great Jin Empire? They are invincible. Our army is the fastest in attacking. Yifeng said in a low voice. All right. Yen Chuan nodded. The first wave of attacks from the Netherworld Sea should be coming soon. The Great Jin Empire will be the first to bear the brunt. Which of the 4 northern Weaves is closest to the Netherworld Sea? Yen Chuan asked in a low voice. General Wang Jian is currently attacking the Fallen Star Weave, Yifeng said. Above the vast sea outside the Fallen Star Weave, 2 Buddhas, 2 Taoists, and 4 Tathagatas stood high up in the sky, looking at the huge territory before them. The 4 of us are going to kill Wang Jian? Wasn't he being too careful? Wang Jian's current cultivation was at most at the 5th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Even though Wang Jian has 3 ancestral immortal subordinates with him, those 3 are definitely inferior to Wang Jian. Should we split into 2 groups and speed up our progress? A Tathagata dressed in a kasaya said solemnly. Let's not. Now is not the time to show off. Let's go. A Tathagata in Taoist robes said in a deep voice. The other 2 nodded. Who? The 4 of them quickly flew towards the Fallen Star territory. Fallen Star Weave, Wang Jian's central tent. There were countless strategists from all directions. In a large hall, he was constantly plotting how to conquer the 4 directions. Wang Jian was in another large hall, accompanying Yen Chuan who had just rushed over. Sage King. The Sea of Hades counterattack hasn't arrived yet. Wang Jian said with a frown. Miao, why aren't they here yet? Miao stood on Yen Chuan's shoulder looking bored. Soon. King Gaia sent a message from the Sea of Hades using the Goldfish Life tablet. The 4 Tathagatas have already set off for some time. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Just as everyone was talking, boom. 4 powerful auras descended from the sky, pressing down on the central tent. Who is it? How dare you? A group of soldiers shouted angrily outside the hall. They didn't split up but gathered together? Yen Chuan's expression turned serious. Sage King? Wang Jian was slightly worried. It's fine. I've already prepared for this. Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. Clang. Yen Chuan flipped his hand and took out the sky-burying coffin. At the same time in the other 3 territories, Bai Qi was accompanying Meng Tian in a central tent. Beside them was a sky-burying coffin. Buzz. The sky-burying coffin suddenly trembled. Everyone enter the sky-burying coffin and come to where I am. Yen Chuan's voice came from the sky-burying coffin. Meng Tian's and Bai Qi's expressions changed. They quickly stepped into the sky-burying coffin. Whoosh. Experts from all around continuously teleported over. Yen Chuan already had 6 sky-burying coffins. Naturally, teleporting 3 places was exceptionally easy. Outside Wang Jian's central tent. Who is Wang Jian? Get out here. One of the Buddhist sect's Tathagatas shouted. A loud sound spread out in all directions. Countless cultivators immediately covered their ears in pain. High in the sky, the 4 Tathagatas radiated murderous intent. Wang Jian stepped out of a large hall. The moment Wang Jian came out, the 4 Tathagatas recognized him. Although this was the first time they met, they had seen many portraits of Wang Jian. Ha! The 4 Tathagatas laughed coldly. However, before the 4 Tathagatas could finish laughing, Yen Chuan walked out from behind Wang Jian carrying Miao. Yen Chuan. The Buddhist sect's Tathagata glared. Miao. Miao cried out angrily at the 4 Tathagatas as if it was angry that it did not see it. Miao, just hold back one. Yen Chuan whispered. Miao. Don't worry. It's just the 10th heaven ancestral immortal realm. Although I am only at the 9th heaven, I can mobilize 3,000 heavenly Daos. There will definitely be no problem. Miao immediately agreed. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Jin Deyu, Wang Jian, Meng Yi, you guys hold back one person. Yen Chuan said again. Bai Qi's voice immediately came from the large hall. Sage King, don't worry. This subject alone can hold him back. With the help of the generals, that person will definitely not be able to escape. Bai Ditian, the dog god, the pheasant queen Ao Dong, the horse king, the 5 dragons and the 12 newly advanced ancestral immortals. Hold back the last one. Yen Chuan said with a sullen expression. 22 ancestral immortals besieging 1 Tathagata? Sage King, don't worry. The 5 of us have the primogenitor's bloodline, and we have all made great breakthroughs. Bai Ditian said first. Good. Yen Chuan said with satisfaction. In the sky, the 4 Tathagatas were looking at Yen Chuan in shock. Suddenly they felt more and more auras coming from the large hall. What's going on? One of the Tathagata asked solemnly. He who strikes first gains the advantage. Kill. Another Tathagata reached out and struck down with his palm. Brr. Yen Chuan roared as his aura surged into the sky. He bared his fangs and flapped his dragon bone wings. Yen Chuan was the first to charge out. Boom. Yen Chuan's palm shot into the sky. Meow. Miao also appeared in the sky with a spatial mystique. Heavenly Daos. Boom. 3,000 heavenly Daos instantly surrounded Miao. Miao's little claws quickly waved as she charged forward. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the others charged out and headed straight for the Tathagatas. What? There's an ambush? The Tathagatas' expressions changed. The Great Jin sect had mobilized almost all of its forces to surround and kill the 4 Tathagatas. The moment the battle started, the surrounding void shook violently. Yen Chuan's battle was also to force the 4 Tathagatas into space. Chapter 13-14. Fallen Star Weave. As the experts of the Netherworld moved in full force, the 4 Tathagatas were immediately trapped in a battle. Boom. Yen Chuan's group gradually forced the group of Tathagatas into the sky. Bai Ditian's group had 22 ancestral immortals. 5 of them even had the life providence of a primogenitor. Among them, the Pheasant Queen, Bai Ditian, and Ao Dong were the strongest. Although it was strenuous for them to resist 1 Tathagata, they still managed to do so. Miao mobilized the power of heaven and earth, and 3,000 heavenly Daos surrounded her. In terms of strength, she instantly reached the 10th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Although she did not have many combat techniques, she was strong and had spatial divine abilities. She immediately put 1 Tathagata in a difficult position. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Jin Deyu, Meng Tian, and Meng Yi, the 5 gods of slaughter, surrounded 1 Tathagata. Especially Bai Qi. The moment his golden body of slaughter appeared, the ferocious power of the Great Tao rushed towards Tathagata's Buddhist light Great Tao. The golden body of slaughter surrounded the endless karmic fire Red Lotus. In the battle, the void was filled with killing intent. To the gods of slaughter it was like a tonic, but to Tathagata, it was a lot of interference. At this moment, Bai Qi's strength was enough to stall Tathagata. With the help of the 4 gods of slaughter, he immediately suppressed Tathagata. The battle continued. The 4 Tathagatas immediately knew that they had fallen into an ambush, but they could not escape for the time being. After a day of battle, the battlefield was finally forced into the starry sky. Rumble. This battle caused countless cultivators to look up at the sky. Above the starry sky, endless explosions were extremely dazzling. Light shot out and black holes flickered. Even standing on the ground, one could feel the ferocious impact above the stars. All of them were frightened. In the starry sky on a distant star, the butterfly queen looked at the distant battlefield and suddenly smiled. Yanchuan is indeed too evil. He set up this ambush and hid such a spatial divine ability? He teleported a group of people here to fight together? As she looked, the butterfly queen's smile faded, and she revealed a hint of smugness. Tathagata, didn't you want to use heaven and earth as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces? Are you bragging to me? Let's see if you will vomit blood from anger this time. The butterfly queen seemed to be pleased with herself for matchmaking this tit for tat and was in a good mood. On the other side of the sea of stars, on a distant planet, there were also 2 figures paying attention to the battle of Yanchuan's group. If Yanchuan saw them, he would definitely recognize them. They were the 2 people he met in the sealed realm. It was Meng Sansheng, the former master of the divine sect's sacred land, who wielded the Hong Meng gourd. He wore a purple robe and beside him was a huge primordial gourd. Meng Sansheng was sitting at a stone table on top of a mountain, drinking tea while coldly watching the battle in the distance. A woman stood behind Meng Sansheng. She was Zizi's cousin Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying looked at the battle in the distance and bit her lips. Grandpa, is that Yanchuan? Why is it surrounded by ghostly qi? It's him? The body of a Jiangshan? Ah, how interesting. Meng Sansheng said solemnly. Will Yanchuan be in danger? Meng Hongying asked worriedly. You don't have to worry about him. You should be worried about the guy fighting him. That guy is going all out. As for Yanchuan, I think he's still hiding something. Meng Sansheng said solemnly. Hiding something? Meng Hongying was surprised. Meng Sansheng narrowed his eyes and the dragon bone on his forehead bulged slightly. I can't be wrong. That's good. Meng Hongying heaved a sigh of relief. Then Grandpa, are we going to see Zizi later? Meng Hongying asked. Meng Sansheng held the teacup and fell into deep thought. Meng Hongying opened her mouth to ask more questions, but did not in the end. Zombie Yanchuan flapped his dragon skeletal wings, and his speed shocked the Buddha Tathagata again and again. His strength was also extraordinarily terrifying. After 2 days of stalemate, Yanchuan became more and more courageous while Buddha became more and more terrified. Countless stars danced around, and the strangulation force became stronger and stronger, just like when he fought Buddha Luosha. Buddha Luosha felt like he was bound by countless forces, and his movements became more and more difficult. Yanchuan roared and countless stars swarmed over again. No, the Buddhist kingdom in the palm. Buddha Luosha roared. Universe in the palm. Due to the opponent's caution, the stalemate lasted for 2 days before the outcome was decided. It was like the battle that day and the stars collided with the great Tao. Endless power rushed toward Buddha Luosha. Boom. The void trembled violently. Buddha Luosha was in a huge black hole, and his body was instantly damaged. He was on the verge of death. Yanchuan, the sect master, will avenge me, Buddha Luosha said with grief and indignation. Boom. Yanchuan clawed through his head. I'll be waiting. After killing Buddha Luosha, Yanchuan immediately rushed to Miao's battlefield. He killed another Buddha Luosha. No, you killed him? Buddha Luosha exclaimed. Miao, use your spatial powers. Don't let him escape. Yanchuan shouted. Got it, Miao. Miao quickly jumped through the void. In an instant, it was as if there were hundreds of Miaos surrounding the void. Great sound, great Tao. Buddha Luosha exclaimed. The surrounding space trembled violently. This power was still impactful to others, but to Yanchuan and Miao, it did not affect them much. This part of the starry sky belonged to the shallow star layer, and endless stars surrounded them. Yanchuan quickly mobilized countless stars again. The battle just now repeated itself. Tathagata, who was cultivating, was extremely anxious. However, there was nothing he could do right now. Yanchuan and Miao Miao were both stronger than him. With Miao Miao around, he couldn't even escape. Half a day later. Sect Masters, save me. Boom. The second Buddha Luosha was killed by Yanchuan and Miao again. In the distant starry sky, The butterfly queen shook her head and sighed. What a ferocious zombie. On the other side, Meng Hongying clenched her fists as she watched Yan Chuan kill another Buddha Luosha. Meng Sanqing narrowed his eyes. Not enough. With the death of the first two Buddha Luosha, the last two Buddha Luosha completely lost their will to fight. Yan Chuan, we will definitely take revenge. Buddha Luosha, who was surrounded by Di Tian, roared in grief and anger. Boom. Boom. The two Buddha Luosha were severely injured. They separated from the rest and tried to escape. Both of them were at the 10th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Even Yan Chuan and Bai Qi were only on par with them in terms of speed. They could not stop the two Buddha Luosha at all. Meow! Yan Chuan suddenly shouted. Meow, got it? Meow's figure flashed and blocked one Buddha Luosha. Boom! Yan Chuan, Bai Qi, Jin Dayu and the others charged forward. The other Buddha Luosha turned his head and wanted to help. However, when he saw Yan Chuan and the others, he immediately revealed a look of grief and anger. That was because he knew that even if he stayed he would only be trapped. Spatial divine abilities ignored speed. They were too fast. Yan Chuan, I will be back. I will come back to take revenge. Buddha Luosha said in grief and anger. He turned around and charged toward the east. What a pity. Bai Qi sighed. Although they could not stop the last Buddha Luosha, the remaining one would definitely not be able to escape. As for that Buddha Luosha, he seemed to have foreseen his own doomsday. A ruthless look appeared on his face. Yan Chuan, I curse you to die a horrible death. Buddha Luosha roared. His body suddenly expanded. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct. Bai Qi's expression changed. Boom. The void shattered as the terrifying self-destruction of a 10th heaven ancestral immortal charged toward the group of ancestral immortals. De Zhen and the others were unharmed, but the other ancestral immortals were severely injured. Two of the newly ascended ancestral immortals even shattered the heavenly Tao and exploded, dying on the spot. A palm suddenly pierced into the center of the explosion. Boom. In Yan Chuan's hand there was a green energy ball. It was the soul of the self-destructing Buddha Luosha. Die a horrible death? Don't you know? This body of mine is already dead. Zombie Yan Chuan said coldly. Buddha Luosha's soul was humiliated and angry, and Yan Chuan squeezed it. Boom. The soul scattered. On the other side, several ancestral immortals clutched their wounds in pain. Yan Chuan waved his hand again, and the souls of the two dead ancestral immortals gathered in front of Yan Chuan. Don't worry, you died for De Zhen, so De Zhen won't ignore you. The two of you can cultivate as ghosts, and your salaries and titles will remain unchanged. Bring blessings to your entire clan. Go find Li Si and tell him that I've bestowed upon you. Yan Chuan promised solemnly. Thank you, Holy King. The two souls were pleasantly surprised. In the distant starry sky, Butterfly Queen frowned. Buddha Luosha, no wonder you're so arrogant. Your pawns are so unyielding. In another part of the starry sky, Meng Hongying smiled excitedly. Meng Sanqing stared at zombie Yan Chuan in the distance with narrowed eyes. 3 Buddha Luosha had fallen. The most direct manifestation of this was the Sea of Nether. Boom, boom, boom. 3 super loud explosions sounded above the virtuous cloud. 3 Buddha Luosha's Dharma forms exploded one after another, and the entire virtuous cloud churned non-stop. At this moment, all the experts in the Sea of Nether stopped what they were doing and looked at the sky in confusion. Buddha Luosha? Buddha Luosha, Buddha Luosha, and Buddha Luosha have all fallen? How did this happen? Am I dreaming? The Sea of Nether instantly boiled over. At this moment, the great strength hall had fallen into a deep silence. Almost everyone's expression was gloomy. Then they looked at Gui Luosha, who was on the largest lotus seat in the center. The death of Rakshasa Tathagata had enraged everyone. Boundless fury. But now, 3 Buddha Luosha had fallen one after another. It was no longer something that could be expressed with anger. There was a hint of solemnity and a hint of panic. Half of the 8 Buddha Luosha Buddha subordinates were already dead. Gui Luosha's expression was calm, but his eyes contained a cold, murderous intent. Chapter 13-15. News of Tathagata Buddha, Tathagata Thousand Feelers, and Tathagata Daoran being killed by Great Zhen quickly spread throughout the outer east continent. Including Rakshasa Tathagata, Great Zhen had already killed 4 Tathagatas. The outer east continent was in an uproar. The territorial lords who had been actively fighting were still worried about the Sea of Nether's forces. It was fine if they won the battles, but some of the defeats were a huge blow to their morale. After all, the Sea of Nether was too powerful. Now that Great Jin's news had spread, it instantly boosted their morale. The main force of the Sea of Nether was Gui Tathagata and his 8 Tathagatas. For had already died. If this continued, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Of course, there were some who were worried that Great Jin would go back on his word, but at least that was not the case yet. The territorial lords could not stay still. They had only offended the Sea of Nether. If they gave up now, they would not be pleasing either side. The war continued and the Alliance army became fiercer. The battle in the outer East continent became more and more intense. At the same time, in the Great Strength Hall of the Sea of Nether, a Tathagata who had fled in panic knelt on a lotus platform with a guilty expression. Golden Light, sit down. This is not your fault. Gui Tathagata took a deep breath. Yes. Golden Light bitterly sat down cross-legged. The entire Great Strength Hall fell into a solemn mood. There was a long silence in the hall. How strong is Yen Chuan? Gui Tathagata asked again. Zombie King. He is very strong and has a strange ability that allows him to absorb 1,000,000 stars for his own use. We all fell at his hands. Golden Light bitterly said. How strong is he? Gui Tathagata asked again. The strength of a 10th firmament ancestral immortal is on par with us. Moreover, he doesn't have a great Tao. We actually fell at the hands of someone without a great Tao. Golden Light bitterly said. No great Tao. There was a sudden commotion in the hall. Another Tathagata surrounded by black gas nodded and said, I have all the information on Yen Chuan. Moreover, I have also collected information on his Yang realm body. Yen Chuan has only been an ancestral immortal for a few years, but he is blessed with great fortune. He has the identity of the Tao god of the Qingtian Tao. Besides, his Yang realm body has a great Tao, which is the cypress tree of the Yang realm world tree. There's definitely no such body in the netherworld. Yang realm body? Gui Rulai asked in a deep voice. Yes, Sect Master. Not long ago, the saint sent news that Yen Chuan's human body is still in the world of the living. Tathagata, who was surrounded by black gas, said in a deep voice. Are you sure? Gui Rulai asked solemnly. Definitely. That saint clearly has a grudge against Yen Chuan, but he doesn't want to get involved in this matter. Just give me the news. You don't have to worry about Yen Chuan's safety. Gui Rulai nodded. Hierarch Yen Chuan has killed 4 Tathagatas, and his name has spread far and wide. Judging from the cloud of merits, the battles in the various territories are getting more and more intense. The forces of the Sea of Hades can't hold on much longer. That's right. Sect Master, we have to restore our prestige. Otherwise, with this momentum, our territories will be in danger. Everyone stated the facts. Gui Rulai nodded. After another moment of silence, he suddenly looked at a Tathagata beside him. Brute Devil, how's the matter of instigating a rebellion going? Gui Rulai asked in a deep voice. When the war started, most of them were unwilling to be instigated. However, there were still 3 territory lords who were forced to join Yen Chuan's alliance. The 3 territory lords fought against 2 of our territories. Moreover, they didn't contribute much during the war. I went to make a promise and they agreed. That brute devil Tathagata said solemnly. That's for the best. Gui Rulai said after taking a deep breath. Whoosh. Gui Rulai stood up and said, Brute devil, come with me to meet the 3 territory lords. The rest of you stay in Netherworld Sea. What? Sect Master, you're going to personally take action? The Tathagatas exclaimed in shock. Yen Chuan is the leader of the alliance. If he can personally take action, why can't I? I won't go to his great Qin. He killed my Tathagata, so I'll chop off his arm. Gui Rulai said with a cold gaze. Yes. The Tathagatas answered. 10 days later. Gui Rulai and Brute Devil Tathagata stood in the center of an ocean. Brute Devil Tathagata had quickly notified them. The ancestral immortals of both sides of the 2 territories had arrived. 10 ancestral immortals with Inferno Heaven runes on their foreheads knelt on one knee before Gui Rulai. Disciples greet Master. The 10 ancestral immortals said respectfully. On the other side, the 3 territory lords who had been instigated to defect each brought 4 ancestral immortals with them. A total of 15 ancestral immortals bowed respectfully to Gui Rulai. Greetings, Sect Master Gui Rulai. The 15 ancestral immortals said respectfully. The other territories were fighting their own battles. Gui Rulai didn't mobilize them. He only gathered 25 ancestral immortals. Let's go to Fallen Star territory, Gui Rulai said solemnly. Gui Rulai, Brute Devil Tathagata, and 25 ancestral immortals charged towards Fallen Star territory. Fallen Star territory was the place where Yin Chuan had fought the 4 Tathagatas. Gui Rulai's goal was to kill Wang Jian. 10 days later. Fallen Star territory Lord Manor. Greetings, Master. The Fallen Star territory Lord called out excitedly. The Fallen Star territory Lord had personally witnessed the battle in Fallen Star territory. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. It was that he couldn't help at all. Wang Jian's army had 5 ancestral immortal generals, and they were keeping a close eye on the 5 ancestral immortals of Fallen Star territory. Help. He couldn't help at all. All he could do was watch as the Tathagatas were killed one after another. The only thing he could do was quickly send a message to the Nether Sea. However, they were too far away, so far that even if Gui Rulai came at full speed, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. They were too far away. During this period of time, each day felt like a year to the defending army. The defending army was weaker than Wang Jian to begin with. After that battle they became even weaker. They didn't expect Gui Rulai to come at this time. Where is Wang Jian? Take me there and kill him. Gui Rulai said in a deep voice. Yes. The Fallen Star territory Lord said excitedly. Without hesitation he brought Gui Rulai with him and charged towards Wang Jian's central army camp. Boom. Waves of aura surged downwards. Wang Jian, get the hell out here. A loud shout rang out. However, there was no response from Wang Jian. The central army camp was in a state of panic. Something's not right. This is the central army camp. Why are the troops so weak? The Fallen Star territory Lord's face changed. Gui Rulai struck downwards with a palm strike. Boom. A loud sound rang out. The entire central army camp was instantly shattered. However, there was no sign of Wang Jian. What? Everyone's faces changed. Where is Wang Jian? Gui Rulai rebuked angrily. I don't know. This is Wang Jian's central army camp. This is the place. The Fallen Star territory Lord cried out in alarm. Gui Rulai suddenly raised his head. Oh no, we've been tricked. What? Everyone exclaimed in shock. A series of schemes. A series of schemes. Gui Rulai's face changed. Voila. A life tablet floated in the air. Smack, smack, smack. One life tablet after another shattered rapidly. Just like Yen Chuan's goldfish life tablet, Gui Rulai's subordinates also had such a method of communication. Raging Devil Rulai's face changed drastically. This is news from the Netherworld Sea. Yen Chuan, Cat, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi and Jin Dayu besieged the Netherworld Sea in Tathagata City? We've been tricked? Raging Devil Rulai's face changed drastically. Gui Rulai's face changed drastically as well. First, they sent people to slander the Netherworld Sea. Then they colluded with Chen Baidian to put on a show and kill Rakshasa Rulai, causing chaos in the Outer East continent. Then they gathered their forces to ambush the first wave of attacks from the Netherworld Sea. Now they've escaped and are charging towards the Netherworld Sea? What a good Yen Chuan, what a series of schemes. Sect Master, what should we do now? Raging Devil Rulai asked anxiously. There's a traitor in the Netherworld Sea. There's a traitor. Bastard. Gui Rulai's face changed drastically. He tried his best to calm the anxiety in his heart. I must return to the Netherworld Sea immediately. I can't let him destroy the Heavenly Fate reincarnation. As for you, now that the Great Qin City is empty, go and raze it to the ground. Yes. Everyone answered. And you, the commanders of the 4 armies of Great Qin, have already left. If you can't counterattack now, don't come and see me in the future. Gui Rulai said in a deep voice. Yes. Boom. The group of people quickly scattered and flew away. Gui Rulai turned around and charged towards the Netherworld Sea. Raging Devil Rulai led 25 ancestral immortals and charged towards the Great Qin City of Great Qin. Their vast power was determined to raze the Great Qin City to the ground. The Netherworld Sea. Tathagata City. Countless cultivators looked outside the city in astonishment. They rubbed their eyes as they watched this unbelievable scene. Yen Chuan, Miao, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi and Jin Dayu. At this moment, they were surrounded by hundreds of millions of ghost cultivators. These ghost cultivators were nothing. The main thing was that Tathagata City was enveloped by a formation. Even Miao Miao wouldn't be able to break through the massive formation. Miao, why is this formation so powerful? It's even connected to the reincarnation passage. Why can't I break it? Miao said anxiously. Ding. Jin Dayu's divine emperor bell rang loudly. Instantly, countless ghost cultivators fell to the ground. If you dare to approach the former again, kill without mercy. Jin Dayu shouted. However, these ghost cultivators ignored Jin Dayu. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and said, "This is also a sin of killing. Everyone, since you've walked the Tao of killing, then use the sin of killing to refine your bodies. Kill." Alright. Boom. A group of killing gods began a frenzied slaughter. Meanwhile, Yan Chuan led Miao and flew to the side of the huge formation. Inside the formation, the three Tathagatas led a group of experts with ugly expressions. Tathagata Golden Light released the barrier. "Let's kill together. This is our home ground. Yan Chuan can't do anything to us." A cultivator shouted. "No, wait for the sect master to return," Tathagata Golden Light said in panic. He didn't expect that Yan Chuan would dare to barge into the Netherworld Sea. "How dare he? How dare he?" "Have you notified the sect master?" another Tathagata asked anxiously. "We've already notified him. We've already notified him," the group of subordinates said anxiously. Everyone's expressions turned ugly. The arrogance they had when they looked down on the outer east continent was gone. Yan Chuan's slaughter had made them lose their temper? Yan Chuan had killed 4 of the 10th heaven ancestral immortals that they used to be proud of. Did they still have 3 Tathagatas left? Could the 8 weaker ancestral immortals stop him? Could they? Zombie Yan Chuan flew in front of the formation and looked at the panicking Tathagatas inside. He sneered. Chapter 13-16. Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Netherworld Sea. Countless ghostly cultivators gathered from all directions. Wang Jin, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and Jin Dayu were in a frenzy. The 3 Tathagatas used the power of the immeasurable merit field to set up a monstrous formation. Even Miao could not shake it at all. However, this kind of invincible defense would always crumble from within. King Gaitu, why did you betray Netherworld Sea? In another 10 years, after the reincarnation baptism, you will also have the heavenly hell rune. With your talent, it is only a matter of time before you become the next Tathagata. What? Tathagata Golden Light roared. King Gaitu, who had injured 3 ancestral immortals, took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry. From the beginning to the end I was sent by Great Jin." Spot. One of the Tathagata exclaimed. "Impossible. You advanced by leaps and bounds in my territory. I watched you grow. Your background is incomparably clean." Another Tathagata exclaimed. "An ordinary skeleton reached ancestral immortal after thousands of years. Don't you think it strange? Skeleton's talent is not high, and his cultivation is slow. Without endless resources, how can he reach ancestral immortal so quickly?" King Gaitu asked again. What? Boom. Bai Qi slashed out with his saber. The formation had been broken and the massacre began. Gue Tathagata rushed towards Netherworld Sea with all his might. Netherworld Sea has endless merit. The 3 Tathagatas should be able to block Yan Chuan with the power of merit. It should be possible. Gue Tathagata analyzed with a trace of anticipation. As for the 4 territories that Great Jin attacked, the original commanders had left. Now there was a new commander commanding the army. However, they were not weakened at all. The 4 territories were taken over by Yin Hentian, Mournful Transformation, Yi Feng, and Li Si. Each of them had brought a large number of troops. The battle in the 4 territories was getting fiercer and fiercer. Because everyone knew that this battle would determine the outcome of the war in the Outer East Continent. No one dared to be careless. Great Jin had mobilized almost all of its forces. On the other side, reckless Devil Tathagata led 25 ancestral immortals and arrived at Great Qin City after 8 days of travel. Boom. Outside the Great Qin City, the 26 people instantly arrived, bringing with them a massive gale as they rushed towards the Great Qin City. He seemed to have guessed that they would come. In front of the central palace hall, Mo-Yushi was wearing a phoenix coronet and a robe. She stood at the front of the central palace hall. De Zhen's remaining subjects followed behind him. One of them was the Great Jin Ancestral Immortals by Ditian Ao Dong, Queen Pheasant, Dog Deity, Horse King, the 5 dragons on the dragon carriage, and the 8 ancestral immortals who were not severely injured in the battle against Tathagata. A total of 18 ancestral immortals stood behind Mo-Yushi. 3 territory lords, you have allied with Great Jin to fight against the Sea of Hades. Why have you suddenly joined forces with the people of the Sea of Hades? Mo-Yushi asked in a low voice. A Weave Lord's face changed. You're the ones who betrayed the alliance. Don't blame Great Jin. Mo-Yushi said coldly. The expressions of the 3 Weave Lords darkened. The 3 Weave Lords were afraid of the Sea of Hades, but as Great Jin's strength was revealed, the three Weave Lords grew increasingly wary of Great Zhen. When they had betrayed Great Zhen, they hadn't heard that the three Tathagatas had been killed by Yen Xuan. However, Gue Tathagata had personally met them, and the three Weave Lords had no way to turn back. By the time they had reached Fallen Star Weave, they had heard that Yen Xuan had actually killed his way to the Sea of Hades. The three Weave Lords grew increasingly terrified, but since things had already come to this point, they could only brace themselves and continue. Recklessly Fiend Tathagata's eyes turned slightly cold. Everyone, Yen Xuan, Bai Qi and Black Cat aren't here. It's just this group. Once we flatten the Great Qin City, Yen Xuan will no longer be a threat. Let's go and kill him. Recklessly Fiend Tathagata said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Recklessly Fiend Tathagata took out a wheel of destruction and aimed it at the nearby central palace. A beam of black light suddenly slashed out, seeming as though it would slice through the entire central palace. Mo Yushi's expression didn't change at all. Just as the black light was about to slash down, a loud shout suddenly came from the south of the Great Qin City. Heaven breaking. A loud shout rang out. Bus. A heavenly Dao shot into the 9 heavens and split apart, instantly forming a blade-shaped heavenly Dao that slashed down at Recklessly Fiend Tathagata. Boom. Along with the blade, millions of strands of sword chi surrounded it and shot towards Recklessly Fiend Tathagata. Boom. The wheel of destruction and the blade collided in midair, causing the void to tremble. Recklessly Fiend Tathagata's attack was blocked? The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed. They saw 15 black-robed figures standing to the south of the Great Qin City. The leader held a white sword. It was him who had blocked Recklessly Fiend Tathagata. Who are you? Recklessly Fiend Tathagata's expression changed. However, the 15 black-robed figures ignored him. Mo Yushi took a deep breath and said, "Everyone attack." Yes. Bai Diqian and the others answered. Boom. Everyone instantly charged forward. Among the group of black-robed figures, the leader was the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's master, Dugu Wudi, who controlled the weapon's heavenly vein. Dugu Wudi stepped forward and led 3 black-robed figures towards Recklessly Fiend Tathagata. As for the other black-robed figures, they followed Bai Diqian and the others to fight the 25 panicking ancestral immortals. Boom. Outside the Great Qin City, battles broke out everywhere. Great Qin's foundation could be seen at a glance. Mo Yushi stood in front of the central palace and coldly looked at the battlefield. Above the netherworld sea, among the stars, the butterfly queen looked at the chaotic netherworld sea and frowned slightly. Yen Xuan is actually more belligerent than I thought? I wasn't paying attention and he actually killed his way here? The butterfly queen looked at the battlefield strangely. After thinking for a while, the butterfly queen suddenly laughed again. Tathagata, you're going to suffer greatly this time. Below, the battle had already been going on for 8 days. With the help of the virtuous Cloud Sea, the group of Tathagatas was indeed much more ferocious. Even so, Yen Xuan and the others became braver as they fought. After 8 days, one Tathagata had already died. Boom. With a loud sound, Yen Xuan's huge claw tore open the second Tathagata's head. Meow. This is so tiring. Yen Xuan, I'm almost out of strength. These fellows have the help of virtuous merit. It's too troublesome. Meow said anxiously. 2 Tathagatas had died. 7 ancestral immortals had also been ambushed and killed. Now only 2 remained. Only Tathagata Golden Light remained. At this moment he was indescribably horrified. The virtuous Dermic idol had already arrived and he was covered in injuries as he looked at this group of people in horror. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, Jin Dayu and King of Gai were all injured. Clearly the Tathagata were at a disadvantage in this battle. Miao was also out of strength. Only Yen Xuan did not look tired. However, this Yen Xuan was the most terrifying. Many Tathagatas had died at his hands. I'm the only one left. What should I do? Cult Master, why aren't you back yet? Tathagata Golden Light exclaimed in horror. Yen Xuan looked at the rubble and took a deep breath. All right, let's go. Meow. Meow nodded. At this moment, it was exhausted and did not want to continue fighting. Yes. Everyone answered. Whoosh. The group turned around and quickly rushed in a certain direction. Tathagata, should we give chase? One of the idiots shouted. The surviving cultivators in the surroundings all fell silent. The combat prowess of Yen Xuan's group was too ferocious. Give chase? Even if they were not afraid of death, they were not that foolish. Yen Xuan left. Tathagata City was in ruins. Perhaps only 10 or 20% of it remained. Countless cultivators showed bitter expressions. Suddenly a vast aura charged over. Boom. The force of wind instantly blew up the surrounding rubble. Everyone looked over in horror and saw the black-robed Gue Tathagata hovering in the air. His long hair fluttered and his eyes burned with rage. Cult Master, you finally returned. Cult Master. Cult Master. The surroundings were filled with ecstasy. Countless ghost cultivators had the urge to cry. During this period of time, Yin Chuan's massacre was too shocking. It was a one-sided massacre. He had killed for many days. The boundless confidence and arrogance of the past had been completely wiped out in these few days. Heaven and earth did not respond. With the cult master not around, countless cultivators were on the verge of despair. Gue Tathagata stood high in the sky, looking at the ruins and endless bones. His expression was extremely ugly. Yin Chuan roar. Gue Tathagata roared furiously. Rumble. The entire virtuous cloud sea roiled. Golden Tathagata flew over with a bitter expression. Cult Master. This subordinate is useless. Golden Tathagata said bitterly. Suppressing his endless anger, Gue Tathagata looked at Golden Tathagata. Where's Yin Chuan? Gue Tathagata asked in a low voice. He left half a day ago. He seemed to have guessed that the cult master would return. Golden Tathagata said bitterly. Yin Chuan's group left the Netherworld Sea. At the same time, the outcome of the battle outside the Great Qin City was decided. In the end, reckless Devil Tathagata escaped with 6 of his subordinates. Of the remaining people, 6 were dead and 13 were captured. Great victory. Long live great victory. Long live great victory. Cheers came from the Great Qin City, a stark contrast to the Netherworld Sea. The battle between the Great Qin City and Tathagata City could not be hidden at all. As if the news had grown wings, the scouts of the various weaves quickly spread the news everywhere. 2 more Tathagatas died? Yin Chuan even attacked Tathagata City? He almost razed Tathagata City to the ground? 3 weave lords had betrayed the alliance and attacked the Great Qin City with reckless Devil Tathagata. In the end, they were either dead or captured. Holding the information in their hands, the 4 weave lords instantly felt a sense of loss. Yin Chuan killed 6 Tathagatas? At that moment, everyone suddenly realized that they were being used by Great Victory. Great Victory had deliberately tied them to the same war chariot. This was Great Victory's scheme. However, they were now riding a tiger and could not back down. Stop the alliance? That would offend Great Victory as well. While the weave lords were anxious, Zhang Yi quickly went to the various camps. Everyone, don't worry. The sage monarch's words are worth 1,000 gold. What he says will always be effective. As long as you don't think of attacking Great Victory, this alliance will always be maintained. Zhang Yi promised again. The 4 weave lords could only agree. They continued to fight the Netherworld Sea. Chapter 13-17. Netherworld, Great Qin City, Yin Chuan's study room. The front line was once again handed over to Wang Jian and the rest. Yi Feng and the other civil officials had returned. Sage ruler, the news of the calamity that befell the Sea of Hades has spread throughout the outer East continent. The morale of the Alliance's army is getting stronger, while the Sea of Hades army has lost their morale. Reports of victory keep coming in. Yi Feng smiled. The Sea of Hades, the 8 rely under Gue rely. They don't even know how to play their cards well. Mournful Transformation sneered. Sage ruler, after this incident, I believe Gue Rulai won't dare to go to the other territories alone. Li Si smiled. Yin Chuan nodded and said, that's right. Great Zhen has already secured victory in this battle. As a precaution, send a message to the other armies. If there is news of Gue Rulai's return, all generals are to prioritize self-preservation. I will allow them to escape. Yes, Li Si answered. Then Yin Chuan looked at King Gai, who was at the side. King Gai was wearing a black robe and standing in a corner. King Gai. Yin Chuan spoke again. Here. King Gai stepped forward and said, I haven't given you a title all this while because I was worried that you would be seen through by others. Previously, when Venerable Transformation attacked, you incited the 3 territory lords to attack. You have already done a great service. However, you only agreed to join Great Zhen after that incident. Therefore I can reward you more. However, that can't be counted as a merit. This time, you have contributed greatly to the battle against the Sea of Hades. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. King Gai nodded. From today onwards, King Gai will be the 10th Army Commander of Great Zhen. He will be conferred the title of First Grade Viscount, Skeleton. He will be in charge of Great Zhen's skeleton tribe and establish the 10th army. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Your subject, skeleton, thanks the sage ruler. King Gai answered. Boom. Above Great Zhen's Sea of Providence, there was a loud explosion. A wave of providence rushed down and entered King Gai's body. Above the Sea of Providence clouds, King Gui's godly image slowly materialized. Yan Chuan looked at King Gai and said, In the sealed realm, I've seen your power. You have great leadership skills. The skeleton tribe is a major tribe in the netherworld. Even in the greater thousand worlds, there are traces of the skeleton tribe. I hope that one day, you will not only be the leader of all the skeletons, but all the skeletons in the world will be under your command. Yes, thank you for your trust, Holy King. King of Gai replied. In the study room, many of the officials revealed looks of envy. After all, the position of a legion commander was not something that could be obtained through merit alone. Most of the time there was also potential. Lu Gang stepped forward and asked, Holy King, how should we deal with the 3 weave lords who have defected? Yan Chuan thought for a moment and said, Detain them for now. Increase the number of spies in their territories. Yes. Lu Gang replied. While everyone was discussing, Zhao Gao's voice came from outside the study. Reporting to the Holy King. Come in. Yan Chuan instructed. Zhao Gao stepped into the study. Holy King, we have guests. Zhao Gao said. Meng Sanxing and Meng Hongying from the divine world of the sealed world. Zhao Gao said gravely. Them? Yan Chuan's expression turned grave. The war continued in the outer east continent. However, the Dark North Sea's decline was already apparent. For a time, the Dark North Sea's forces were forced to retreat. Their morale had already fallen, and they no longer had the will to win. If they continued fighting, they would only be risking their lives. The stalemate lasted for more than 2 months. The Dark North Sea's various territories suffered one defeat after another. Dark North Sea, Tathagata City, Great Strength Hall. Gui Rulai sat on a lotus platform with Golden Light Tathagata and Blasphemous Tathagata on his left and right. A group of cultivators stood on both sides, listening to a few people report the situation of the various battles. News of the various defeats filled the hall. For a time the atmosphere in the hall was extremely stifling. Sect Master, this is how it is. A cultivator finished his report. The hall fell deathly silent as Gui Rulai fell into deep thought. Sect Master, what should we do now? Golden Light Tathagata asked worriedly. Great Zhen wants to defeat them one by one? As expected, one step ahead will lead to another. Gui Rulai said solemnly. After a moment of silence, Gui Rulai said, Inform the remaining territories to give up on their disciples and come to the Dark North Sea. What? Golden Light Tathagata's expression changed. Sect Master, this is giving up on the 12 territories? Blasphemous Tathagata's expression changed. Giving up. Everyone in the hall was shocked. 12 territories. A total of 12 territories. How could they give up on them just like that? Gui Rulai nodded and said, Indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. The news has already spread. We can't find the location of the enemy's main camp in the midst of the war. Clearly it must be Yan Chuan's idea. He learned from the previous lesson and had everyone hide in the dark. Yan Chuan is really shameless. Blasphemous Tathagata said hatefully. This isn't about being shameless. It's just that he doesn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. Victory is already secured, so why put himself in danger? Gui Rulai was also indignant. But, Sect Master, it wasn't easy for us to control the 12 territories. Are we going to give them up just like that? Golden Light Tathagata was still unwilling to give up. If we keep the people and lose the land, both the people and the land will exist. If we keep the land and lose the people, both the people and the land will be lost. As long as this group of people is still around, there will be a day when we can take back the territories. However, if these people die, then the territories will definitely have nothing to do with the Dark North Sea. It will be a further blow to the morale of the Dark North Sea. Gui Rulai said solemnly. But, Golden Light Tathagata said worriedly. I've calmed down during this period and realized that I've indeed underestimated the people of this world. At the very least, I've underestimated Yan Chuan. This Yan Chuan isn't an easy person to deal with. I was too arrogant before. Gui Rulai said solemnly. Sect Master? Let them come back. Gather the Dark North Sea and turn it into an invincible territory. We'll fight the Alliance army here. If we lose, we won't be able to reverse the situation. If we win, the entire outer east continent will be under the control of the Dark North Sea. Gui Rulai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone thought about it and felt that this was the best way. It's a pity that the 6 of them died. However, we'll definitely get our revenge. Gui Rulai said with a gloomy expression. Yes. The Dark North Sea retreated. The 10 territories that were already at a disadvantage were instantly unable to withstand a single blow. Great Qin City, Upper Study, good news, Sage Monarch. The 12 territories of the Dark North Sea have given up on resisting. They've completely given up. Yi Feng laughed loudly. Good. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Increase the number of troops and quickly take over the territories. Yan Chuan ordered once more. Yes. The 4 marshals will each take over a territory. That's 4 territories. The 3 weaves that betrayed the alliance and fought against the 2 weaves can also be collected. Yi Feng laughed. Yan Chuan nodded and said, Inform the leaders of the various territories that we will meet with them to distribute the fruits of victory. Yes. Yi Feng smiled and quickly left. Yan Chuan then walked out of the study. Meow. Meow jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder out of nowhere. Meow. Yan Chuan, she's here again. Meow called out. Meng Hongying was walking over from not far away. Meng Hongying also saw Yan Chuan from afar. When she walked over, her expression was extremely complicated. Yan Chuan, Grandpa and I have been living in the Great Qin City for so long. Why won't you let us see ZZ? Meng Hongying bit her lips and asked. Meng Hongying was no longer wearing the sexy tight-fitting clothes she used to wear. Instead, she was much more conservative. However, even her conservative clothes could not hide her curvy figure. Let's wait a little longer to prevent any accidents. Yan Chuan shook his head. Meng Hongying frowned and said, Are you worried that we'll harm ZZ? I'm her sister, and Grandpa is her biological grandfather. ZZ is heavily injured and is under my protection. I don't want anything to happen to her. Once I obtain the reincarnation of destiny and use it to heal her, I will let you 2 meet again. Yan Chuan insisted. Reincarnation destiny? Grandpa said that he can help you if you want to deal with Gui Rulai. Meng Hongying said again. No need. Yan Chuan shook his head and said. Can you defeat Gui Rulai? He's at the 11th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm and has the ghostly voice Great Tao. He also controls the reincarnation destiny and has immeasurable merit. Even the current sages would not want to be his enemy. What if you? Meng Hongying said anxiously. Looking at Meng Hongying, Yan Chuan was touched and smiled. Don't worry. If I really can't do anything, I'll ask you for help. Yan Chuan shook his head and said. Meng Hongying felt helpless. Meow, you're also concerned about Sister ZZ? Don't worry. With me around, Yan Chuan will be fine. Meow said. Meng Hongying did not know whether to laugh or cry at Meow's words. All right, I'll persuade Grandpa to go to the Netherworld Sea with you. Meng Hongying sighed. Yan Chuan nodded and said, Meng Hongying, I know you care about ZZ, so I'm grateful to you. However, I'm not grateful to Meng Sanxing. What? Meng Hongying was puzzled. After taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan said, Although Meng Sanxing and I are not enemies, I know that he doesn't really care about ZZ. After all, he didn't care about ZZ's suffering in the sealed world. He suddenly came to help me and made me hesitate. I want to know why you're looking for ZZ? No. Meng Hongying said blankly and then looked angry. Think about it again. Yan Chuan said again. Meng Hongying was angry at Yan Chuan's attitude, but after thinking about it, she realized that it was indeed strange. I don't know. Meng Hongying could only shake her head. I don't know how strong Meng Sanxing is, but I don't want to owe him anything. So, you don't have to worry about it for now. Yan Chuan comforted. Meng Hongying's expression changed and she nodded. Yan Chuan smiled and said, It's rare for you to come to Dajin. I'll get Yushi to show you around. No need. I'm not in the mood. Meng Hongying refused. Yan Chuan could only smile. Meng Hongying looked at Yan Chuan and took a deep breath. Speaking of Meng Hongying, I heard from Grandpa that it's not easy to get the reincarnation wheel. However, Dajin is also lucky. Mou she has a special physique and she can easily get the reincarnation wheel. Oh? Special physique? What? Yan Chuan was surprised. He said that Mou she has some inheritance of the phoenix ancestor. I'm not sure either. However, Grandpa shouldn't be lying. Meng Hongying shook her head. Yes, thank you. Yan Chuan nodded solemnly. Chapter 1318. Fallen Star Weave. Yan Chuan met with the Weave Lords outside the Great Qin Empire. Only Yan Chuan, Zhang Yi, and the 9 Weave Lords were present. They were gathered around a huge spell disc with a map of the Outer East Continent's 36 territories. Apart from Qin Baidian, all the Weave Lords looked at Yan Chuan warily. "Yama Emperor, may I know why you've summoned us?" one of the Weave Lords asked. Zhang Yi stepped forward and said, "Everyone, the Sea of Nether has retreated. Our alliance is close to victory. Apart from the Sea of Nether, it's time to decide who will take the remaining 12 territories." Everyone's eyes narrowed. One of them asked, "How do you want to divide them, Yama Emperor?" Great Jin's recent display of strength had made all the Weave Lords wary. Thus they were afraid that Great Jin would abandon them. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and said, "What Great Jin promised will naturally be fulfilled. Here, let me relay the Holy King's thoughts for everyone's reference." Everyone looked at Zhang Yi. "There are 12 weaves in the Nether Sea. The Great Jin Empire will attack 4 weaves. These 4 weaves belong to the Great Jin Empire. Every 3 weaves will attack 2 weaves from the Nether Sea. The amount you attack will be counted." Everyone nodded. Even though they were jealous of Great Jin for obtaining so many territories, they were still the ones who had obtained them, so there was no reason for them to share them. Secondly, there are 3 territory lords who colluded with the Netherworld Sea to attack us. They have either been killed or captured. Our benevolent Great Jin will only take 2 of the Netherworld Sea's territories. As for the 3 territories that betrayed the alliance, they will be divided equally among all of you. Zhang Yi continued. Oh. Everyone's eyes lit up. They had thought that Great Jin would take the other 5 territories. After all, no one had a reason to stop them. But now, Great Jin was leaving them some scraps? The precondition is that after you've conquered the various territories, you'll continue to work with great accomplishment to conquer the Netherworld Sea. Great accomplishment doesn't ask for much. Rulai Gue, Rulai Golden Light, and Rulai Barbaric are the absolute experts of the Netherworld Sea. All you need to do is keep the other ancestral immortals busy. Of course. As long as we don't get rid of the Netherworld Sea, Gue Rulai will definitely seek us out for revenge. Since it's just holding back those ancestral immortals, I, Qin Baidian, am the first to agree. Qin Baidian was the first to agree. No one understood the relationship between Qin Baidian and De Zhen. However, they found Qin Baidian's words reasonable. Rest assured, Yendi. Everyone agreed. Yan Chuan nodded and said, "In that case, Great Jin will take 6 weaves, and all of you will take 1 weave each." Yendi is just. Everyone laughed. Although it was far from being comparable to great accomplishment, they were still happy that they would be able to obtain a new territory in such a short period of time and double their territory. However, from the map, Great Accomplishment's territory overlaps with the territories that all of you have taken, so it's not convenient for each of you to rule over them. The sage ruler intends to swap out the territories that are about to be taken so that they can be connected. Zhang Yi added. Of course. Everyone agreed. In the blink of an eye, the territories on the map were reorganized. Great Accomplishment's Netherworld territory expanded to 11 territories in the blink of an eye, occupying nearly a third of the territory in the outer eastern continent. Yendi is benevolent and righteous. Yendi is just. Everyone praised. Yan Chuan nodded and said, "There's not much resistance in the various territories. I'll give all of you a year." After a year, each of you will sort out your own territories and meet at the Netherworld Sea in a year and a half. Don't worry, Yendi. Everyone agreed. Netherworld Sea, Great Strength Hall. Gue Rulai sat on a lotus throne and looked up at the ceiling. It was as if he could see the virtuous cloud sea. More virtuous merit disappeared. The alliance has taken over the various territories. The countless living beings and dead spirits that used to provide me with virtuous merit are no longer able to obtain our protection. They gave up on their faith and resentfully erased the virtuous merit they gave me in the past. The virtuous cloud sea is getting smaller and smaller. Golden Light Rulai said worriedly. The decisive battle is imminent. The virtuous merit is enough. Gue Rulai said solemnly. Yes. Even if we suffered losses in the past, after this retreat, our Netherworld Sea still has 54 ancestral immortals. This is something that the Alliance will never be able to compare to. Reckless Devil Rulai said with certainty. As the number of experts in the hall increased, countless cultivators did not fear the Alliance. They rubbed their palms together and waited for the decisive battle to take revenge. 2 years later, Netherworld Sea, Tathagata City. At a glance, the densely packed cultivators were clearly separated into 2 sides. On one side was Gue Rulai, and on the left and right were Golden Light Rulai and Reckless Devil Rulai. Behind them were 54 ancestral immortals and countless powerful cultivators from Netherworld Sea. There were so many of them that one could not see the end of them. On the other side, countless cultivators stood. On the peaks of various mountain peaks stood the lords of various territories. On the leading peak, Yen Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking coldly at the other side. Miao was in Mo Yushi's arms, standing at the side. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the other officials stared fiercely at the other side. There were countless cultivators on both sides, but it was silent at this moment. Gui Rulai and Zombie Yen Chuan looked at each other. In a distant valley, Meng Sanxing carried a large gourd on his back and Meng Hongying stood beside him. "Grandpa, what is Yen Chuan's cultivation?" Meng Hongying asked worriedly. "Fifth firmament ancestral immortal." Meng Sanxing said solemnly. "What? Only fifth firmament?" Meng Hongying exclaimed. At the same time, her eyes flashed with intense worry. "Yes, I have a feeling that Yen Chuan is still holding back when he fought against the Tathagatas. However, we will soon find out what it is," Meng Sanxing said solemnly. Meng Hongying looked at Meng Sanxing, then bit her lips and said, "Grandpa, do you have a motive for looking for ZZ?" Meng Sanxing raised his eyebrows and looked coldly at Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying stubbornly refused to lower her head. Meng Sanxing took a deep breath and said, "Everything is for the realm of the gods." "What? Is there really a motive?" Meng Hongying showed a bitter expression. Meng Sanxing ignored her and continued to look at the two sides of the battlefield. The huge commotion in the outer east continent could not be hidden. Every expert in the world had heard about it. At the very least, at this moment, some experts had come together. On a planet. Sage Zhuchuanxiu looked coldly at Tathagata City below. "Gui Rulai? You have been forced into such a state? I have already reported to you that Yen Chuan has not entered the netherworld. You still don't know how to use him and are forced into such a state?" Zhuchuanxiu snorted coldly. Then Zhuchuanxiu turned to look at another planet. Sage Hua Zuanqian was standing on that planet. Hua Zuanqian looked down and also looked at Zhuchuanxiu. The two of them looked at each other without any enthusiasm. Instead, they looked at each other with hostility. In a remote mountain forest, two figures stood there. One was the sage of the Kong family, Demon King Kong. The other was Pan Sheng of the Rock tribe. "Demon King Kong, your entire Kong family has moved to the outer south continent in the Yang realm. It seems like you are going to unify the outer south continent in the Yang realm. Why are you still in the netherworld? Are you a sage of the netherworld? Why didn't you ask Kong Huangtian to ask Cao Cao to let you enter the Yang realm and become a sage of the Yang realm? Wouldn't it be lonely to leave you here alone?" Pan Sheng asked. "You are such a busybody. The ancestor has his own plans. Aren't you the same? The Boulder tribe is located in the eastern continent of the mortal realm. Why did you come to the netherworld as well? Back then you even said you were protecting Blind Kong, but not long after, you disappeared without a trace." Demon King Kong scolded. I really had something to do last time. I had no choice. The patriarch asked me to guard the outer south continent." Pan Sheng said awkwardly. "Alright, stop arguing. The battle is about to start. This Yen Chuan is really strange. He is only at the 5th celestial layer, and he dares to fight Ghost Tathagata?" Demon King Kong said. "The patriarch said that Yen Chuan's cultivation technique is called the body of a minister. It seems to be related to my rock tribe. He asked me to take a closer look." Pan Sheng shook his head. Demon King Kong thought for a moment and said, "That's right. The body of a minister can be used as a weapon. Your rock tribe is also a monster." Deep in the starry sky at the peak of a mountain, Butterfly Queen sat alone at a stone table. There was a pot of wine in front of her. Butterfly Queen looked at the battlefield below and drank alone. A teasing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. On the stone table, there was an empty wine cup, as if Butterfly Queen was waiting for someone. Below, Yen Chuan suddenly said behind him, "Yushi, do you feel anything after seeing the Destiny reincarnation?" Meow. Meow also looked at Mo Yushi curiously. The virtuous cloud sea had shrunk a lot, but one could still see a huge blue whirlpool. At the mouth of the whirlpool, a large swastika symbol floated. The black gem between Mo Yushi's eyebrows flashed slightly. "Destiny reincarnation? I feel something. It's like an instinct that wants me to possess it," Mo Yushi said in surprise. "That's right. When dealing with Ghost Tathagata, I'm most worried that it won't be easy to refine. Since you have this feeling, I'll leave it to you when the time comes," Yen Chuan said seriously. Mo Yushi nodded. Yen Chuan stepped forward and looked at the Hall of Great Strength in the distance. he said coldly, Gui Tathagata. Gui Tathagata, who was the leader, said with a gloomy face, Yen Chuan, you're really something. You actually managed to subdue all the territories of the Alliance? Isn't it too late to sow discord now? I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and I'll let you become an important official. Yen Chuan said. Ha 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 ha. Gui Tathagata laughed in disdain. Submit to you? What a joke. With just you? Invading the Sea of Hades has always been a capital offense. Today none of you will be leaving this place. Gui Tathagata said coldly. Since that's the case, then forget it. Yen Chuan said indifferently. Since you're here, then come at me together. Gui Tathagata said. As he spoke, hundreds of swastikas appeared around him. Chapter 13:19. 100 swastikas surrounded Gui Rulai. He took a step forward and the virtuous cloud in the sky churned. Within it, Gui Rulai's virtuous Dharma idol suddenly emitted millions of rays of golden light. It swooped down and instantly entered Gui Rulai's body. Boom! Gui Rulai's body suddenly expanded, turning into a 10,000-meter tall giant. The 10,000-meter tall figure looked down from above, emitting a mighty aura. Yen Chuan. The 1,000-meter tall Gui Rulai roared. His voice shook the surroundings. Many of the allied forces that came to surround Tathagata City took a step back. Yen Chuan stood at the peak of the mountain, barely at the same height as Gui Rulai's subordinates. Gui Rulai, we know what you're thinking. We'll fulfill your wish. We'll fight you. Yen Chuan took a deep breath. What? Countless shocked voices came from all around. Whether it was the territory lords, the saints, or even Ming Sanxing and Butterfly Empress, they all looked surprised. Everyone thought that Yen Chuan had brought the heroes of great accomplishment here to gang up on Gui Rulai. Yen Chuan's strength was barely enough to deal with an ordinary Tathagata. But now it was Gui Rulai. Could Yen Chuan deal with him alone? Gui Rulai narrowed his eyes at Yen Chuan. I knew you were holding back. But it doesn't matter. Zhuochuanxiu said that you're only at the 5th level of Ancestral Immortal. If you want to die, then come. 5th level? Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. This was the first time they knew that Yen Chuan was only at the 5th level. Although the 5th level was terrifying in the eyes of many, it was nothing in the eyes of the Ancestral Immortals. Many of them had reached the 5th level. They were all at the 5th level, so why was the difference so great? The Ancestral Immortals felt very uncomfortable. Golden Tathagata was even more disappointed. He had a group of 10th level Tathagatas, but 6 of them had been killed by Yen Chuan. Zhuochuanxiu's angry scolding could be heard amidst the countless gasps of surprise. You bastard Tathagata. You still want to drag me into this before the battle. Yen Chuan looked at Gui Rulai. Nodding, Zhang Xian took a step forward, distancing himself from his subordinates. As he stretched out his hand, countless tiny stars suddenly appeared in his palm. He waved his hand at the sky. Walalala. Above the starry sky, in the shallow star layer, close to 1,000,000 stars started to move along with Yen Chuan's palm. It was as if they were stirred up by a mysterious power. Several figures shot out from the stars, including Hua Zuantian and Zhuochuanxiu. Cult Master, be careful. This is it. The other Tathagatas died on this planet, said Tathagata Golden Light. Gui Rulai's face sank as he raised his head to look at the millions of stars that were being stirred up. Yen Chuan coldly smiled and said, Gui Rulai, if you have any ability, you'd better use it early. After this move of mine, you might not have the chance to use any other methods. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were stunned. What was going on? Yen Chuan was saying that he could kill Gui Rulai in one move? Was that what he meant? Countless cultivators widened their eyes. This Yen Chuan is really arrogant. I knew that this zombie Yen Chuan was strange. To think that he would be so arrogant. Butterfly Queen laughed unexpectedly in the starry sky. Arrogant? Gui Rulai said coldly. Although Gui Rulai did not believe it, he still used another method. Boom. Suddenly, a blue path shot up into the sky behind him. Boom. Countless ghostly skulls protruded from the blue path. Buzz. A buzzing sound could be heard. Ghostly sound Great Tao. Countless ghostly sounds, accompanied by the power of the Great Tao, poured into the ears of countless cultivators. For a moment, countless cultivators seemed to have become hysterical. Suddenly, they became muddle-headed as they muttered the words Tathagata. Meow? What's going on? Meow exclaimed. Apart from a few ancestral immortals who were unaffected, Everyone below the ancestral immortal level seemed to have been hypnotized. All of them muttered the words Tathagata. And these countless voices actually gathered in midair, slowly condensing into tens of thousands of swastika runes that poured into the ghostly sound Great Tao. Boom! The might of the ghostly sound Great Tao suddenly skyrocketed. A power like the might of the heavens pressed down on the hearts of countless cultivators. The countless cultivators who were hypnotized could not help but kneel down. Demonic Buddhists, Taoists and ghosts all pay their respects. So they are talking about your ghostly sound Great Tao. Yen Chuan stretched out his hand and waved the million stars. Above the starry sky, a million stars fell like a meteor shower. It was extremely spectacular. Isn't it too late to know now? Gui Rulai said coldly. Gui Rulai, the one who is late is you. Star fall million big stars. Yen Chuan snorted coldly. Before the stars arrived, a huge tremor in the void pressed down. Boom. For a time, countless cultivators were instantly blown away. Countless cultivators were instantly awakened from their hypnosis by this huge pressure. Tathagata divine palm. Gui Rulai threw a palm strike at the sky. Boom. The great Tao gathered boundless power and instantly condensed into a vast palm that soared into the sky. In the center of the palm, a swastika rune charged at the countless stars. Boom. In an instant, the million stars were instantly scattered. Is that all? Gui Rulai shouted coldly. However, the scattered stars did not shatter. Instead, they scattered, avoiding the Tathagata divine palm and continued to fall. The place where they fell was filled with countless netherworld sea disciples. Gui Rulai's face sank. His figure flashed as he soared into the sky. Yen Chuan stepped forward and instantly charged over as well. The million stars instantly stopped falling and wrapped around the two. Just with these stars? Gui Rulai sneered. Spin. Yen Chuan shouted coldly. Boom. The million stars suddenly spun rapidly. They spun so quickly that they seemed to have turned into a million streams of light that crazily crashed into Gui Rulai's Great Tao. Boom, 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 boom. Extremely dense sounds of collisions rang out. Countless stars crazily collided, and the surrounding void shook violently. This scene shocked the countless cultivators who saw it. Golden Tathagata's eyes flashed with anxiety. This was because the power of the stars before him was even greater than what he had seen in the past. At every point of collision there would be a tear in the void. Millions of void tears, chaotic space. Everyone felt their scalps tingle when they thought of Gui Rulai who was in the middle of it. Gui Rulai controlled the ghostly sound Great Tao to block all the stars. However, this huge force made Gui Rulai's face turn extremely ugly. The power of a million stars actually has the power of an 11th stage ancestral immortal. No wonder they died in your hands. Gui Rulai said with a gloomy face. It's a pity, Yen Chuan. You have already stopped here. If we were outside you might still be able to cause me some trouble. However, this is my home ground. I possess everything. What you lack the most is that your foundation is too shallow. You have not even comprehended the Great Tao. Gui Rulai's expression was gloomy and cold. He stretched out his hand and struck at Yen Chuan with a palm. As the palm struck out, a black hole was suddenly pushed out of the void. Wherever the black hole passed, the stars that came into contact with it were all crushed into dust. The surrounding void seemed to be locked by this palm, making Yen Chuan unable to escape. Yen Chuan seemed to have stopped moving for a moment. Large amounts of cracks appeared in the void around him as if he would be killed by Gui Rulai in the next moment. A victorious smile appeared on Gui Rulai's face. Meow. Meow cried out anxiously below. Is Yen Chuan only so capable? The butterfly queen's face darkened in the sky. Yen Chuan. Mou, she said anxiously. Grandpa, hurry up and save Yen Chuan. Hurry. Meng Hongying suddenly panicked. Hua Qiliang and Yin Hentian looked worried. Only Bai Qi Wangjian and the rest were not worried. Countless eyes were looking at that palm. Yen Chuan had nowhere to run and was about to be killed by Gui Rulai's palm. Who said that I don't have a Great Tao? Yen Chuan suddenly said. As he spoke, a ferocious aura like that of a wild beast suddenly erupted from his body. Countless cultivators felt their hearts palpitate as if their souls were being devoured by this wild beast. Gui Rulai was the first to bear the brunt. Gui Rulai had guessed that Yen Chuan was hiding something, but he did not expect it to be so ferocious. This aura was as if Yen Chuan's aura had suddenly increased by 10 times, or even 100 times. Boom. A pitch-black Great Tao suddenly shot up from behind Yen Chuan. The Great Tao soared into the sky, and a ferocious aura surged out. The great Tao soared into the depths of the 9 heavens. As it soared into the sky, it seemed to tear through the void, and many heavenly demons appeared and circled around it. Roar! A loud dragon roar was heard. Everyone saw that a black jade-like dragon suddenly swam out of the pitch-black path. It was millions of miles long and incomparably vast. The black dragon extended its head and roared at Gui Rulai's palm strike. Roar! Under the loud roar, Gui Rulai's palm strike exploded with a loud bang. After the dragon roar, the black dragon circled around the great Tao and swam up. Countless pitch-black energy surged out of the great Tao and poured into the stars. Under Yan Chuan's command, they charged at Gui Rulai once again. The great Tao of ghost sound suddenly shook violently. Yan Chuan struck with his palm, and thousands of stars rushed out and charged at Gui Rulai. Rumble! Gui Rulai immediately screamed in pain. Sky-burying coffin. Block. No one knew what Gui Rulai was thinking, but he made another stupid move. With a flip of his hand, he used the 7th sky-burying coffin to block the millions of stars. The sky-burying coffin was indeed tough, but Gui Rulai didn't know that this sky-burying coffin was refined by Yan Chuan in his first life. Yan Chuan was stunned, and he waved his other hand. As if it had sensed something, the sky-burying coffin suddenly trembled. Buzz! It shrank rapidly, and it instantly appeared in front of Yan Chuan. What? No. Gui Rulai screamed in a daze. Did the sky-burying coffin betray him? Boom! The great Tao of ghost sound collapsed. Gui Rulai was the first to bear the brunt of the destructive impact. The great Tao of black dragon surged with rolling power and charged at the black hole in the center. No, no. In the eyes of the group of powerful beings, Gui Rulai's gigantic body was being whittled down in a frenzy. Gradually, his physical body was wiped clean by this devastating force, leaving only a pile of withered bones. Following that, the black force continued to wash over the withered bones. The withered bones quickly shattered and scattered, revealing only a green swastika character that charged into the cycle of fate. Gui Rulai died? He died in one move? The countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed horrified expressions as they looked at Yan Chuan, who was in front of the black dragon Great Tao. After sending out a palm strike, Yan Chuan's face instantly paled. The strength of this life is still not enough to control the Great Tao of the first life. Yan Chuan's hand trembled slightly as he took a deep breath. Boom! The soul-stirring black dragon Great Tao suddenly scattered. Even Yan Chuan could not perfectly control it now. The black dragon Great Tao was different from the Cypress Great Tao. The black dragon Great Tao was too loud. It was a Great Tao with a heavy load and explosive killing power. Yan Chuan's figure swayed somewhat. It looked like he would fall at any moment. Meow! Meow instantly appeared beside Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan, you were too cruel just now, Meow. Meow shouted excitedly. Yan Chuan's figure swayed and he smiled bitterly. It seemed a little too early to use the black dragon Great Tao with his current cultivation. Even with his Jiangshan body, his entire body was aching. Even so, Yan Chuan's Great Tao of the black dragon had shocked almost everyone. Meng Sansheng and the group of sages tensed up as they looked at Yan Chuan, who was in the sky. As for the experts of the Netherworld Sea, they felt like they were about to collapse. Gui Rulai? The number 1 expert of the Netherworld Sea, Gui Rulai, was killed by Yan Chuan in one move? No. Countless cries rang out. The Butterfly Queen also stood up in shock. Black Dragon Great Tao? At this moment, a golden-robed man appeared beside the Butterfly Queen. The golden-robed man picked up a wine cup and drank from it, then pointed at the collapsing merit cloud with his other hand. All of a sudden, a golden finger appeared in the sky above. The finger touched the swastika symbol at the mouth of the reincarnation wheel. Boom! A vast golden light rushed toward the swastika symbol and pushed it into the reincarnation wheel. Rumble! Countless merits were quickly sucked into a blue channel. Gurgle! In just 3 breaths, a pitch-black aura spread out from the reincarnation wheel. A figure suddenly emerged from the heavenly fate reincarnation. Gui Rulai? He came back to life. It was as if Gui Rulai had suddenly come back to life. What? Sect Master? Countless cries of surprise rang out. Even more experts followed Gui Rulai's finger and looked into the distant sky. Beside the Butterfly Queen was a golden-robed man. The man's face was extremely wide, and there was a heroic aura between his brows. He naturally exuded a graceful and noble aura. The man retracted his hand and put down the wine cup in his other hand. The wine is not bad. Butterfly Queen. The man smiled. He Meow Rely. You're really good at enduring. You only came out now. Is this the chess piece you used to set up the world? He's not that great. The butterfly queen suddenly laughed. Indeed, he's not that great. Meow Rely smiled and did not explain. However, the sages around them were stunned. Who was this person? He saved an 11th stage ancestral immortal with a flip of his hand? In the distance, at the mouth of the reincarnation wheel. Greetings, master. I've embarrassed you. Gui Rulai suddenly bowed to the starry sky bitterly. Countless cultivators looked at this scene in shock. Master? The hidden overlord of the outer east continent called that person master? Countless people were confused. Only Meng Sansheng, who was in the valley, noticed something. Meow family? Meow Rulai? So, Gui Rulai is a living being he created? Meng Sansheng's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light. Chapter 1320. In the void, 4 worlds were scattered in 4 different directions. They were the first world, the great evil world, the great kindness world, and the boundless world. Among them, inside the boundless world, in the sky above a sea of clouds, there was an extremely vast city floating. At the south end of the city was a heavenly monument with the words Lingxiao Imperial Court written on it. Above it, on a vast sea of providence clouds, there was a huge golden dragon of providence. Unlike the first world's golden dragon of providence only had 18 claws at most. This one, on the other hand, was a golden dragon of providence with 19 claws. However, this golden dragon of providence with 19 claws looked rather weak, as if it had experienced an unprecedented battle. It was lying on the sea of providence to rest. Below Lingxiao Imperial Court, countless palaces were incomplete, and the wide streets were empty. It was quiet. In the center was a palace. There were countless guards outside the palace, but they all seemed to be injured. In the center of the palace, the Longevity Hall. In the Longevity Hall, hundreds of officials and generals stood in 2 rows. All of them had extraordinary bearings. Although their clothes were bright, they could not hide some of the wounds on their faces. Everyone respectfully remained silent. They bowed to the 9 dragons' heavenly throne in the north. On the 9 dragons' heavenly throne was a middle-aged man in a golden dragon robe and a golden flat crown. He placed his hands on the throne and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes. 2 dazzling lights shot out from his eyes. Black Dragon Sky Pillar? You've finally woken up. I've waited too long for our battle. The man said with a hint of joy in his eyes. Whoosh. Everyone in the hall, be it civil or military, suddenly raised their heads. First world, Netherworld, East Outer Continent, Netherworld Sea. The golden-robed man appeared beside Butterfly Queen and revived Gui Rulai with a finger. Meow, he's alive again. Meow exclaimed. Long live the sect leader. The countless disciples of Netherworld Sea cheered. Gui Rulai bowed to Meow Rulai and suddenly looked at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan's face was pale as though he was about to collapse. However, Yen Chuan did not reveal any trace of fear. He continued to stare coldly at Gui Rulai. Ha, Yen Chuan, I have indeed underestimated you. Great Tao? What a great Tao of the Black Dragon. However, do you still have strength? Gui Rulai suddenly laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the starry sky, Butterfly Queen frowned as she looked down and said, Meow Rulai, are you interfering in the battle between Yen Chuan and Gui Rulai? Meow Rulai poured another cup of wine and said, You are quite concerned about him. Ah, don't worry, this Yen Chuan won't die. I don't know where this Yen Chuan came from, but I just want to see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Butterfly Queen was surprised. Didn't you see Yen Chuan? Although he's weak right now, there's still a sense of indifference in his eyes. This is an anomaly. Meow Rulai said as he drank his wine. The Butterfly Queen looked down with a strange expression. The surrounding sages were staring at the 2 people in the sky. Butterfly Queen? There's still him? Hua Zuentian said solemnly. He still remembered that when he fought against Dugupatian, he disturbed this person and was heavily injured by this person in one move. The person in front of him was even more ferocious. He revived Gui Rulai with 1 finger? Who is he? Zuochuanxio stepped forward and instantly flew towards Butterfly Queen and Meow Rulai. Zuochuanxio flew up, and Demon King Kong and Pan Xing also flew up. Hua Zuentian also flew over. The 3 sages arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Zuochuanxio greets Butterfly Queen. May I know who this is? Zuochuanxio immediately asked curiously. Kong family, Demon King Kong greets Butterfly Queen. May I know who this is? Hua Zuentian greets Senior. Hua Zuentian also said solemnly. All of them were extremely curious about this person who suddenly appeared. Wait a moment, Miao Rulai said lightly. The three sages were slightly stunned, but they finally nodded and stood to the side. Below, Gui Rulai's aura once again pressed towards Yan Chuan. Miao. Gui Rulai, you're already dead. You're shameless. Miao immediately shouted. Bai Qi Mou Shi and the others also flew up into the sky. The experts of Great Zhen and Netherworld Sea also flew up into the sky. With so many experts flying up into the sky, it seemed like an even more chaotic battle was about to begin. In the valley below, Meng Hongying said anxiously, Grandpa, what should we do now? You should do it. Meng Sanxing narrowed his eyes and stared at Gui Rulai. The creation technique of the Miao family is indeed extraordinary. I was wondering why Gui Rulai's fate was so unique. So it was created by the Miao family? This creation is useful to the divine realm. As he spoke, Meng Sanxing reached out his hand and took off the huge gourd on his back. He took off the lid of the gourd and threw it into the sky. Treasure, please take it. A loud shout came out of nowhere. However, this sudden sound caused everyone's expressions to change. Whoosh! It was like a long purple rainbow that rushed towards Gui Rulai. It was so fast that Gui Rulai could not react in time and was instantly enveloped. Rumble. A terrifying suction force crazily pulled Gui Rulai. What? No. Gui Rulai suddenly cried out in alarm. However, this suction force was not something Gui Rulai could resist. His body was quickly pulled over. Akalanatha Tathagata Heavenly Tortoise Rune. Gui Rulai screamed. Bus. A golden swastika rune that was 100 feet large appeared around Gui Rulai, and the void suddenly paused. However, it only paused for a moment, but the power of the Hong Meng gourd suddenly increased again. Boom. The swastika rune suddenly exploded. Sect Master. Golden Light Tathagata and Reckless Demon Tathagata reached out to grab Gui Rulai. However, the Hong Meng gourd's power was too great. Whoosh. The three Tathagata were sucked into the Hong Meng gourd. Smack. Meng Sanxing closed the lid of the gourd. Treasure, please take it in for now. Meng Sanxing bowed to the Hong Meng gourd. Asking the treasure not to be refined? Asking? The surrounding cultivators were stunned. Gui Rulai, Golden Light Tathagata, and Reckless Demon Tathagata were all sucked into the gourd in the blink of an eye. High up in the sky, Miao Rulai's cup suddenly paused, and his eyes flashed as he looked at Meng Sanxing. Meng Sanxing carried the gourd on his back and looked up at the sky. The surrounding cultivators were still in shock. Yan Chuan also looked at Meng Sanxing and said, You Shi refined the reincarnation destiny. Mo Yushi's figure flashed and rushed toward the reincarnation destiny. Screech. Mo Yushi let out a long cry and turned into a huge dark phoenix. She instantly entered the reincarnation destiny. High up in the sky, Miao Rulai did not care about the reincarnation destiny at all. Instead, he stared at Meng Sanxing. Who is that? Many people looked at Meng Sanxing with a blank face. No one knew him, just like no one knew Miao Rulai. Even the sages were at a loss. How could there be so many powerhouses in the world that they did not know? Meng Sanxing took Gui Rulai in one move. With such ease, everyone knew how fierce Meng Sanxing was. God? Miao Rulai's eyes suddenly lit up. But halfway through he stopped. Then Miao Rulai suddenly looked at Butterfly Queen and said, Butterfly Queen, you won. I will do what I promised you. I have to go back immediately. Goodbye. Leave. Butterfly Queen was slightly surprised. Who was that person below? He wanted to leave after seeing him? Screech. Below, the reincarnation destiny emitted a dazzling blue light as if it was about to submit. Miao Rulai frowned slightly. Miao Rulai, you don't want the reincarnation destiny? Butterfly Queen asked again. The reincarnation destiny is spread all over the world just like the heavenly Tao. No one can completely possess it. That is only the entrance to the reincarnation destiny. I can open a second one. Since you won, Yan Chuan can obtain the reincarnation destiny himself. I will not interfere. Miao Rulai said. Okay, that's more like it. Butterfly Queen nodded. Goodbye. Miao Rulai said as he was about to fly into the sky. Senior. The three sages suddenly shouted. Sages? Since you are curious, come. Miao Rulai said. Whoosh. Miao Rulai instantly disappeared. The three sages stepped forward and also disappeared instantly. The Sea of Nether was completely defeated? Boom. The virtuous cloud exploded with a loud bang. The Sea of Nether collapsed and countless cultivators fled in all directions. Halt. Bai Qi roared as he led his army to surround and attack. Yan Chuan carried Miao and looked at the reincarnation destiny, ignoring Meng Sansheng below. Yan Chuan ignored him, but the surrounding territory lords had to pay attention. Wasn't this person too powerful? Where did he come from? Was he helping Yan Chuan just now? Was he De Zhen's ally? For a moment, countless cultivators were confused. Meng Sansheng looked at the starry sky, and disappeared with Meng Hongying. Miao Yan Chuan, he left. That person is gone. Miao shouted. Left? He won't leave. It's just that it's not suitable for him to stay here for the time being. He will appear again soon. Yan Chuan shook his head. At this moment, the most concerned person was Mo Yushi controlling the reincarnation destiny. Husband. Mo Yushi's voice came from the reincarnation destiny. Yan Chuan took Miao Miao with him and stepped into the cycle of reincarnation. This was a vast blue passage. Mo Yushi transformed into a phoenix. The phoenix had 12 tails that looked like peacock feathers, but they were much more beautiful than peacock feathers. At this moment, one of Mo Yushi's 12 tails suddenly emitted a blue light, as if it had merged with the entire reincarnation passage. Husband, when I refined it just now, I realized that I can refine this reincarnation passage into one of my tails. No, it's not refining. It's as if this reincarnation passage itself is a phoenix tail. I confuse with it. The giant phoenix said in surprise. Meow. Meow said in surprise. Then refine it. Yan Chuan said. But look at the bottom. That thing is hurting my soul. The giant phoenix looked at the other side. There was a large blue swastika rune. Meow, is this the thing that revived Gui Rulai? Meow shouted. Swastika? It can actually stop the reincarnation passage? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yan Chuan opened his mouth and inhaled at the swastika rune. Rumble. The swastika rune resisted for a while, but was eventually swallowed by Yan Chuan. Husband, be careful. The giant phoenix said anxiously. Meow, why are you eating everything? Why don't you leave some for me? Meow. Meow shouted. Yan Chuan's body suddenly trembled slightly, and a green light gushed out. Boom. A loud sound came from Yan Chuan's body. Meow? You broke through? You became the sixth heaven? Meow shouted in surprise. Chapter 1321. Screech. In the sky above the chaotic battlefield, a loud phoenix cry rang out. The reincarnation passage in the sky collapsed with a loud bang. As the void trembled, a huge dark phoenix suddenly flew out. The dark phoenix danced, and one of its 12 tails turned from black to blue. As it swung its tail, blue light scattered in all directions, as if it was dragging a huge blue rainbow. It was incomparably magnificent. The rainbow swept towards the Netherworld Sea's disciples. In an instant, countless cultivators were turned into dust by the blue rainbow. In the blink of an eye, they were all wiped out. With a swing of its tail, a large number of cultivators were wiped out. The original battle stopped once again. Countless cultivators looked at the dark phoenix in shock. With a long cry, the dark phoenix suddenly shook and returned to its human form, Mo Yushi's appearance. Yan Chuan and Miao stood at the side. Yan Chuan's pale face disappeared. At this moment he looked as if he had never collapsed. Sage Monarch. Bai Qi and the others surrounded him. We are fine. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Yes. The officials rejoiced. King Gaia, stay behind and deal with the Netherworld Sea's matters. Meng Tian, Wang Jian and Jin Dayu, coordinate with the troops. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials replied. Yan Chuan looked at the 9 Weave Lords again. Everyone, the matter is over. Let's part ways here. Yan Chuan said. The 9 Weave Lords immediately said politely, all right, farewell. Farewell. The Weave Lords were here to strengthen the Great Jin's momentum. After this matter was over, there was no need for them to stay. Furthermore, the stimulation they had received today was already big enough. Everyone hoped to return as soon as possible and stabilize their new territories. Boom. A large number of cultivators scattered in all directions. Yan Chuan and the others also stepped onto the dragon carriage and returned to the Great Qin city with a portion of the people. 4 months later, the Badian Weave Lord, Qin Badian, announced to the world that he would lead 2 other weaves to submit to the Great Jin and enter the Great Jin imperial court as subjects. When the news came out, the 8 heroes of the outer eastern continent were terrified. They thought that Yan Chuan would go back on his words and continue to send troops. However, there was no news of Dezhen sending out troops. The 8 warlords sent people to investigate and found out that Qin Baidian had long submitted to the Great Qin Empire. He had only announced his allegiance to the Great Qin Empire after the outer eastern continent was stabilized. Instantly, the group of ambitious and ruthless people felt bitter. Great Qin City, Upper Study. Yan Xuan met with a group of important ministers. Yifeng stepped forward. Holy King, we've received news from the Netherworld Sea that the situation has stabilized. In this battle, Dezhen has gained 7 territories. Including Qin Baidian's surrender, we've gained another 2. Now, the Holy Court of Dezhen is in control of 14 territories in the outer eastern continent. It is the greatest power in the outer eastern continent. Yifeng said with excitement. This is Dezhen's current limit. Yan Xuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Dezhen's army is indeed strong and their morale is high. However, they don't have enough manpower. They've taken 8 territories in one go. It'll take at least a few years for them to gain full control. Li Si nodded. Prepare for the next world examination. Li Si, you'll be the examiner. Yan Xuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Si answered. Outer Eastern Continent, Xianying City, Dezhen's Holy Court. Inside a palace. Yan Xuan, Mo Yushi, and Zhao Feng in human form surrounded a sky-burying coffin. Miao jumped on Zhao Feng's shoulder. Miao, Yan Xuan, why did you let me and Sister Yushi come to the mortal realm? Miao asked curiously. After taking a deep breath, Yan Xuan said in a deep voice, Zizi's recovery must not be disturbed. The god race is too strange. We must guard against Yan Meng 3 lives. Miao. Miao nodded thoughtfully. Done. Yan Xuan looked at Mo Yushi. Yes, I've refined the heavenly fate reincarnation. I can now use the power of reincarnation. Moreover, I've already tested it 3 days ago. There's no problem. Mo Yushi said. Then let's begin. Yan Xuan nodded. Clang. Yan Xuan opened the sky-burying coffin. Inside, Zizi was surrounded by countless small stars. Yan Xuan waved his hand and the stars disappeared, revealing Zizi, who seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Mo Yushi twirled her finger, and a small blue vortex appeared on her fingertip. Mo Yushi looked at Zizi. At this moment she didn't feel jealous at all. She gently placed her finger on Zizi's chest. Zizi's body was suddenly surrounded by countless blue lights. At the side, Yan Xuan waited worriedly. Together they looked at Zizi in the coffin. Mo Yushi's forehead was gradually covered in sweat. Just like that, about half an hour later. Zizi's body emitted a blue light, and Mo Yushi gently released her finger. The blue light slowly dissipated, and Zizi's breathing suddenly fluctuated. Zizi slowly opened her eyes and for a moment she was a little dazed. Then she quickly regained her memories. Hugh, husband. Zizi suddenly cried out in joy. Yan Xuan immediately smiled and gently carried Zizi out of the coffin. Zizi hugged Yan Xuan as well. For a moment, it felt as if millions of years had passed. Boundless yearning suddenly exploded. Meow, Sister Zizi, you're alive. Meow said happily. On the side, Mo Yushi pursed her lips and finally smiled at Zhao Feng. Underworld, Great Qin City. Meng Sansheng and Meng Hongying came again. Yan Xuan, where's Zizi? Why haven't you started saving her? What's with the reincarnation cycle? Meng Hongying asked worriedly. Meng Sansheng looked at Yan Xuan quietly. Just as everyone was talking. Boom. Outside the Great Qin City, there was a loud explosion, and a huge impact spread out in all directions. Meng Hongying turned her head to look. However, he saw a vast yellow heavenly river descending from the sky. The road to the underworld? Meng Sansheng's eyes narrowed. The road to the underworld? Zizi, is Zizi healed? Meng Hongying cried out excitedly. Not long after, Zizi and Mo Yushi flew over from the road to the underworld with Miao. Zizi. Meng Hongying suddenly cried out in joy. Only Meng Sansheng frowned slightly. Cousin. Zizi smiled. Zizi. Meng Sansheng suddenly called out. Zizi frowned slightly, then bowed slightly and said, Grandpa. Meng Sansheng's expression softened slightly. He then turned to Yan Xuan and said, Yan Xuan, I know what you're worried about. I'll get straight to the point. Zizi's road to the underworld is extremely useful to the god realm. So what? Yan Xuan frowned. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and looked at Zizi. There are 6 roads to the underworld in the world, and the god race is one of them. I came here this time to see if I can bring Zizi back. I'm not going with you. Zizi immediately shook her head and leaned against Yan Chuan. Meng Hongying was also worried and did not know what to say. I know, so I'm not going to take you with me. However, I have a request. Meng Sanxing said in a deep voice. The god race may need to use the road to the underworld once in the future. Zizi needs to return to the god race and help them. I don't care about anything else. Meng Sanxing said seriously. Return to the god race once? Zizi looked at Yan Chuan. I'll go with Zizi. Yan Chuan said. All right. Meng Sanxing nodded. Grandpa, there's a road to the underworld in the outer south continent and the outer north continent. Why don't we look for those two? Meng Hongying asked curiously. Meng Sanxing shook his head and said, Do you think the road to the underworld is that easy? Those two cannot be moved at all. There are only 3 that can be moved. One is ZZ, one is in Chao's hands, and the last one is missing. Chapter 1322. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Great Zhou Imperial Court. Wu Jiong Study. Yuan Tiangang held a letter of challenge in his hand. It was a letter of challenge from Tong Tian. Celestial Emperor, a letter of challenge from Tong Tian? How bold. Yuan Tiangang said with a deep smile. Challenging the 9 saints of the Yang Realm at the same time? Wu Jiong frowned slightly. Celestial Emperor, the saints of today are different from the past. Now, the saints can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. They have the power of 12 levels of heaven and earth, and there are even stronger ones. Tong Tian is too arrogant. Yuan Tiangang said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Celestial Emperor, should I accept the challenge? Yuan Tiangang asked again. Wu Jiong pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the study. In the northern outer continent, Tong Tian wants to come out of the furnace. You can go and refine it. The voice came out of the blue. In the study, Yuan Tiangang quickly looked around, but Wu Jiong's face darkened. Celestial Emperor? Yuan Tiangang said in surprise. There's no need to look. I'll accompany you to the northern outer continent. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Yes. Yuan Tiangang nodded. Tong Tian had invited all the saints of the world to battle. Over the years, he had been sending out letters of challenge, and the news quickly spread throughout the world. One person against all the saints of the world? When the news came out, the world was in an uproar. Southern Outer Continent, Kong family. Peacock Z and Blind Kong arrived at the main hall of the clan. The hall was called the Imperial Palace. Ancestor, that's the situation. Peacock reported. There was a moment of silence in the hall. Blind Kong, what's your current cultivation base? Kong Huangtian's voice sounded. Ancestor, I've already comprehended my ancestor's life-usurping technique. I'm now at the 10th level of the ancestral immortal realm. I can open my eyes and see the world. Blind Kong said solemnly. Peacock looked at Blind Kong in surprise. Blind Kong had been sitting cross-legged and deducing all this time. How did his cultivation base increase so quickly? Open your eyes and see the world? If you open your eyes, you'll see more. Continue to close your eyes. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Yes. Blind Kong replied. The hall was silent for a while before Kong Huangtian's voice sounded again. It's starting so soon? Peacock, if you want to go, go. I hope you don't die in this battle. The Peacock's head snapped up. Go. Kong Huangtian's voice sounded again. Yes. Mortal Realm, Xianying City, Upper Study. A group of officials stood in front of Yan Chuan. Saint King, the prime of Tong Tian, has invited all the saints to battle. The whole world is in an uproar. Dongfang Jing faction and Ren Shu have already left. I think they must have gone to the north outer continent. Lu Buwei said solemnly. Tong Tian? Does he want to learn from Hongjun? Yan Chuan frowned. Holy King, are you saying that the prime of Tong Tian wants to use this opportunity to transcend? Lu Buwei's expression changed. Transcend? Yan Chuan fell into deep thought. That's right. The factory guards of the outer north continent sent news that they saw Mr. Gui Guzi in the outer north continent. Lu Buwei said solemnly. Gui Guzi? A complicated look flashed through Yan Chuan's eyes. Sage King, are you going to watch the prime of Tongtian's rampage? Go, why not? Great Jin is about to establish the heavenly court. This is a good opportunity to explore the world. Yan Chuan said with certainty. Yes. Li Si of the Netherworld has prepared the examination. In the mortal realm, you should prepare one as well. Quickly gather enough talents for Great Zhen. When I return, I will prepare for the heavenly court. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Chapter 1323. In the Yang Realm's northeast continent. Countless otherworldly demons flew about in a plane in the Yang Realm's territory. Guqin music rang out, seemingly controlling the otherworldly demons. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators jiaohu as the otherworldly demons enveloped them. Ah! Why are there otherworldly demons? Demonis Meng, the Eastern Divine Church's Demonis Meng. Demonis Meng? Cries of horror rang out in the surroundings. Many otherworldly demons swooped down, charging at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. At this moment, a white-clad woman stood at the summit of a mountain peak not far away. She wore a veil and played a guqin. Thin, transparent lines seemed to shoot out from the guqin, connecting the countless otherworldly demons and directing them to kill the cultivators. A white-robed man stood behind the white-clad woman. He held a feather fan and gently fanned it as he watched the chaos on the battlefield. The white-robed man was the Great Jin Nation's 4th Legion's commander, Meng Wenrua. The person playing the guqin was his younger sister, Meng Rongrong. A large number of soldiers stood behind the siblings. However, these soldiers did not move, looking at the siblings with reverence. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless otherworldly demons seemed to appear out of thin air, quickly charging at the enemy troops. The otherworldly demons entered the bodies of the cultivators in the jiaohu. Soon they turned into statues, unable to move. When the otherworldly demons entered their bodies, they used their minds to resist. They did not dare to move. Once they moved and disturbed their minds, the otherworldly demons would take advantage of them and cause them to suffer a berserking chi deviation. Ding. The guqin music stopped. Meng Wenrua pointed with his feather fan. Go capture them all. Yes, the soldiers behind answered loudly. Little sister, your guqin music is becoming more exquisite. You can even control the otherworldly demons of the heavenly demon world? Meng Wenrua smiled. Big brother, why are you here today? The Eastern Divine Church is expanding outward. I am in charge of one army. Aren't you in charge of another as well? Meng Rongrong asked with a frown. After taking a deep breath, Meng Wenrua showed a solemn expression. An honored guest is here. He wants to meet you. An honored guest. Meng Rongrong raised her eyebrows. Meng Wenrua nodded. I don't want to see him. Meng Rongrong refused. Meng Wenrua said bitterly, Little sister, it's also very uncomfortable for me to be sandwiched between you two. Why are you doing this? Meng Rongrong's expression was complicated. After a while he asked, Where is he? I'll go see him. In my palace. Meng Wenrua smiled. Meng Rongrong carried her zither and walked towards the palace not far away. Meng Rongrong stepped into the hall. Meng Wenrua gently fanned herself and sighed. Then Meng Wenrua looked at the battlefield in the distance. The Eastern Divine Cult had expanded its territory, and there were countless Confucian cultivators inside. They were also very good at planning, just like Meng Wenrua, who was unpredictable in using troops. As for Meng Rongrong, as soon as she started playing the zither, the sky demon dance was invincible. While Meng Wenrua was looking at the battlefield, 2 figures were standing in a forest in the distance. One of them was dressed in white and had a blurry face. He was a saint. The other one looked like De Zhen's former enemy, Zhen Xiong. Zhen Xiong was Yan Chuan's father-in-law in his previous life. However, he killed his daughter and later became Dark Gui Guzi's disciple. A few years ago he impersonated Yan Chuan in Xianyang and caused Zizi to be injured. Zhen Xiong's original body had been killed by Yan Chuan. The one in front of him was the body of a beast that looked exactly the same. Gong Yangzi, is that the woman? Zhen Xiong asked in a deep voice. Saint Gong Yangzi nodded and said, I'm sure you're familiar with De Zhen. Meng Rongrong and Yan Chuan have a lot of disputes. Yan Chuan cares a lot about her and even sent a legion commander to protect her. If you want to use Meng Rongrong to threaten Yan Chuan, you can go yourself. With your strength as a saint, you can take down Meng Rongrong with a wave of your sleeve. Why bother? Zhen Xiong said in a deep voice. Meng Rongrong is a disciple of the Eastern sect. If I make a move, Dongfang Bubi will not let it go. Secondly, my Gong Yangzi family can't touch anything related to Yan Chuan. You should know that I don't want to touch it. Gong Yangzi shook his head. You're worried, but I'm fine? Zhen Xiong said in a deep voice. It's not like I don't know what you're capable of. Who told you to go like this? You just need to trick Meng Rongrong to come out. Don't worry, I've already made preparations to deal with Yan Chuan. Besides you, I've also invited other enemies of Yan Chuan. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Zhen Xiong stared at Gong Yangzi and finally nodded. All right, you should contact the others as soon as possible. They're nearby. It's up to you. Gong Yangzi smiled. Zhen Xiong nodded. He saw Zhen Xiong's figure distort, and gradually, Zhen Xiong's appearance changed into Yan Chuan's. Exactly the same, exactly the same. Even the aura is the same. Gong Yangzi exclaimed in admiration. Gong Yangzi. Yan Chuan snorted coldly. Gong Yangzi's nerves tensed up. Then he reacted. Ha ha ha, similar, no, it's him. Yan Chuan nodded and flew out of the forest towards the distant battlefield. In the distance, Meng Wenrua waved her feather fan and looked at the battlefield. Suddenly she saw a figure flying over. Stop. Countless soldiers suddenly shouted. Sage King? Meng Wenrua suddenly opened her eyes wide. She turned around and looked at the palace behind her. Then she looked at Yan Chuan flying over. Stop, everyone do their own thing. Meng Wenrua waved her feather fan and said. In the distance, Yan Chuan arrived in front of her in the blink of an eye. Greetings, Sage King. Meng Wenrua said solemnly. Wenrua, is Rongrong here? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, Sage King, please wait for a moment. I will call Rongrong out. Meng Wenrua said solemnly. Okay. Yan Chuan nodded. Meng Wenrua immediately walked towards the nearby palace. After knocking, Meng Wenrua stepped into the palace. In the palace, Meng Rongrong was sitting face to face with a man. Meng Rongrong had a complicated expression on her face as she looked at the man in front of her with a hint of resentment. The man was none other than Yan Chuan. The real Yan Chuan. Brother, what's wrong? Meng Rongrong asked in confusion. Meng Wenrua smiled bitterly and said, a Sage King came from outside and said he wants to see you. Meng Rongrong said in confusion. Zhen Xiong didn't have to wait for long before Meng Rongrong and Meng Wenrua stepped out of the nearby palace. Seeing Meng Rongrong, Zhen Xiong's face lit up. Rongrong. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Yan Chuan. Meng Rongrong frowned. It's me. Why are you still angry? Yan Chuan said gently. Meng Rongrong didn't say anything. I have something to tell you. Come with me. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Meng Rongrong shook her head. What's wrong? Yan Chuan frowned and asked. Meng Rongrong took a deep breath and said, what's the point of saying so much? Can you give me what I want? Meng Wenrua looked at her younger sister curiously. In the hall behind them, the real Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. This was because he knew that Meng Rongrong's words were meant for him. Why can't I give it to you? I'll give you whatever you want. Yan Chuan said immediately. Meng Rongrong looked at Yan Chuan and sighed. Why are you sighing? Don't you trust me? Yan Chuan frowned. Meng Rongrong remained silent. Meng Wenrua remained silent as well. Suddenly, Yan Chuan noticed that the two people's attitudes were extremely strange. Meng Wenrua, are you betraying Dezhen? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Never. Meng Wenrua shook her head. Never before? While Yan Chuan was frowning, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the hall behind Meng Wenrua. Then a figure stepped out of the hall. The moment he stepped out of the hall, the surrounding soldiers widened their eyes. Yan Chuan? Why is there another one? In the forest far away, Gong Yangzi suddenly exclaimed, What? Yan Chuan? Why is he here? Gong Yangzi was suddenly overjoyed. Haha, he walked right into the trap. Zhen Xiong's expression changed as well. You, why are you here? I won't let it happen again. Zhen Xiong, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yan Chuan's expression darkened. Oh no. Zhen Xiong's expression changed drastically as he turned and ran. Whoosh. Yan Chuan instantly rushed out. Gong Yangzi, save me. Zhen Xiong shouted into the distance. In the distance, Gong Yangzi stepped out, and a vast sage aura burst out. The powerful aura suppressed the surrounding soldiers, causing them to take a few steps back. As soon as the sage aura appeared, Zhen Xiong was overjoyed and rushed over. Umph. Yan Chuan coldly harumphed. Blood mist suddenly surrounded his body. Whoosh. A vast sea of blood suddenly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed where Zhen Xiong was. Yan Chuan, stay your hand. Gong Yangzi shouted and reached out to grab him. The sage's palm instantly reached above the sea of blood and was about to reach out and save Zhen Xiong. You don't have a chance. Yan Chuan coldly said. As he spoke, a sky-burying coffin suddenly floated out of the sea of blood. Whoosh. A powerful suction force suddenly sucked Zhen Xiong in. Bang. The sage's palm crashed into the sea of blood, but Jin Xiong had already disappeared. Netherworld, Great Qin City, bang. Jin Xiong's figure suddenly emerged from one of Yen Chuan's sky-burying coffin. No, no. Jin Xiong looked at the dark surroundings and immediately understood the situation. He screamed in despair. Yen Chuan coldly smiled and said, "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? The same move is no longer effective." Jin Xiong was surrounded by a group of Great Qin's generals. Netherworld, boom. Gong Yangzi's palm landed on the sea of blood, causing it to churn. However, this palm strike was not very powerful, so Yen Chuan did not pay it much attention. Turning his head, the blood-haired Yen Chuan coldly looked at Gong Yangzi in the sky. Gong Yangzi looked at Yen Chuan and did not make the first move. Instead he shouted, "Everyone, Yen Chuan is here. Why are you not showing yourselves?" Bus, bus. Two dazzling white pillars of light descended from the sky. A figure stood in each pillar of light. Their auras were no weaker than Gong Yangzi's, and countless cultivators immediately retreated. Sage Wu Tian and Sage Tian Jizi? Yen Chuan's eyes turned cold. The three sages surrounded Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan. Meng Rongrong immediately revealed a worried expression. Her previous aloofness disappeared, and her eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 1324. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Jin Xiong still looked like Yen Chuan. For a moment, it was as if there were two Yen Chuan looking at each other. Although Bai Qi Wang Jian and the others had trapped Jin Xiong, none of them made the first move. After all, Jin Xiong looked like Yen Chuan as well. It was just like how Yen Chuan's blood sea required external forces to increase his cultivation. Even though the officials had the ability to help Yen Chuan increase his cultivation, they had never done so. The ruler was the ruler and the officials were the officials. Etiquette could not be ignored and power could not be lost. Zombie Yen Chuan walked towards Yen Chuan step by step. Jin Xiong's expression changed drastically. Seeing that the officials around him did not move, he stomped his foot and shot out of the city. Umph. Zombie Yen Chuan snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. Roar. Jin Xiong roared. Suddenly Jin Xiong's hair turned blood red, and a vast blood sea appeared beneath his feet. This was Zombie Yen Chuan's ability. Super ability. Boom. Zombie Yen Chuan's palm hit the blood sea, and it instantly exploded. Identical beasts are indeed miraculous. You can create an exact copy of Jin Xiong's blood sea ability with just a glance? Zombie Yen Chuan praised. Yen Chuan, if you kill me, my master will not let you off. Jin Xiong roared in shock. Zombie Yen Chuan said coldly, Dark Gue Guzi? Jin Xiong will go find him soon. He is in the Yang Realm's north outer continent. You should have been with him. With Gue Guzi's plan you should have been safe. Unfortunately, you were too impatient and followed Gong Yangzi to the northeast continent to set up a trap for Jin Xiong's woman. How did you know? How did you know? We did it very secretly. Jin Xiong cried out in shock. At that moment, a white-clothed figure slowly walked out of a nearby palace. Jin Xiong, long time no see. The white-clothed figure smiled. Jin Xiong's expression changed. You are Gong Yangzi? Gong Yangzi? Are you a member of the Gong Yang family? You betrayed us? You betrayed Gong Yangzi? Jin Xiong suddenly exclaimed. Gong Yang Benlei didn't deny it. What? Yen Chuan is your family's calamity. Shouldn't you fight to the death with Yen Chuan? Jin Xiong roared in shock. Gong Yang Benlei took a deep breath and said, Yes, the Saint King is the Gong Yang clan's karmic calamity. I've done my research on the karmic calamity and the karmic calamity. In the end, only one can survive. However, I believe that there should be a third way to resolve this tribulation. Submit? You choose to submit? Jin Xiong exclaimed. How could he submit just like that, considering the grudge between them? The Sage King is benevolent and allowed us to submit. I've mentioned this to the Patriarch before. Unfortunately, the Patriarch has already turned into a demon and is unwilling to take the third path. After becoming a sage, his confidence has swelled. He wanted to fight to the death with Dezhen. I can only take some people with me to preserve the Gong Yang clan's lineage. Gong Yang Benlei said. Gong Yang Benlei, my miscalculation is all because of you, all because of you. Jin Xiong roared in shock. Gong Yang Benlei smiled and said, Thank you for giving me all the credit. Jin Xiong roared again and shot into the distance. Boom. A palm fell from the sky and sent Jin Xiong flying back. Bloodsea. Jin Xiong roared. Boom. The surging blood sea suddenly fell from the sky. You want to deal with me with my things? Zombie Yen Chuan coldly snorted. Boom. Zombie Yen Chuan instantly charged into the blood sea. Crack. He grabbed Jin Xiong's neck and pulled him out. Yen Chuan, let me go, let me go. Jin Xiong immediately screamed in terror. His entire body was restrained and his life was in Yen Chuan's hands. Yendi, have mercy, Yendi. Jiaohu's voice suddenly came from outside the great Qin city. Swish. A golden light instantly shot over. It was Pan Xing, who was 3 feet tall. Whoosh. Bai Qi flew over with his saber and coldly looked at Pan Xing. Pan Xing had come to help when Bai Qi tried to kill Jin Xiong in the Yang realm. He used his powerful body to fight for Jin Xiong, but Bai Qi forced him to retreat. This time he appeared again. Pan Xing? Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yendi, you can destroy Jin Xiong's consciousness, but I've raised this identical beast since it was a baby. My little darling and I depend on each other for survival. Yendi, I beg you, give it back to me. I will give you anything you want. Pan Xing immediately said pitifully. Cough, 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 cough. Jin Xiong seemed to be asking for help. Destroy. Yen Chuan glared. Boom. A powerful force rushed into Jin Xiong's body. Blue light suddenly scattered around Jin Xiong. In an instant, Jin Xiong was scared out of his wits. Jin Xiong was dead. Yen Chuan let out a sigh of relief. He finally got his revenge. Jin Xiong's corpse suddenly underwent a huge change. It slowly turned into a colorful ball of meat. It looked extremely bright and dazzling. Yendi, thank you, Yendi. Pan Xing immediately said in joy. Thank? Zombie Yen Chuan sneered. Yes, thank you, Yendi, for returning my little darling to me. Pan Xing said happily. Pan Xing, you've overdone your acting. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Xing. Bai Qi's long blade pointed at Pan Xing. What? Yendi, I don't understand. Pan Xing cried. Even if you call it so cheesy, it's useless. Do you think I will believe you? You raised it since it was young? Ha, divine beasts are born and raised by the heavens. How can it be raised by the Boulder tribe? Yen Chuan said coldly. This is really my little darling, my... Pan Xing said anxiously. Enough, am I so easy to fool? It's not like I don't know about the identical beast. Yen Chuan said coldly. Ah. Pan Xing's face stiffened. The identical beast, the myriad blood source, can imitate all living things. Do you really think I don't know? You want the myriad blood source only to improve yourself. How can I give my things to you for free? Zombie Yen Chuan said in a low voice. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and threw the colorful ball of meat in his hand. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Pan Xing's eyes were filled with anticipation. In the end, he let out a long sigh and didn't dare to fight for it. Gulp. Yen Chuan swallowed the myriad blood source. Boom. Suddenly, a violent aura rushed out from all over his body. Yen Chuan's body was suddenly covered with the color of blood. Roar. With a loud roar, the huge dragon bone wings appeared again. Then the dragon bone wings stretched out again as if they had grown by half again. Yen Chuan's appearance became even more outstanding. Boom. A wave of air rushed out in all directions. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and slowly recovered. Congratulations, Yen Emperor, your cultivation has improved. Pan Xing said bitterly. Another step, with the body of a zombie, Yen Chuan had also reached the 7th heaven of the ancestor Immortal realm. Below, Gongyang Benliai's face was filled with joy. After all, the more Yen Chuan gained, the greater his contribution would be. Yen Emperor, Pan Xing has embarrassed himself. Pan Xing smiled bitterly. You didn't embarrass yourself. Being thick-skinned is also a kind of ability. Don't always think of reaping without sowing. Zombie Yen Chuan lectured in a low voice. Yes. Pan Xing nodded. Yendi, I have offended you this time. However, what I want to say is that Yendi, as a zombie, has a deep connection with my rock tribe. I hope you won't fight me. Pan Xing bowed respectfully. Oh? Zombie tribe? Rock tribe? Relationship? Yen Chuan said in a low voice. The tribe leader did not allow me to leak this information. Please forgive me, Yen Emperor. At the very least, my rock tribe has never attacked zombies. Pan Xing said solemnly. Yen Chuan looked at Pan Xing in confusion and finally nodded. The rock tribe will not find trouble with Dezhen. Dezhen will also not become enemies with the rock tribe for no reason. Yes, then I will also take my leave. Pan Xing said. Yen Chuan nodded. Pan Xing turned around and walked away. Congratulations, Sage King. Bai Qi and the rest were overjoyed. Yan Chuan's cultivation had improved, which meant that De Zhen's strength had increased. Everyone was overjoyed. Yan Chuan nodded. Gong Yang Benlei stepped forward and said, Sage King, please be careful in the Yang realm. Not only did the tribe leader bring Jin Xiong, he also invited Wu Tian and Archaic Arcanum sect, two great sages. Wu Tian? Archaic Arcanum? I do have a grudge against them. It is normal for them to come. Yan Chuan nodded. However, the information you brought this time is very useful. I am very satisfied. I promise that as long as you are willing to join De Zhen, I will treat you equally. From today onwards, you will be responsible for subduing the Gongyang family. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, Sage King. Benlei will not disappoint you. Gongyang Benlei said immediately. From his initial contempt for Yan Chuan, to his respect, to his hatred, to his fear, to his submission today. Gongyang Benlei had long since given up on making an enemy out of Yan Chuan. Is the Gongyang family's beast a goat? Yan Chuan asked. Yes, the family and the goat tribe share the same reincarnation. Gongyang Benlei said. Yan Chuan's eyes lit up. Sage King should know about the Kong family. The Kong family's human race and the Peacock tribe share the same reincarnation. Therefore, the Kong family belongs to the beast tribe. The Kong family's disciples can transform into peacocks and command all the peacocks in the world. Gongyang Benlei said. You can transform into a goat too? Yan Chuan said in surprise. Yes, it's just transforming into a goat. My strength might not be as strong as my human form. Gongyang Benlei nodded. Yan Chuan nodded and said, Since that's the case, then I also know how to reward you. The goat tribe will be De Zhen's national beast, and Gongyang Benlei will be the goat tribe's sovereign. Boom. Above the sea of Providence clouds, there was a sudden surge. Thank you, Sage King. Gongyang Benlei said in satisfaction. Flipping his hand, Yan Chuan took out a jade box. Most people can transform into human form as a demon, but you can transform into a demon as a human. Let's see if you can refine this birth chart. Yan Chuan said. The moment Gongyang Benlei touched the jade box, his eyes suddenly lit up. Progenitor birth chart? Gongyang Benlei immediately said with a look of joy. By the side, Yin Hentian took out a jade pendant and said with a trace of strangeness, Sage King, this official did not expect that Gongyang family head would share the same origin as the goat tribe. Gongyang Benlei should be able to refine this birth chart. The path of life is strange and unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Yan Chuan shook his head and said. Gongyang Benlei, refine it yourself. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, Sage King. Gongyang Benlei said in joy. Previously he still had some guilt towards Gongyang Zi. Now Gongyang Benlei no longer had a trace of guilt. Because joining De Zhen was absolutely the best decision. Chapter 1325. Around the northeast continent. Above a sea of blood, Yan Chuan stepped on the waves, his robe fluttering in the wind. He looked angrily at the sky. In the sky there were 3 huge white pillars of light. In each pillar of light there was a sage. Sage Wu Tian, Sage Tianjizi, and Sage Gongyangzi. The 3 sages stood in the void and released their auras. A powerful aura rushed in all directions. Countless soldiers were immediately pushed back by this aura. There were even some who were forced to kneel down. There were countless auspicious clouds in the sky. The 3 sages looked down at Yan Chuan. Ha ha, Yan Chuan, I wanted to lure you out, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. Gongyangzi laughed. Yan Chuan, do you still remember me, Wu Tian? Yan Chuan, do you remember me, Tianjizi? The 3 sages shouted. On the other side, Meng Rongrong immediately panicked. Her pretentious attitude from before was instantly gone. Brother, don't stop me. Meng Rongrong shouted anxiously. Meng Wenrua shook her head and said, The Sage King is prepared. Don't worry. Wu Tian, Tianjizi, Gongyangzi? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. What happened in the North Outer Continent? I knew you would leave Xianyang. Once you leave Xianyang, you will no longer be able to borrow power. This is really a heaven-sent opportunity. Yan Chuan, do you think you can still live? Gongyangzi laughed. What? I will naturally live. As for you, Gongyangzi, don't you know that I am your Gongyangzi's calamity? You actually came to deal with me personally. Don't you know how terrifying a calamity is? Ah. Yan Chuan immediately laughed. Calamity? You, how did you know? Gong Yangzi suddenly said in surprise. Yin Chuan sneered. He turned to look at Wu Tian and Tianjizi. I have long expected the two of you to come for revenge. However, don't you think this is too grand? I'm now at the 7th level of the ancestral immortal realm, yet 3 sages have to surround and kill me at the same time? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Tianjizi sneered, 7th firmament ancestral immortal? Indeed, if it were anyone else, we would disdain joining forces to kill them before we reach the Saint Realm. But you're different. Yin Chuan, you've hidden your strength far too deeply. Yin Chuan, you've caused us 3 saints to surround and kill you. You can be considered unprecedented. Wu Tian said coldly. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the 3 sages and said, if that's the case, then come at me. Boom. The sea of blood expanded once again, and Yin Chuan was surrounded by a bloody mist. The sea of blood soared into the sky, directly facing the 3 saints. Yin Chuan's straightforwardness caused the 3 sages to suddenly become sluggish. This was because no matter how monstrous Yin Chuan's strength was, it was impossible for him to compete with a sage. However, he actually dared to accept the challenge of 3 sages? This didn't make sense. Shouldn't Yin Chuan turn around and flee, and then be toyed with by the 3 of them like a cat catching a mouse to vent the hatred in their hearts? Fight? The 3 sages hesitated. What? Are the 3 of you afraid? Yin Chuan said coldly. Afraid? The 3 sages' eyes flashed with anger. Tianjizi suddenly shouted, Everyone be careful. Gong Yangzi and Wu Tian looked over. Yin Chuan, he's deliberately deceiving us. Yin Chuan's sea of blood has a strange ability. I remember now. No, I'm sure that this sea of blood is strange. The stronger it is, the stronger it becomes. Every time it's heavily injured, not only will Yin Chuan not be injured, he can even use it to break through. Yin Chuan wants to use our strength to help him break through. Tianjizi said solemnly. What? Gong Yangzi exclaimed. That's right. Wu Tian suddenly shouted. I also remember. The last time we fought Yin Chuan together with the Phoenix Emperor, Yin Chuan's sea of blood was not destroyed, but Yin Chuan's cultivation increased by 1 celestial layer. Wu Tian said. Gong Yangzi also suddenly said, I also remember. The last time in the Central Territory, under our heavy attacks, Yin Chuan's cultivation also broke through by 1 celestial layer. Yin Chuan is getting stronger the more he fights. He wants to lure us into a battle to make himself stronger. Tianjizi said solemnly. The 3 sages immediately looked at Yin Chuan in shock. What a strange ability. What a domineering ability. The 3 sages said coldly. Yin Chuan's face also sank. What? The 3 of you aren't going to fight? The 3 sages looked at each other. We can't allow Yin Chuan to continue getting stronger. If he continues to get stronger, we won't have a chance to avenge ourselves. Tianjizi said coldly. Then what should we do? Gong Yangzi asked doubtfully. There's a way. Blood sea ability? Absorb the power of attacks. It can be absorbed if it's within an acceptable range. However, what if it's outside the acceptable range? Wu Tian suddenly said. In my opinion, Yin Chuan's sea of blood can only withstand the power of 1 sage at most. To be safe, if we all attack together and scatter the entire sea of blood, Yin Chuan will also be annihilated. Wu Tian said again. The 3 sages looked at each other and agreed with each other. Then they looked at Yin Chuan, who was above the sea of blood. At this moment, Yin Chuan's face was gloomy, as if he was anxious after his scheme was exposed. Ha ha ha, everyone, let's attack together. If Yin Chuan doesn't die, I won't be able to get rid of him. Wu Tian laughed loudly. Okay. The 2 sages agreed loudly. Boom. In an instant, 3,000 heavenly Tao shadows appeared behind each of the 3 sages. The heavens and earth shook as the 3 sages gathered rolling power. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Forward. Boom. The heavenly veins suddenly appeared and shot up into the sky. In an instant, the power of the sea of blood surged again. Yin Chuan's face was solemn as he tried to block the 3 sages. Meng Rongrong, who was not far away, shouted anxiously. The 3 sages gathered the power of the heavens and earth and sealed the void in all directions, not allowing Yin Chuan to escape. The 3 giant palms were like 3 mountains that fell from the sky. Wherever they passed, the void would shatter. 3 waves of destructive power rushed toward the sea of blood. Die. Gong Yangzi shouted excitedly. Whoosh. Before the 3 palms arrived, the sea of blood surged violently, resisting the 3 giant palms. Meng Wenrua was extremely anxious, but she could only clench her fists tightly. Even though Yin Chuan was controlling the heavenly veins, he was still inferior to the three sages. Yan Xuan's body merged with the heavenly veins. His eyes flashed with a solemn look as if he was waiting for something. The three giant palms were about to reach the surface of the sea of blood in the blink of an eye. The raging waves disappeared, and the sea of blood calmed down under the great suppression. Seeing that they had succeeded, the three sages' faces that were covered by the fog revealed a ferocious look. Heavenly Tao. At this moment, a loud shout came from the palace where Yan Xuan had walked out from. Boom! Suddenly, 3,000 heavenly Tao appeared. Following that, a white sword light shot out from the palace, heading straight for Wu Tian. Xing. The sword light was extremely fast and ferocious. It arrived in front of Wu Tian in an instant. What? Wu Tian's face changed. Boom. Wu Tian quickly dodged in shock, but the sword aura seemed to have fiercely pierced into Wu Tian's arm. Bang! Wu Tian retreated. The sage's palm that he had just sent out also shattered. Only Gong Yangzi and Tianjizi's palms hit the sea of blood. Yan Xuan was still worried about three sages' palms, but two? He immediately threw out the great heavenly seal. Boom! Boom! The two sages' palms hit the sea of blood. Bang! The boundless sea of blood was shattered with a loud bang, and a huge abyss was created on the ground. The rumbling earthquake radiated in all directions. The sea of blood disappeared, and so did the heavenly veins. Yan Xuan, don't let anything happen to you. Meng Rongrong rushed over anxiously. Everyone looked over. Inside the abyss, there was a 10-foot imperial seal in front of them. Behind the imperial seal, there was a pool of blood that was emitting the sound of a heartbeat. No, almost. Tianjizi said anxiously. Boom. The sea of blood surged. Yan Xuan rushed out of the abyss with Meng Rongrong in his arms. You're fine, that's great. Meng Rongrong was suddenly hugged by Yan Xuan, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. Yan Xuan looked at Meng Rongrong in his arms and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Meng Rongrong's eyes. He smiled and said, Of course I'm fine. Let go of me, let go of me. Meng Rongrong struggled violently and quickly broke free from Yan Xuan's arms. Eighth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm? I knew it. Tianjizi said irritably. The three sages looked at Yan Xuan with resentment. At the same time they looked at the hall that Yan Xuan had come out from. It was that hall that shot out a sword light. Slowly a white-robed man walked out. His face was also covered by a layer of mist. Dongfang Bubi? It's you? Wu Tian immediately roared. Dongfang Bubi looked at the three sages and turned to look at Yan Xuan and said, Yan Xuan, I'll only help you block one. Let's go with Wu Tian. Okay. Yan Xuan responded. Dongfang Bubi, this is a grudge between us and Yan Xuan. You also want to interfere? Wu Tian said coldly. Dongfang Bubi ignored him. Instead, he pulled out the sword in his hand and shot towards Wu Tian. Boom. After a collision, the two shot out into the starry sky. Bastard, Dongfang Bubi, you're just a newly ascended sage and you want to stop me. I'm the number one sage. Wu Tian roared. The two disappeared in a blink of an eye. Instantly, only Yan Xuan was left to face the two sages. Gong Yangzi and Tianjizi both felt depressed. Gong Yangzi, didn't you say that you tricked Yan Xuan into attacking you alone? Why is Dongfang Bubi hiding here? Tianjizi said solemnly. Gong Yangzi also felt gloomy. Don't worry. Yan Xuan is only an 8th level ancestral immortal. You also saw it just now. The sea of blood can't withstand our power at all. More than half of our palm power was blocked by Yan Xuan's imperial seal. In other words, without the imperial seal, I can destroy Yan Xuan's sea of blood alone. Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Tianjizi's face sank. Indeed, most of his power was blocked by the imperial seal. The sea of blood did not bear much of it. Hold back the imperial seal. I can do it alone. Gong Yangzi said anxiously. Since you want to do it alone, then do it alone. Yan Xuan said indifferently. What? Gong Yangzi's face changed. Whoosh. Yan Xuan and Dongfang Bubi walked out of the palace. Suddenly, another white-clothed man walked out. His face was still blurry. Shiman Sage? Tianjizi said in surprise. Tianjizi, with me here, you don't have to do anything. Shiman Sage flew up and said. You. Gong Yangzi exclaimed. One Dongfang Bubi could be said to be a coincidence. Now there was another Shiman Sage. Was this still a coincidence? Gong Yangzi, you're the only one left now. Yan Xuan suddenly said with a smile. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.